Hello, hello everyone. Thank you guys for being here today. Let's actually crank this music down a little bit. Hello, Rocode. Hello, Rainy Sticks. Hello, hello, Godspeed Kilo, first time chatter. Actually, you should follow on that account. Because I think that I've got it up now. To where it shows off the little animation. I hope that it works. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. I don't know what to do. You do my chocolate. Oh God. I don't think that's what I am. I'm a person. Wait, no, I'm an Overwatch coach. No, I'm a mushroom. I'm looking at VODs today. Alright, I appreciate you guys stopping by. Man, I wish that... I didn't see it. I didn't see an animation for the little follow thing on my little OBS. And so I hope that it plays a little animation. If it doesn't, it's something I'm gonna have to take a look at and fix for the next stream. It's kind of funny. Tell you what, I think I can emulate it. See, hold on. Yeah, see, that's supposed to show up when people follow. So I'll figure out what it is and go from there. Well, it's kind of funny. You know, it's almost as if we are a little more focused on like the coaching and the commentary as opposed to like the stream elements. But I also think that having the emotes and the stream like toys to play with is really cool. So I think that those will get here eventually. Glad I got to meet my favorite Overwatch 2 streamer yesterday. Oh my god, dinner was so good too. And yapping about D&D the entire time. I mean, very cool things. Talking about very cool things, like you know how many millions we made off of our brand deals and other high-profile, very interesting ventures, and not nerd shit like D&D. Storytelling. We are not going to be off to a slow start today, guys. Will I ever cosplay Tivo? I got a bodysuit in back. It's in my closet right now, because I have to have a bunch of my shit in boxes, but it's there. Yeah, it'll happen. 500 followers, and we'll do a Diva cosplaying stream. I've got the hair for it, too. I've got the hair color, I've got the hair length, and everything, so. I have some follow sub notifications I can have. Yo, let's go, Cardi, thanks. I'll, yeah. And then we'll do we'll do Diva cosplay at 500 followers. I've stream muted right now because you're in the library. Oh yeah, dude, you should have stream muted just as a rule of thumb when it comes to me being on the air. Yo, best the streamer. No, oh, Shadow Dragon, best the viewer. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for stopping by. You make my day. Watch, please. Add subtitles. Watch, please add subtitles. Okay, gotcha. That would be nice. Auto captioning in real time sounds like it would be a pretty complicated endeavor. I don't know how I, as a coder, would even like want to think my way around how something like that has to work, much less a subtitler or the 5 ads right off the bat. You know, it shouldn't be that intense. I have ads set to normal. But that's okay. We actually had a follow 6 hours ago from Deacon of the Deep Second. I appreciate that, Deacon. If ever you get around to watching I appreciate you. Alrighty, guys. I think I've stalled long enough. This game has gone on long enough. For all my, Lord the ad. For all my It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia watchers. One morning. Yep, using the Brick VOD. I didn't have a chance to catch the stream or watch the stream VOD yet. Oh my goodness, I have not actually gotten to get around to the Twitch, to the Brick VOD. I'm glad that you told me, Cardi, because that was actually going to fall through the cracks. Let me go acquire that code here. And I'm just gonna add it. I'm just gonna get it added to the spreadsheet for now. We got a couple other codes that I want to take a look at today, and then we'll go from there. But I do see it. It's Roshko. Yeah, Brigbod. Okay, let's go. All right, Cardi. And we got a code. We got a couple of treat codes actually. From good friends of the channel. To blast audio in the library? No, no, don't do that. That is a terrible, terrible idea. Guys, what a sad state to be in where you just haven't played Overwatch in a couple of days, but you've logged into the client every single day since, right? The daily logins, they have not stopped, but the daily playing is kind of dragging its heels a little bit. Tough. I think that I want to start with a Lucio OTP code. This will be really nice. This is going to be a nice exercise in warming up the brain for me. This is going to be a return to my roots. This is oh, okay, yeah, this one this one is not a good one to start with. This one's challenging myself to start with at least. But I'm pretty excited to get into this one. I think this one had a Reddit comment with it, and so I want to pull that up just to give you guys a little bit of background info. Overwatch needs to add daily commissions. Whoa, 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 whoa! Wait, we do not want Overwatch gacha games. That sounds dangerous. Let's see. You know what? I think that this wasn't actually a Discord comment. I think that this was actually. This one is from. We're going to be taking a look at Dr. Crumple. Dr. Crumple sent me a nice little paragraph actually. So sent the code. They're currently ranked to Diamond 4, and they are a Lucio OTP. Right now, they just want to get back to GM3, get back to where they had managed to hit at the height of their career previously, and then see what they can do from there, which I think is really doable. And that's a really cool goal to have as well. I mean, I haven't really played Overwatch as a competitive grinder in a long time, but even I wouldn't, if I wanted to rank up, if I had competitive goals, even I wouldn't be shooting for GM. So really awesome to have that goal. I want to give you plenty of credit, Dr. Crumple. Dr. Crumple tells me, I used to no-life the game in Overwatch 1 and was around 4,100. It's actually 2 points off of my personal peak, 4,098. Big number. Then peaked to GM3 in Season 4 and 5 of Overwatch 2. Okay, gotcha. I already can hear some of the comments in my head that I hear players making. They're comments that I've made before, and I'm going to reserve those for now. Well, I'm not going to share them because I think that they're bad comments to make. And so if I see anyone in the chat making the comment that we're all thinking, or that we've used before, I'll just ignore. Afterwards, they quit for a while and came back for the last few seasons where they've sat in Diamond. We've gone through a couple of rank resets, so this makes perfect sense. Notes from me play on bad Lucio maps like this, which is fun. I find myself pretty lost in fights. In pre-fight, I tend to not have a sense of direction or where to push value and make plays. Sometimes after a whole fight, I feel like I should have, like I added nothing to my team. Ignore the Ajax on second point. That was a bad beat, even if I didn't want to die, even if I didn't die, but it goes to show how lost I'm feeling in these fights. I feel like I played super bad this game, but got carried, so we won. The bad beat was my only major mistake I noticed, but I can realize that's a mistake. But all the little mistakes need to be cut for me to get out of my 49% win rate. Having a 49... Oh my goodness, JJ, let's go! What is up, dude? Oh, and you followed too. I hope that the animation played. I tried to get that set up, and I probably did something wrong. So next time, or at some point, just unfollow me, and then follow me again, so that we get the animation plays. Yeah, the Cleo. Thank you so much for the follow. You're gonna have to rescind that here momentarily, I fear, so that next stream we're up, you can actually see it play out. Since we got a couple of people here, I'll go ahead and just do it. I'll simulate it. You guys aren't gonna see the actual name of the person who followed. But But it's supposed to do that. The Cleor, JJ. Oh, thanks for the follow. Thanks for swinging by as well. We're taking a look at some Diamond Lucio gameplay, and yeah, let's get into it. So, okay, 49% win rate in Diamond 4 OTPing Lucio in a state of Overwatch where honestly we're playing a lot of maps and in a lot of environments that Lucio isn't like the absolute most peak kind of player in. So I appreciate that you already understand that the odds aren't entirely stacked against you, but they're not necessarily super favorable for you either. I'm glad as well that that we're in a position where we are able to identify and reconcile with our most obvious mistakes, but also, I think it's Plato who's like, oh, but the only thing that I know for certain is that I know almost nothing, right? Or that I know nothing. It has been forever. Yeah, it really has been. I miss you a lot, JJ. We meditate on the legacy that you left for our program pretty frequently. Lord the Philosopher, no, Plato did it first actually, and yeah, so he said that he knows that he knows nothing, and so for Dr. Crumple, for you to be in the spot where you're like, I know that I'm missing things, right? I think that that's a really important position to be in. You've opened up the mind, and so I'm going to make sure that mine is open as well. I don't mind waiting here. I also don't mind you being ready to be up with your cast, So like I actually really like the kind of the intentional, deliberate. I'm gonna hang out here for a moment, but you can actually very quickly get a move on. So you do. Be careful that you're playing those straightaways. And as it appears, moving around with your Cassidy might have been something that ends up leading to you dying, but there's possibly even a little bit of disruption. So I honestly don't hate the context of you kind of trying to limit test around here with your Cassidy. He's already over here, and it's generally safer where our teammates are, right? Or we can make the position where our teammates play a little bit safer. I'm not going to say that it's better than this angle, but it's better than this angle, especially if the Hanzo, Widow, Freya, whatever is pretty reasonably competent, or even outside of competency, like if I'm Hanzo and I just like know that someone's gonna be by this angle, like I know how to land that shot. So I'm not going to say that to be over here with your cast is going to be better. But out even for a very brief moment in the open against the Hanzo in the straight line or in the straightaway. You just want to understand what kind of risks you're taking with that. And so it's funny to me to understand we'll be willing to take the risk out here with the Hanzo Widow snipers. But are we just as ready to take the risk out here with our cast? Because I think you actually get some really nice payoffs from off-angling. I am a big off-angler. If I'm playing Lucio on Havana, you know that I'm not doing and positioning even anywhere close to where I might be playing as a Zenyatta or a Baptiste, right? So especially like the support mindset here, I'm looking to just defy any conventions that I might be inclined to play by. Because on a Lucio on Havana, you got to do things differently. Oh my... Oh my god, T-Champ, dude. Oh my lord, what is up? I already did my yap at Lotus yesterday. I love you guys so much. Congratulations on a spectacular season for the team and the program as a whole. I mentioned this yesterday. I'll say it again. I know that we're coming up on the end of an era for you guys in your program. But the sun shines really brightly on the horizon for you guys in the coming days. And by days, I mean years. So really, really incredible stuff. We're so lucky to get to compete with you guys. And T-Champ, thanks so much for swinging by. I'm so grateful for you guys. Endlessly grateful. We're just watching some Lucio gameplay, having fun. You honestly are gonna want to mute me at one point. You guys got studying to do finals to prep for. Just you guys being here is all the world, and it really is. It really is that big. I like the movement here that you do. You're not going to be able to help your ROM. ROM Rom is in here. Your Rom takes so much damage. So, is it possible that, instead of shooting the Rhine, could you could you seek to get active? Could you understanding that your Rom wants to duel the Rhine here? Is there an opportunity for you to maybe move up and get a little bit of disruption on the squishy? Even if you're not thinking about like playing like team oriented, right, which is like the okay, my ROM wants to, so I will kind of thing, is you can also just think about like what is valuable for you to be doing as Lucio right there. If you have a boop cooldown, are there people that you should be booping? And if the Rhine is less vulnerable to the boop, then should you be booping someone that isn't the Rhine, right? Is there really someone to heal? And especially considering that with the hindsight of with hindsight in the replay viewer, we see that there's no healing to be done onto your anti-nated ROM, but there's also nobody to speed, right? So I think that you're playing a little bit individualistic here, a little bit team oriented, and I really wouldn't mind to see you pick one or the other, right? But because I think that picking one or the other, right? If you're playing like, okay, my ROM wants to, so I will, right? That is, my ROM wants to like do anything, so I will do something, right? Any arbitrarily selected action that helps to support or enable his decision. You can, that might motivate you. That might entice you to move over here and get a little disruption onto the targets that, actually, the Rhine is killable here, right? So a little disruption actually does go a long way. But then even if you're not thinking about kind of helping your ROM and supporting what his position here is, then you could be looking to be like, okay, my team is fighting in here. There may not be necessarily too much for me to do for them, so I'm just going to go for a little disruption. I don't necessarily think that you need to be taking any egregious risks, although, like, you definitely don't want to, like, int and die here at this stage of the fight, right? But, like, you might as well have. Oh my gosh, Lotus, thanks for stopping by. Hey, what's up? I'm super thankful to you guys for letting me promote in there. Obviously, I don't want to be a rat. Or anything. And so not only you guys give me the little bit of a platform, but then you guys give me the engagement. Very, very cool. You guys are some of my favorite people. It's like I'm not ever going to complain about missed shots. But you do want to make your shots easy. You want to be ready to engage these targets. You had already marked the tracer. You're down your ROM. You know that they're going to be there. You don't need to be on the cart right now either. I would say probably be going right. Be looking to set up an angle. It's just like Zen on a Baptiste positioning, right? This is the kind of thing that, hello, Bingerham. Lord the Goat for the win. No, it's my BU goats, actually. I just, this is like Zen on a kind of like poke behavior. I just have you, your ROM is in. I like that you're on an off angle. It looks like you're ready to get moving forward. I just like to see you in positions a little bit earlier to be more aggressive, right? So I don't think that you need to be on the cart for as long as you are. You're Lucio on Havana. You're willing to recognize this yourself, that you have to play a little bit differently here. So, so taking a little bit of agency here on the map, taking a little bit of map control, make the Reinhardt have to decide if he's going to try to pin you or swing at the ROM or just back out entirely while they're getting resets. This ends up being a really powerful position because if you get DPS resets who come in and respawn, you can just run up here and disrupt them on the high ground. You don't even have to mess around with anything up there, and this usually, for the most part, at least according to this context, that's mostly going to be a 1v1, which you probably win pretty reliably. So I don't mind you in. I don't mind you in a little bit, in smartly, but in more. Hey, Patient, thanks for swinging by. Thanks for giving a watch. I appreciate you guys. I'm so thankful for you guys. I did not cry in the shower today at how cool my friends were. So I think we're making strides. Nice. Oh, I love that. I love that. I want to watch it back. You're out in the open, like, way too much for my preference, but, like, I can't complain if you're getting picks with it, right? And look, like, I made this comment on stream yesterday, I think the day before possibly as well, where coaches, especially us young coaches, well, I'm not young, but we like to go, oh, well, in a higher rated lobby, you lose those. But, like, yeah, I guess. But if you're playing in a diamond lobby, you kind of got to play like a diamond some games, right? Some games, when you really need to rank up, you have to play a little above the rest of your team, a little above your skill sets. But, young... okay. The different name colors and then the stream overlay. I don't know how to help you, Godspeed. You freak. Um, if you have to play like a diamond player, you have to play like a diamond player sometimes. And if they let you play like a diamond player, right? And I'm not saying that moving around in the middle of the open is diamond player. I've seen so many professional players like ambiently like listing around their corners instead of getting to the next good spot. It's funny, but if they let you move around like a diamond player, like absolutely you can move around. So I don't like how in the open you are for this, but look, I can't complain. I won't complain. You got the pick. Some really nice wall riding there. I like the surfaces that you found off of. I just think that next time you want to take this, find a new way to take it. That way you can add a little bit of depth to your profile as far as the map knowledge and traversal knowledge when it comes to Lucio, and how to use how he can use that map to his advantage, because that's what you're looking to do. You're looking to establish advantages with Lucio by using the map. His mobility is such an important part of his kit. Speed boost. Yeah, 100%. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think you're threatened. I don't think you're pressured. I don't think you should be scared. I go in. You know, like you don't need to be out here. It's funny how you're actually safer from the Ana right here than you are right there, right? But this is the position that we fall back to because it's safe, it's conventional, it's where we want to fall back to because there is a relationship between where the cart starts for these fights and where it will end when we want these fights to end favorably for us, or when these fights end. So there is a relationship there, but your relationship to it is not the same as in any other lobby, because this is Lucio on Havana, not Zen, not Bap, not Ana, and there's not necessarily a fight to win, but there's not necessarily a fight to not set up for. So I want you setting up. I would have you in if you want to get creative and silly, goofy, kooky, and Mimi. You could definitely be up here, but I generally liked where you were. I think that you, by backing up, occlude yourself from scouting information, and also the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, pressure, and force them to make a decision. Think about if I'm playing Ana and I've respawned on Havana, right? I'm going to walk out this way, right? That's my plan. I walk out this way almost every single time as Ana, or maybe sometimes I go inside, right? Imagine if there's a frog saying, hello, hello. And let's say that he's rolled me up until this point. Let's say that this is the second round as opposed to the first, right? Maybe as Ana, I'm forced to do something a little bit different, right? Maybe I'm like, oh god, the frog is here, and I look around and my Curie is nowhere to be found, right? So I say, I do not want to tangle with that frog. I'm going to change my pathing, right? And now my Reinhardt, with whom I played for like the last 8 years, right? Who knows that I walk out of this path every way. I'm being overly dramatic, but I hope that you get the idea. That you being in, you can change the way that they set up for this game, or for this fight, by being set up for this fight yourself. You're set up to take fights on your terms and to engage in these different fight phases with the tools and positions and timings that you want. So abuse that, as opposed to being... what we end up here is you fall back, lose your opportunity to do early pressure on the Tracer, so that she's forced to blink, recall, use cooldowns, make decisions earlier on. Because she doesn't have to make decisions earlier on, she can continue navigating to where she wants to be and on the timing that she wants to be. This is timing and map control, my two big principles, guys. It's actually not just mine. It's like just all Overwatch boils down to this. And then you get confronted. I like the idea of playing your corner. She's on high ground, you're on low ground. This traversal is not only difficult for Lucio, but it's also just like, it's actually kind of an exercise in futility if you are engaged in a duel generally on any character. I'm really appreciative of anyone who wants to walk up these stairs. There's a reason that when the cart is running these corners as a DPS, as Zen, I'm actually not even out there in the fight. I'm just watching these two angles, right? So I really like this as Tracer, that you take this as Lucio, but as a former Lucio OTP myself, I'm telling you that even though I take this fight 11 times out of 10 myself, I have to tell you to not listen to what I would advise you to do if I were playing, right? Which is go get that Tracer. Instead, you can play back, play your corner, and instead look to set up differently, or take a different engagement, since you weren't able to meet her on her terms. If you win this duel, I'm still going to be really, really happy. But you get your amp forced out of you. You're dragged into this engagement when really there's a whole fight that you want to be a part of. So I actually understand it. I understand the lostness that you describe in your post, actually. I understand where some of this lostness is, I imagine, going to be connected to whether or not, or how many decisions or compromises or changes or adaptations or whatever you are forcing out of your adversaries with your playstyle. I don't want you inting and dying first in these fights, but you haven't inted and died first. So I'm going to tell you that until you're inting and dying first every fight, you can probably dial it up a little bit with the aggression, with the forwardness, find a good setup spot, find a spot to do damage early on so that she has to use a blink, and that way you can go back, and you don't have to go back all the way out here, right? You started out here, you can just fall back to the cart. Imagine the boon that you get from landing one shot as Lucio against a Tracer here, and then you just move backwards, she blinks after you, you land another bullet. Well, now she has to either change her entire plan, blink back to a health pack, use her recall, whatever, right? So you end up being able to create a ton of options for yourself just for this one duel, just for this one engagement. And it's all predicated on a more complete scouting a more complete scouting matrix and a readiness to engage in a position that's a little less conventional, but a position that that's convention can be defied because you are using your timing and map control intentionally. I wouldn't mind going up to the high ground here. I think that would, yep, that would force her to kind of be on your terms. This Tracer has you marked, and so she's who... So you want to be really, really careful about your threats here. Just reached Plat 3. Thanks for the coaching. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you and Digital both actually have you guys have not had fun, Ripier. If Tracer has you marked, you definitely want to make sure you know where she is. So I think that you do hear her, but it doesn't look to me through the replay viewer like you're ready for it, right? So if you're marking the Tracer, because you're marked by her, be ready for her to engage, and you'll be ready for her to engage if you're abiding by those by that timing map control. You know, where do I need to be when I need to be there, right? I actually really like this movement, this escape. I think you limit test a little bit how low you're willing to go before you get out, and so I'm not going to complain about that at all. I love the limit testing. I'm not an aim coach. I'm not qualified to talk about aim. I am qualified to talk about decision-making, game sense, and fundamental principles, right? What I want to advise you is that mechanics is a lot of different things all bundled into one practice. It is, for me, for me, mechanics is not only aim, but also movement. So here, as I'm watching, it's not necessarily like it is your job here to make your shots easy. You actually just need to live long enough for you to figure out how you're going to set up for the next phase of the fight. However, understand that whatever shots you are unsatisfied with not landing, there are movement changes, adaptations, techniques that you can apply to make those shots a little easier to land, right? There's a reason that you see the best Soldier 76 players find the microseconds that they are allowed to stand completely still to land their shots. So Hadi, when he was VOD reviewing me and my team a little while ago, he told us even a gold player lands those shots. Make shots so easy for yourself that even a gold player could land them. And that's not necessarily something that you have to do here. I would rather you live and you do exactly that. Perfect, beautiful, amazing that you live for as long as you do. You definitely want to. I do want to mention something very briefly afterwards. And so you just need to live, but it is worth mentioning that mechanics is two components, or at least two big components, and that includes movement as well. So move in ways that make it easy for you. I did want to mention, it is amazing that you managed to live as long as you do here. However, dying is valuable. So understand that, in this lobby, you're going to absolutely be able to get away with kind of living in a position that maybe you shouldn't be able to justify living in. In a higher rated lobby, Tracer walks on you there. Well, sure, I guess. But really, it's actually just important to understand, not necessarily when you are unsafe, but when you should just be resetting with your team. I'm a big fan of dying. I'm a big fan of dying after lost fights. I like that boop. I like the crit taps. Map traversal is very good. You can get creative, you can get wide, you can get creative. You could even hunt for the Tracer a little bit if you wanted, but I understand why you're not. Marking her is still going to be pretty good. I like you operating here with a complete scouting profile. So making sure that you know where everyone is. And this is good. I actually really, really like this. You're demonstrating a really important principle for me and my team. We are big practicers of the look around, do 360s. 360 spins every once in a while. All you got to do is just look around and make sure that you know what your environment looks like. Let's see. Our other principle is for ultimates. If you have it, use it. And so I actually really like I really like the Kitsune Rush, and so I understand why you don't beat here. I don't think there's any indication that you should beat up until you hear the nano. Once I hear the nano, I'm kind of thinking, ooh, I kind of would think I'd like to beat. And then especially once my ROM is walking critical in front of me. You've used an ult here. In fact, you've used 2 at this point. We're forcing ults out of them. Ulting is not a bad thing. Using all 5 of our ults without anyone saying a word is a bad thing. But using our ultimates or to perpetuate a fight is really important. So you mentioned not to worry about the late beat, and you're right. I'm not worried about in the slightest. But I do want to equip you with that principle, which is if you have it, use it. And there are definitely a lot of fights that you don't want to use all 5 of your ultimates without saying a word, but there are also fights where you will have to use all 5 of your ultimates without saying a word. So try not to make the scenarios that we play in Overwatch, guys. We want to try and make those not be what we want them to see, or what we want to see them as, right? We want to read fights as they are, as they happen. We want to be able to understand that the ebb and flow is ebb and flow. And that helps us understand that we can convict, we can compromise. Ooh, be careful about the damage. I like the movement there. You know, you're in a tough spot, so I really like this. I wouldn't mind pushing out the Tracer a little bit more. Because I like the damage. I like the damage. I like the damage in the ultimate generation. You're on speed song, might be able to be on heal song. Yep, and you swap. Okay, marking the Tracer. But, like, you're not in the position to mark the Tracer, right? So these instances where I've been like, yeah, you can probably just, you can probably go chase after that Tracer, right? The instances where I'm like, yeah, you might be able to chase the Tracer, right, is where you have walls, you have covers, you have corners, you have a way to use the map against her, right? And here, it's not even outside of the fact that you don't have walls, covers, and corners to, like, force her into and for yourself to utilize. You can ride on a wall here, sure, absolutely. But, like, you're also not anchored here, right? On a wall, how does your crosshair discipline look, right? On a wall or in the air, right? This is what I think is kind of hard about Freya and some of these other aerial characters is you feet not flat on the ground, so you don't have a reference for that head height, right? So you're having to make adjustments and compensations, and so it's not only just the fact that, like, you aren't in the position that I can easily mark and duel and hit Tracer from, but you're also moving in ways that makes it difficult. This means to me that it's not necessarily your job to mark the Tracer. Instead, you can be looking to move your team in, and as soon as you move in, right, and the Tracer follows you into a spot where now there are walls, covers, corners for you to monopolize against her, I think that that's where you can turn and mark her. If you're going to turn and mark her here, then just go after her. Force a duel in this room, or around this corner, or chase her all the way out here, or just, you know, bounce around up here until you get here, and then move in on her here, right? You've got tons of options for engagement. I just want to make sure that when you take your Tracer matchups, you're taking them in ways that go against the way that Tracer wants you taking them. And also in ways that that benefits the Tracer, right? The Tracer does not have a problem with the Lucio, you know, kind of wall riding ambiently in the background there, right? She got killed by Justin. She got killed by your team as 5 looking at her, right? Oh, hello, JCV Stealth. Grab goes out, you get sucked in, no big deal. Nice Suzu. Oh, nice shots as well. Very nice. Okay. Yeah. I really like this. Okay. So there's something specific that I really like about this. I like the inness, right? This is virtually what I've been telling you. You absorb a lot of pressure here. Okay. Overwatch is a cumulative game. We've heard that we've heard that from me a couple of times at this point now. And we've also very briefly covered a principle. We haven't actually gotten to watch a lot of tank gameplay. I hope that at one point we do. But we at one point did get to watch a little bit of gameplay where we got to assert that it is very easy to take damage and disintegrate and die when you put yourself in positions where it is very easy for them to, all 5 of them, damage you and disintegrate you and kill you, right? So I really like the damage you're doing, right? And previously, up until this point, I'm thinking the peasants. No. So actually, hold on, JCV Stealth. I gotta finish this thought. So like you're in this, right? Up until this point, I've been like in. Go set up the map. Go set up your angle. Go force a decision. Go, get some damage. Build your ult, right? And here you're doing that, right? But what's the difference between this position where you're in, right? And like, and like this position, right? Where I was asking you to be in, right? Or this position where I was asking you to be in, right? This is their hard choke. This is where all 5 of them are going to walk out at you. All 5 of them are going to be able to look at you. If you're here, you are susceptible to the most amount of pressure compared to if you were like right here, right? Where you still have access to some of the same damage, some of the same scouting info, but also some of the same space that you would like to have for some of these matchups, right? So I really like what you're doing here. I would have you do it a little bit differently because I think that the way you're doing it is a way that helps you to absorb a little more pressure. And I don't want you to get negatively reinforced out of doing the right things. So you're doing the right thing here. You're doing it just in a way that I would change, or at least that you'll understand you want to change as you reach higher and higher competitive lobbies. And yeah. And Overwatch is cumulative, right? So see how much happens, how many compromises we have to make, how much gets forced from us, just because we're over there taking damage as opposed to being over here, starting over here, doing our damage, and then getting out, right? Or finding our next angle, finding our next set spot. Yeah, your Macha's gonna die there. Do you stay in with him? I don't necessarily know that you stay in with him, but he's also up here because you were up here. And so you might not necessarily abandon him. I'm always going to advise against us being the KDA players. I want to be really, really careful about, I really want to be careful about doing the KDA playing. Where it's like, oh, not a death on my stat list. I'm more than happy to let my team die here. As long as I'm not dying. Because, like, if your team dies, odds are is that you guys aren't going to end up winning that fight. And if you guys aren't going to end up winning that fight, then you might as well just die. Now, I don't want you dying in fights that are so winnable. Well, I think that this one is winnable. Oh, this one is still winnable. You get a pick on the ROM. Now we just need to play our lives. So anyways, it's just important to mention that it's good to not hyper focus on playing KDA. You abandon your Lucio there? Yeah, 100%. I don't think the ROM should have been looking to bail out our hero Dr. Crumple, mainly because I think that Dr. Crumple in a better scenario is doing more heroic things on a slightly more heroic angle. I abandoned my ROM there. I abandoned my game there. Okay, all right, yeah, I'm about to abandon you guys. Yeah, JCV Stealth, we were trying to figure out if you guys were... Okay, so we've had all these bots coming in, and they're like, banish the tumbleweed. And I was... in my bit lately I was like, I kind of like the tumbleweeds. Like, they're my favorite part of the chat. So, I kind of thought it was funny that you guys got called tumbleweeds by the bots. And so, I had originally imagined that it was going to be ducklings, right? Because, like, I mean, kind of like the team, right? Oh, scrim time, my duckling. But I kind of like. I'm starting to get married to tumbleweeds. I think that you founders badge people, and my early mods and my early viewers, the BU kids. I think you guys get the chance to be like, we don't want to be tumbleweeds. Please don't make us tumbleweeds. Don't let me be a duckling. Oh god, I hate geese. I have to turn this one. Oh my. This one even on my playlist? Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, it is, okay. Alright. I don't mind that engage on the Sojourn. And then the disengage into playing your life. Nice boop, nice disruption. That is absolutely excellent. I wish that had an easier way to really demonstrate. You know, I can tell you guys, okay, you want to play better setup spots. You want to be thinking, 7 seconds ahead. Where do I want to be 7 seconds from now? Where do I want to be in the next phase of the fight? What is the next phase of the fight? And there are all these abstract, ambiguous questions that have any one of perhaps up to maybe several dozen thousand answers, right? You're probably actually reaching several dozen, hundreds of thousands at one point, right? Is that even a thing? No, you're probably just reaching 100. Yeah, no, dozens of hundreds of thousands. Is that a thing? Tumbleweed is good? Yeah, duckling is basic. My math heads can always correct me. When I get my... but you demonstrate it here, Dr. Crumple. You show a readiness to be in the next spot, right? So I like that you're ready to dip into cover there. Like the amp speed to get over here. The traversal across the map, the disruption. This is where you have to be next, right? This is where you had to be 7 seconds ago, 7 seconds from them. So I really, really like that. That's a really nice demonstration. I hope that I'm making sense about these ambiguous concepts. And I'm thankful to you, Dr. Crumple, for making sense out of these ambiguous concepts with your gameplay here. Nice. Good disruption. The movement is so funny. I like that. I like that a lot. Look, I don't care about the beat. If you have it, use it. If you need to use it, go for it. And if you get killed while using it, like, at least you used it. Imagine if you sit... No. Unironically, right? I know that we want to be like, oh, don't worry about the beat on second point, right? But, like, I'm actually going to worry about the beat on second point, right? Because imagine if our frog sits in this corner like a dumbass and takes ROM punches and doesn't go for sound barrier there, right? I'm flaming that frog, actually. I'm flaming the frog that doesn't go for the beat there. But I can't flame the frog that dies during the beat cast. Because, like, what else are you going to do? Like, beat casting is the right choice. And it was only late because it was hesitant? Yeah. Yep. I think that there's a, we've barely investigated this relationship. It is, where is the objective when the fight starts, and where is the objective when the fight ends favorably for us? We still aren't going to get to investigate that, unfortunately. But because that relationship exists, and because I identify that there is a prominent relationship between the cart here and where we want the cart to end at the favorable conclusion of this fight, I have you going for the beat there pretty much as soon as you think you need. I have you going for beat, in fact, even a little bit before you think you need, possibly. Because this is a fight you absolutely want to win. And if it's a fight that you absolutely want to win, then you absolutely want to sink absolutely as many resources as you need to win that fight, right? And you don't want to just win the fight. You want to absolutely win. So I love that sound barrier. A little bit earlier, because you need to have a better read on that fight. A better read on that fight is predicated off of a better or more complete scouting profile, and you get more scouting info to add to your matrix by being in confidently aggressive positions, right? Where you can be confident in your aggression, but also be confident that you're not going to die because of your aggression, right? So I think that if Overwatch is a cumulative game, it is. Fight me if you want. Then make the cumulative decisions to be in the right setup spot, get the right scouting info, so that you can make the right decision at the right times in the right stages of the fight. Good stuff. Good stuff. Mark the Tracer. This is an excellent position to do so. You don't need to chase because you are moving from a good position to do so to a less good position to do so, and you need to be with your team anyways. I don't mean to state the obvious, but you don't need to chase the Tracer there. But there is a world where you absolutely can. Go capped anyways. Let's just say the beat landed. Yeah, I think so. It just started hailing so hard. No, actually, yeah. You can't hear stream, or you can hear stream. If you can hear stream over the hail, that's amazing, because I actually have like the I don't even know what this is, but it's a piece that everyone knows. Anyways, okay. I like you being up here. I like you being in Okay. Okay. Here's the thing about this. Like, you're in, they're gonna mark you, you're the only one, this is tank principle right here, where it's like, the only one that they can shoot is you, so they will, right? So you'll get disintegrated. I'm glad there is a universe, quips I've made a, okay, they're gonna die again. So, I like you being up here, I like you getting up here, but once you get up here, I really don't mind you putting your head down for a couple of seconds and letting them drop the mark on you. I think that there's a big advantage to letting them forget that you exist on an angle. And so you do like a little bit of like testing, peeking once you get up here, which I guess is fine because you don't take too much damage getting up there. And then you do keep your head down for a little bit. So love seeing that. And there's not really much to do cleaner, but there is plenty to be considerate of. Excellent. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice when our setup positions put us in the position, put us in the right spot at the right time, right? So that now you have timing and map control to knock to get the soldier on the height with. She thought they cleared you. She jumps up here, right? I mean, this happened on a timeline, right? You can say one thing happened the other, right? So this happens on a timing, and because you were up here and you held your head down for a little bit, or for long enough, right? Then you managed to establish an inopportune timing for you to come up and disrupt her out of the portion of the map shit that she wants to control, because as it turns out, you have controlled this section of the map this whole time. Again, these abstract principles that I don't have immediate ready demonstrations for being demonstrated by you. I love it. Thank you, Dr. Crumple. You're a lot less lost. You are not lost there. So, like, don't send me a blurb with your code that says, yeah, I was lost this game. Because, like, no, you're not. You know where you know exactly where you are. You know exactly what you want to be doing. You know the timing and the map control that you want to be abiding by. And now you've put yourself back on the objective, which is like not where I want you being, right? Oscillated from doing the absolute right thing to not doing the absolute wrong thing, but doing a thing that doesn't help you continue doing the right thing. So I really wanted you to stay in here so that you don't take the discord, you don't take the slow. See how easy it is to dispatch you, because they had already marked you on this angle, right? And so when you reveal yourself, when you re-reveal yourself, right, by ending up here on the cart, right, and then going back here, right, you give, in the time that it takes for you to go out here and then back in there, you give them the time that they need to figure out what the plan is to get rid of you in there, right? So someone created there's a universe emote. I think, that one might end up being my job. And so I like you staying in there, because I think that if you stay in there, you're also a little more ready to fight. And if you're staying in there and they push you, you're also a lot more ready to leave too, I believe. So you would be able to you'd be able to just leave because they had pushed you in here, as opposed to you getting in here and then them pushing you, right? By the time you're in and they push you, you're in a corner. But you could start in a corner before they push you and get out. You know what you're doing. Dr. Crumple. Don't let a bad streak of games, or don't let a placement that that defies your expectations kind of make you think that you don't know how you want to take these fights. If you played Overwatch 1 into Overwatch 2, if you're picking up the game and like you're willing to just like think for 50% of your games, right? Then like I think that you will actually end up knowing what you want to do and how generally you want it done. You're still gonna have to play around your teammates. You're still gonna have to abide by those 3 rule sets, right? The character, the comp, and the matchup. But ultimately, I think that the instances where you are going to feel lost are the instances where you are feeling like you're beholden to your team. Don't get me wrong, you're Lucio. You have to be doing things for your team. But that doesn't just mean existing in the middle of them and healing them, right? And that doesn't just mean existing in a spot that at one point the 5 of them are speeded around, right? Sometimes doing something for your team as Lucio is actually just speed amping one target to close the distance between them and your tank. Brings their threat closer to closer to your champion, who can then dispatch that threat, right? It could be heal amping one target so that they can get an ult on an off angle. It could be pressuring out the Sojourn here, right? More pressure equals less damage, right? So if you actually kill the Sojourn here, that's how you end the ruthless barrage of damage onto your Ramatra, right? He should be ulting here anyways, like a lot earlier before he goes that low, right? But it's possible that he doesn't have to go that low in the first place if you are on top of the Sojourn, right? If you were, well, I was going to talk about possibly fighting the Tracer with the map control that you had inside this little sniper nest, but it's not really. That's really weak, and I think that my point is already pretty clear. Yeah. There's stuff that like Lucio as an individual might want to be doing there. And you just end up being caught in a spot where you're like, I just feel like I need to exist on my team, right? But like, you can get active. You can get active. In fact, sitting in the middle of your team and healing them is almost reliably, or is almost the reliable way to lose those fights, right? I would have you getting active. I'd have you getting active, getting in, forcing cooldowns, making forcing them to make mistakes, etc., etc. Digital, hello there, Ethan, the Lord. Yeah, what's up, Digital? You can just call me Ethan, dude. I appreciate you dropping by. We're probably gonna take a look at your code after this one. We still have another round here, and I yap, so we got a little while, but I've got you on the list, Digital. One of the codes that you sent me, I think, yesterday. Like marking the Tracer. I like the setup position. See, why? I don't generally like asking questions with why, because why implies blame. If I ask you, why didn't you clean your room? Why did you stab this person? Why did you evade your taxes, right? Like, oh my god, I didn't mean to evade my taxes, and I did not mean to stab my debate opponent, might be. But I'm going to start my question with why here. Why forfeit a really good starting position that, you can get some scouting info, some security, some safety, and some really good angles on, and also that gives you a really nice spot to beat from, right? For a really weak position in the middle of the open, on top of the objective, away from walls, covers, and corners that you not only can use for cover and finagling of angles against your opponents, map abuse, control, exploitation, whatever you want to call it, against your opponents, but also where you can. What else were you going to do with the corners? Oh, traverse. You can traverse the map with those. Okay. Let me see. I wonder who you get with the beat if you beat from up here. I also think that this beat ends up being a little early. Just stopping by for a second to make lunch and be back. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. Digital, thanks for like stopping by for even a second. I appreciate everyone who even gives me like 30 seconds of the floor. And here in 30 seconds we got an ad anyway. So now is the time to be going and making lunch. Thanks for stopping by, man. I wonder who you get with the beat if you do beat from that high ground there. It doesn't really matter. I think it's a little too early for my taste. I wonder if it's forced out of you because he dives you while you're on the cart. You realize the Ana. Go for the beat. Nice taps on the Ana. I like that boop as well. Really, really good. Good. Little traversal things. Little teeny tiny traversal things. I really like those. After the boop, you can not seek to go inside because that's the Tracer, but you definitely want to move from out here in the open. You want to be elsewhere, right? They're moving out. Good. Now, you don't need to take steps forward, right? You can land shots from out here, and not only that, this gives you some really nice ramp up there, or even an angle into in here, right? So you don't need to move forward to land your bullets. I would love to see you landing bullets without closing distance onto a target that ultimately a nano Winston wants you moving on, right? So very, very little things, but, these little things, they're going to be cumulative in your Overwatch games, particularly the hardest ones. See how because Overwatch is a cumulative game, and we end up out here, and we're moving forward to land our abilities, we end up drawn back out into the Winston, back out into the open, instead of our good setup spots. Imagine if you are willing to not move forward to the Ana, shoot her here, use this wall, jump up here, kill the Tracer, and then from here, you have not only a high ground position, some good angles, some walls to traverse, but you also have a complete scouting matrix, right? I mean, if you don't think the matrix is complete, then sure, but you have access to every possible piece of scouting knowledge you would need to win this fight. So, I like establishing advantages. If that's with my position, with my target focus, with my cooldown, whatever. I want to establish advantages. And it's not just starting advantages early in these fights, or starting advantages... Or establishing advantages, starting a setup with an advantage. It is, as the fight goes on, from phase to phase, as cooldowns get traded, and ults go back and forth, we want to, we want to be looking to establish advantage. Guys, I actually need to double check, hold on. I don't know why it would have changed, but I actually do need to see if the ads are in polar force. They're not supposed to be. Oh, no, okay. All right. Yeah, we're all good, guys. I appreciate you sticking through them. And don't worry, anything that you guys ever miss from an ad coming up is going to be recovered in the next VOD. I tend to recycle the exact same bits over and over and over again, and I just apply it to different situations each time. It's kind of funny how much you can get away with as a coach. Anyways, crypto betting, alcohol, cards, credit cards. Yeah. Those are all the things that I want you guys buying. I'm kidding. Don't. Oh God. It's already cancelable hours, guys. This is so bad. I've endorsed. It's official. I've endorsed crypto. This is terrible for me. Got 2 Doom ads. Oh, that's pathetic. I don't mean to detract from the VOD review, but like, I just can't. It sucks. I'm mad. I'm mad that I can't buy Doom because Marty is still at that company. Marty Stratton needs to get axed from id Software's management team. I mean, look, if you aren't going to axe Marty Stratton from the team, at least like put him in, put him at the receptionist desk. Retire him. Have his portrait hung up in the main office and tell him to just work from home, right? But holy smokes, until Marty Stratton gets the boot from id Software, I'm mad that I can't buy Doom games. It's absolutely dreadful, the mistreatment of Mick Gordon and artists and composers all over the world in all industries by people who have the money to exploit them. Fuck Marty Stratton. Marty, I hope you see this one day. Cheese coin receipts. I don't mind where you are. I just want you to consider how much or how little you can do from this position, right? So is there more that can be done right here? Is there something that can be done from up here? Is there poke or spam or healing that, you want to do anywhere else? It's not necessarily that I force you to play anywhere else here. I just consider that there may be a profoundly little amount of things to do from this angle, as we kind of see by the fact that you're trying to test the waters, you're trying to look for things to do, but honestly, I wonder if the things to do for you, like, just reveal themselves by playing this angle, right? It's really easy for me to sit here and be like, play a different angle from the rest of your team. I am a big fan of not playing the same angle as any other one of my teammates, because, like, I know that if my teammate is looking down the same direction as I am, right? Let's say I'm playing DPS and I'm playing with a support. If both of us are looking the same direction, you know where my support isn't looking for when I take damage? Right? If I'm playing in the same position as one of my teammates, how am I going to know where to anchor to when I come under threat? Right, so I would really love to see what options reveal themselves to you from the other side of the map. I'm not going to say that you're not doing anything here, right? But, like, do you feel like you're doing something? And I know that the inflection of my voice, like, makes it sound, gives me the snarkiness, and I'm the one sitting here in the easy chair, right? Watching you play hard, right? And being like, do you think you're doing anything? Right, but like, there's more to do. There's more to do. And even though it's kind of risky to play by yourself, right? You're not really by yourself. You're just across the pond, right? And also, if you're in line of sight of your team, that is, if you can see them, if they can see you, right? If you come under fire as a Lucio in my game because you're inting, guess what I'm doing as Sojourn or a tank? I'm moving forward. I'm like, oh my god, not my Lucio! So sometimes by playing in riskier, maybe not even riskier, right? Because again, I want you to play aggressively, safely, and confidently. But sometimes playing aggressively and confidently kind of forces us to look at you playing out there and being like, oh, I should be up there too. Oh, I should be on an off angle. Oh goodness, my frog is there. Well, if he takes damage, I'm gonna put a harmony orb on him. Now, not only am I benefiting from you being on this angle in a position where I don't have to look away from what I'm doing to heal you. But I also, get benefits if I'm a DPS shooting your targets. I'm getting ult charge. If I'm a tank who's blocking damage for you, I'm creating operable space, right? And by doing so, hopefully, it's space that you can operate in, where you can kind of pay it forward to me by applying pressure, so that less damage is dealt onto me. And then you've got and then if you're a support, you're getting healing from that angle. They're getting ult charge. So. I'm not going to say that the loss of this of your tank here is predicated off of a poor setup, but like look at how the fight goes here. Look at their formation change and our formation change, and think to ourselves: is there any one angle against this formation that I push as Lucio that keeps this formation inhibited so that they aren't able to play as well as they want here? Could you be on the Tracer? Might you be healing the Soldier? No, carry TP's up there. You go for the Disrupt on the Zarya, but like that's not a disruption on the Bionade that the Ana wanted to cast. That's not a clear on the Tracer, who's going to be shooting you and distracting your tank. Oh my god, look at your tank actually moving around to mark and read the Tracer. I think I'd rather TGF like be looking at Nicholas and Venom and Lizzie, right? You can mark the Tracer as long as you're doing it from a reasonably safe and confident position. But there's also a Sojourn who ends up sliding up there, right? So that's a 2v2 on the high ground. They haven't even quite realized it yet. Your Tracer's going to come under fire. I'm sorry, your Kiri's going to come under fire. Tracer's looking to jump the high ground. And see how our formation starts crumpling? Everyone's back now. Everyone's back. The fight isn't even lost yet, and we are walking back towards spawn, right? Away from, by the way, the one thing that wins and loses games, right? Hold on. I'll have it fill up the screen, and I'll even take down the portraits, right? The payload, the objective, right? So we're taking the fight away from the objective as it moves around this corner, as they take fight phases with us, and as the fight phase goes on, right? I could go in and mark the, poke phase. Honestly, we're kind of like halfway in an engage phase. It's really awkward, not gonna lie. What are we in? Holy. Gonna do what under fire? Oh, God. Oh, no, it begins. Okay, so we're in engage phase. Okay. Should go for the disrupt. Hard to kill the Zarya. We can't kill her. Our Rom turned around. Zarya was actually killable, and our Rom turned around, which is really challenging. But do we think that a Rom possibly stays on the Zarya there? And do you think that the damage that we do on Lucio is so valuable there that we couldn't just switch the Rom and Lucio tokens here? We're still on the wall. We're still like on the exact same wall. It is a brand new fight phase, right? It is a brand new fight phase. The formations are completely and utterly changed from the very first formations of this fight, and we are on the exact same wall that we've been, right? So again, you're not lost, right? You know exactly what you're doing, and what you want to be doing. We just want to understand that what we want to be doing needs to change from fight to fight, phase to phase, right? And map to map, round to round, right? As we make adaptations, our enemies adapt to us, right? So I do this whole long, huge, drawn-out monologue about doing things differently, setting up for the fight, not yielding space for literally no discernible reason. I cannot observe a single reason for our formation to have crumpled this way, especially considering that to fight the formational crumples here, all we have to do is play our formation, right? All we have to do is meet the Sojourn on high ground and not worry about, you know, dancing around with the Tracer when there's a Zarya while I'm in my Ramatra form, right? Now, that's not your problem, right? But are you yielding space? And is there a space that you might have been able to play from the start? Is there an objective that needs to get stopped? Oh my god. Oh man. Teams moving away from objectives in fights that are not yet lost or are still winnable is... You guys won't often find me at a loss for words. So I love that we're connected. I love that we're fighting back this corner. If Overwatch is a little bit of an ebb and flow there, we end up taking a little too much damage to flow. We aren't in the formation that we need to be to flow back towards the cart, but I love that we at least give it an effort, because absolutely that's what we should be doing. And if our Ramatra is going to die on the cart, then I think the rest of us should be dying on the objective as well. We've got a lot of KDA players, but guess what has happening while we're playing KDA? Objective progress. I'm not saying that just because our ROM dies, we should all throw ourselves on the objective, right? But is walking back while they're chasing us, is that really setting ourselves up for a consecutive fight phase where we have advantages, enough advantages established, or few enough disadvantages imposed, right? I'm not going to say that you guys running was the wrong call, but you guys were running still within range of a Zarya beam, right? That's a risk. That's dangerous. So we just can't reach the end of those games and get mad that we lost when we had an opportunity to reset as a team while the cart was right here. Because if you reset as a team while the cart is right here, you guaranteed not only have a fight before the objective reaches this point, but you have a fight that you feel a lot more set up for than this one. Let's see how much time you actually get to set up this fight. And then let's see how this fight goes. Okay, so from when your Ramatra dies, I would say that this is when to end the fight. So we'll give us a couple of seconds to end the fight. Either get out or die. Get out or die, get out or die, get out or die. So, like, you have to turn around and run. You have to turn around and run off. And we'll start the timer now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11. Yeah. We'll say like the Kitsune Rush is the fight starter here, even though it really should be our formation that is the indication of a fight starter. You should really generally be looking to start fights in formations that you can start fights. Not necessarily that you want to wait to start fights until you're in the perfect formation to do so. It's not about being on the high ground and having the Widow headshot, you know, 1 pixel headshot angle secured, right? No. It's just about, am I ready to fight here, right? So I think the Kitsune helps us be a little more ready, which is why I'm using it as our fight starting indicator. And so that's 8 seconds that you guys had to set up for the next fight, that you guys actually just spend running and fighting and holding a corner that doesn't actually give you any map control and off of which you can't really play any reasonable effective timing, right? You're generating an ultimate, you get a nice boop on the Zarya, you get some damage. Does that stop the cart? Does that kill the Zen? Does that force them to use an ultimate that they'd rather not use before the objective gets capped, right? Does it even give you, does this give you, oh man, oh no, no. I'm not going to be mad. I'm not going to be Lord the Mad. I lied. Oh wait, I need to, hold on. I got to lock that. Lord the Mad. Does this position give you the setup spot to transition into the next fight phase where you have to be rolling onto the objective for touch, right? Is this actually the rollout that you want? Would you have preferred an easier rollout where you can just touch from this angle while not taking damage? Actually, the Zen is a little bit scary, right? But honestly, the damage that you take anyways is already pretty frightening. And you don't have to touch here as frantically if we just get, like, a little bit better stoppage on the cart here. And die when we should. Probably when we should. Or at least if we're not going to die, can we get a pick? If we're not going to die, can we not fall back to a position where we can literally do nothing except continue to fall back? And can we not die while looking to attain a position which helps us to establish a trade or an advantage or prevent a disadvantage from being imposed, right? really fundamental stuff, really basic level stuff, and there's a lot of ebbing and flowing, a lot of leeway, a lot of room that you have to justify whatever decisions we make. But I think that you end up with a much better fight there if we just have like some stronger decisions. It's not even about like making better decisions early on. Obviously, the performance metric that we want to use is better or worse decisions. But really, it's just down to making decisions early on that makes making the decisions that we need to make later on easier. And we want to make those decisions easier because those decisions are going to affect the options that we have even further down. Overwatch is a cumulative game. And Godspeed Killua said it best in his, while he was coaching, absolutely brilliant coach, was Overwatch, I even got a message today. What did I get? I think it was from Shane. Shane, thanks for reaching out, by the way. Okay, perfect. I've got codes. Yeah, so I got a message from Chain, and they said we won this one. Hold on. Actually, no, I might be mistaken. Who was it from? Oh, yeah. They said, we won this one, but I felt like I wasn't maximizing my impact, especially on defense on the second round. What could I have done to prevent us from getting rolled? Right, that question of, like, what could I do? What could I have done? Is a really genuinely interesting one to ask for, But really, what you have to do is consistent. It's not one decision. It's not one thing that you get to change or decide. You have to make consistently enabling decisions, consistently structuring decisions, and you're enabling and structuring these future fight phases because you're never playing for the immediate objective in Overwatch. You have a time bank of Overwatch's timing and map control. Then you're actually playing for the immediate objectives last, and you're looking to get you're looking to get those objectives on the basis of good setups, good timings, good map controls. A little bit of listing. It's an important Nana principle, and we actually haven't gotten to talk about it yet because I think that you do demonstrate this a little bit. Is it just me? But like I just want you moving to the next position. Go from point A to point B if you can, or if you don't need to like wander between point A, point B, point C, point D, and point E. Right? If there's a place for you to get to, be in that place. I love that you get that headshot on the Tracer. So, hey, Leo, look, if it comes down to timing, then there's also that quantum unluckiness that I love as a concept, which is like, wow, that Tracer was just in the right place at the right time for you. For her, it was quantum unluckiness. She was in the absolute wrong place at the wrong time. We will in ranked, in solo queue ranked, we will look at something like that and we're like, wow, really lucky. But here on stream every single time, and this has always been the trend for the years that I've done broadcasting, is we chalk that one up to skill. So very, very skillful shot on that Tracer. Very nice play, Dr. Crumple. Right place, right time. That is what Overwatch is about. So way to demonstrate that principle. Is it just me or, but I feel like there is less teamfight locations. Like on Hybrid, usually defending team was able to recontest quite a bit in Overwatch 1, but it's so rare now these days. I think there needs to be a discussion of the little differences between attack and defense. I think that you might have to clarify a little bit, JCV Stealth. But I think that you're right. And part of the reason that I asked for a clarification is because what you have asked is, like, genuinely a very challenging question, I think, for me to tackle. Or at least it's not a question that I'm prepared to tackle without, like, giving it some really serious thought. Because you have asked, if it's not a challenging question to tackle, it is an insanely important one. Maybe we'll have to get you on stream so that you can rant about it, because I don't have anything to say right now. I think until you put your feedback there. It wasn't actually, guys, until having JCV Stealth as a player that I started like really becoming a great coach. Holy smokes, it's amazing how just like being around talented players, being around people who are talented in the craft that you like tends to make you a better craftsman. Who would have thought? Nice damage. I don't mind the escape. I don't hate anything that I've seen so far, so I'm not commenting on any of it. It's possibly a little too inactive. You're possibly a little too far back. I think that I like what your Ram is doing here, and I wouldn't mind you being with him. So a little enabling. You've got your sound barrier as well. You've had your sound barrier, it seems. So you can definitely be in. You can definitely be flipping the map, looking to pressure the Zen, force more ultimates. Don't you want to be rolling around in a way that their Zarya is compelled to, like, grab you? Don't you want to be like Doppler effect, like you're an ambulance, like running past her, right? And she's like, oh my god, like it's a fly buzzing around your head. You know, the fifth time the fly buzzes across your field of view, you're like, oh my god, okay, all right, this guy's kind of annoying, right? But like the 18th time you see the fly, you're getting the swata. Right? And so I really like the idea of you being a fly on the monitor of this Zarya here. And if you're not going to be a fly, then go be a rat. And go flip maps, go play corners. See how you're making the right decisions, but you're just doing it at like slightly timings that are just a little bit too late for my liking. And it's predicated off of the fact that like you're just willing to back up all the way here to start the fight. But like, how many fights do you actually think you're winning in Overwatch that you start back and move up? I guess if you're on Poke Comp, which you're playing on this map, but like the whole point of us VOD reviewing this map was to examine the differences that you have to play on Lucio because you're playing Lucio on Havana and not Poke Comp, right? So it's kind of funny. It's paradoxical, maybe ironic, and maybe more ironic than paradoxical that I want you playing Lucio here, right? And so that's starting in being the rat, being the fly on the monitor. Go be obnoxious. You're not playing Zen. You're not playing BAP. You're not playing Ana. If you are a Lucio OTP, I hate to be this guy. I'm gonna do it. Prove it. Prove it. Prove that you're a Lucio OTP. I like next replay that we send, I need to see that you are a frog, right? Not a player, not a Lucio player, right? Not an extremely talented support player who absolutely has what it takes to reach not just your goal of GM3, but probably Champ 1 as well, right? I don't want to see any of that. I want to see a frog, right? So be the frog. Be the frog. Go in. There are 3 rule sets that we want to abide by when playing Overwatch. Those are the hero rule set, the composition rule set, and the matchup rule set. Who are we playing? What are we playing it with? And who are we playing it into? And how does all of that want to play, right? How does Lucio want to play? How does my team want to play? How does the red team want to play, right? And against all of these other factors. And so at least start for you, weigh what rules Lucio wants to play by here. Range frog, but like I want you doing frog things. Part of the reason that I'm so very passionate about you doing frog things here is because like this is Havana second point, and even if you're inting a little bit, it's possible that your Ramatra. I mean, look, your Ramatra is also an inter. I've seen TGF like running it down and sometimes doing very good things. So I really like the idea of you doing a little bit inting. I think that it might help motivate your team to get a move because like honestly, this is a fight that I think you guys should be moving on. Does your Ramatra not have arms, and that's why? No, he's got his arms. He just doesn't have a slow shield, so he actually should be bringing out his arms, and so you should be looking to go in and sound barrier so that Zarya grabs the 2 of you up here while you're sound barriered instead of the 5 of you after we've backed off to here, right? So I really like the idea of us getting proactive here because we can force them to make decisions and mistakes, and they've already used their anti-nade, and they're critical, so, like, be in sooner, now, in fact. Hold on, not even now, but now. Now be in. Now go in. Armed and ready. Yep, that's exactly right. Now. Be in now. Be in now. There's places to be in. There's canisters to jump on top of, off angles to monitor. You can be over here. If you want to disengage from the fight, go all the way out here, kiss their spawn doors, give it a little smooch, and then jump back into the fight by getting a pick on a Zen, who, by the way, at this point has been restored to full health. Then do it. Do whatever you want. Except for playing like Zen here. Don't play like Zen here. Again. You just know some hero dev was a JoJo fan developing ROM. Oh yeah, 100%. I love Ramatra. He's such a cool character. I actually think he's the coldest character to have ever been released to Overwatch. I think he's kind of a badass. We're still holding it on to beat. Our ROM is critical and we're holding it on to beat. So like I let her rip there. I let her rip there because I'm also in a lot sooner, so I'm motivated especially to get in and beat. Dr. Crumple, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry that I yelled at you. That was not fair. we are in the business of elevation and recognition. So I want to let you know that I recognize you. The reason that I'm so heated, right? That I'm so passionate, emboldened in the claim that you should be in is because I'm seeing the mechanical stuff that you're looking to pull off. I'm seeing the targets that you're prioritizing. I'm seeing the plans that you're making. I want you to make it work. Go make it work. Go make it work. Because I want to see it. Like I said, I want to see the frog next time. I don't want to see Dr. Crumple the player. I want to see a frog who has a degree. Because I ain't seen one of those before. That's cool. That's interesting. A frog named Crumple who has a degree. He is really cool. I like his villain concept. It's really well done. I agree. Yeah. May is colder. Oh, yo, that's a ban. That's a ban. Puns? Banned. Think you're funnier than me? Banned. Think you're smarter, handsomer, more charismatic, and brave? Well, you're definitely right about that. You can't be banned for that, but I am number 2 on my list of the funniest entities in existence. The universe, unfortunately, has me beat at number 1, but I'll catch up one day. It's my goal to eventually... When I die, I will be dying in a state where I am funnier than the universe. I'm gonna have the last laugh. I don't hate anything you're doing here. I don't hate the inness. You can't really save your ROM. If anything, it's probably like... It's actually probably the Is it the sound barrier that I don't like? Yeah, I don't like the sound barrier. You use it because you take a railgun shot, because you're not playing corners, covers, and walls, and the reason that you're like taking damage here is because you're playing in a position where they can like easily damage you, as opposed to like an off angle, taking a 1v1. Like, I don't mind you solo beating yourself in a 1v1. I don't really care so much for us solo beating ourselves because we took a Sojourn railgun that we actually just couldn't justify taking because we're playing like a tank or a Zen. Right, so good luck being funnier than the universe. Yo, the universe has been really funny lately. In fact, the universe has been cracking like S-tier bangers nonstop lately, and I've honestly kind of been here for it because it's manifesting itself in some areas that I'm really enjoying. How can you have the last laugh if the universe can laugh after you're dead? Okay, here's the thing. I really appreciate that you've asked that question, and yes, I am derailing the VOD review to answer that. The universe can't laugh at me, and I can't hear the universe laugh at me after I'm dead. I have the last laugh. After I'm dead, like, I'm still laughing, and I'm beyond the universe, right? I've transcended the mortal plane, right? After I die, so yeah, I am getting the last laugh. I will die funnier than the universe, but the universe is beat. It is number 1 right now. Universe is gonna peak. He's got the ego of the DPS players in my games. Okay, yeah, that's true. I do. I do. I'm an Overwatch player. We are all way too proud of ourselves, which is really funny. It's kind of ironic. We should all be deeply ashamed of being Overwatch. That is actually such a lie. I want to mention that. That is such a lie. If we didn't have Overwatch players, we wouldn't have such a regular source of joy for me. My life would be a lot grayer. So don't be ashamed of being an Overwatch player. Be ashamed of being an Overwatch coach if you do that. Yeah, I don't like the beat from earlier. I think that there are like ways that you can save the beat. I think the beat would be really useful here because I really like your engage on the Ana, right? And you don't save your ROM by not engaging on the Ana there. You don't save your Romatra by sitting on top of him and amping Hillsong, right? And so, oh my god, I'm getting a standing ovation. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. And so I have you save that beat like mainly for that moment. Not a big deal that you don't have that. The big deal is, like, the reason that you... I don't mind you playing your cover. I think Rom... Does Rom still get the heal song? God, I don't actually... I might know... I might not know the rules entirely. At least Digital SR... yeah, Digital can aim, actually. We'll see here shortly. Hey, nice pick on that. Good, marking the tracer, playing your walls, covers, and corners so that you can abuse the timing. Yeah, that's actually, this is really good, because we've had a couple instances where I'm like, yes, I want you sitting here waiting for the tracer, waiting for when you know the tracer is going to peek out. So this is really excellent, Dr. Crumple. You give me yet another demonstration of a very important principle for us. We've said a couple of days in a row now, a couple of streams in a row, actually, that we are, that sometimes to win in Overwatch, you actually just need to AFK at the right time for long enough in the right position, right? So, like, yeah, AFK, listen for the Tracer, pop out, or take your shots when you know she's going to pop out, right? And manipulate this angle against her. You force her to blink and recall. And you forced her touch, and you've brought your team over here because of your mark. And you forced her to pulse. Incredible. Incredible stuff. And it's just about being in the right place at the right time. And being set up confidently, aggressively enough to be in the right place at the right time. Okay. This isn't just because I've gotten the chance to watch it over and over again. I've actually thought this every single time. I don't know why you stop. Not gonna lie. You're the frog. Why stop? Why stop here? Why stop here? Oh my god. I would rather get to my next frog spot. Up here on this high ground. I want to be fighting the Zen. I want to go fight the Ana. I want to fight the Sojourn. I just don't want to be on bot with Rom. So, like, even before he's jumping up here, after we've cleared the Tracer, I'm like, okay, who's next? Who's next touch, right? And I'm also thinking about my compositional matchup rule sets, right? So I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, who do I not want to be fighting on the objective? If I'm not tracking ultimates, then I might consider who might have their ultimate. Whose objective is very good on the ultimate, right? Well, this guy. So I am not even troubling myself with the thought after taking pulse damage no less and having oh, you don't have our amp forced out of us yet. I'm not even troubling myself with the thought of doing anything other than staying on the move and looking for the next target that, like, I actually have a chance against. What's funny is that you get confronted by the ROM, and you start moving around, or you start moving away, but you heal amp instead of speed amping, which is going to be safer for you. Let's see. You are, I think you're 80-something health. You get up to 96, 94. Get the boot. Heal. Yeah, you can take one punch. Get away. And then you end up turning back to him, which is funny, right? So Overwatch characters move at a certain speed. They move 100% of their movement speed moving forward in the direction that they're looking. And then if you're moving backwards or diagonally or not in a direction that you're moving, all of your movement speeds get reduced. So you actually move much slower backwards than you do forwards. And honestly, you got to be getting away from this guy anyways. That way you have this distance to go for the sound barrier. And honestly, you know that you're so close to the sound barrier. This is last fight. You should be tracking ultimates. We should know that we have certain win conditions to play for, because playing Overwatch is winning games in Overwatch is about making the structural decisions that we need to give us the best chance to make the best decision when it really matters. And not that this is when it really matters, but this could arguably be an instance where it matters for you to be ready to beat, even though you didn't have it earlier, right? So you're thinking ahead. You're thinking, okay, I do want to be over here to prevent the Tracer from touching, right? But part of the reason to also be over here is to build my ultimate off of the Tracer who tries to touch. See how everything in Overwatch that we do can not just do only one thing. So you also want to be looking to maximize how many things can I just do with one decision. You could have kept moving with your cast. You could have kept moving elsewhere. I did have Crumples here, but it looks like they wanted to boot the ROM away with the turn towards him. Yeah, and they had already booped. Yep. But it was on cooldown. Yes, you're totally right. It does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Maybe I'm more removed from the Lucio TP-ness than I thought. They win that? Oh my god, wait, that was a fight that mattered. Holy smokes. I spoke too soon when I was like, oh, you guys win this fight, no big deal. Interesting. Maybe that's the beat on second point that we were talking about then. For these instances that you feel lost, just think about your rule sets. And if you're lost... I don't want to say you can think about the hero rule set every single time. But, like, if you're lost in the context of your teams, then I don't think that you're lost out of consideration, or out of because of lack of consideration of your team, your compositional and matchup rule sets. Goose World, yo, thank you so much for the follow, Goose. I appreciate you swinging by. I'm sorry that that's a little late. You followed me a couple of minutes ago, but okay, JCV, that was forced. You know it. Yeah, I think I should have did last fight. If you win, and you get another 2 by the end of third point. That's true. Yeah. And I think that part of the reason that we don't see the beat there is just because like we're less ready to beat than we should, right? I mean, I hear Godspeed Kilo's voice in my head being like, "Oh, I'm close to beat. I'm gonna mark the tracer. I'm still close to beat. I'm not gonna be on point. I'm fighting. Let me know when to beat, right?" And so whatever, wherever Godspeed needs to be, or whatever he wants to be doing, he will still be looking to be ready to have beat as part of that last fight. We want to have agendas. We need to have plans. It's better. It's easier to predict than to react. No worries, I'm currently putting a comment on Reddit post about coaching. Hey, that's awesome, Goose World. I'd love to take a look at your stuff on stream. But you can also we can also think about booking a session as well. That you just have to wait a little bit longer for because obviously there's a lot to get through. Love the engagement. I really appreciate the follow and the comment here in the Twitch channel as well as on the Reddit post. So really appreciate it. And this should give you a really good idea of kind of like what kind of coaching you get. It's really mundane, yamping, rambling kind of stuff, but very principled stuff, stuff that will take you from scenario to scenario, and it's more than just like you should play high ground here, you know. So, but we are in the business of elevation and recognition, you'll have to occasionally forgive me for doing the snapping and yapping whenever we're making whenever we're making decisions that I particularly disagree with. But for the most part, actually, for the all part, we have a lot of fun here. Thanks for stopping by. I've liked everything so far. I'm not going to go back and look. We already have plenty of direction for you, and it seems as if you win this. Hey, nice, Boop. I love it. Absolutely. You're a lot less lost than you think you are. And the instances where you're lost are the instances where you're just operating off of an incomplete blank, right? Is it an incomplete scouting matrix? Is it an incomplete plan? Is it an incomplete map control or timing? Is it because you didn't spin your head around, or because you didn't choose your matchup, or you didn't choose the most structural decision earlier, right? It could be for any reason, but ultimately at the end of the day, for you, I just need you doing frog things, getting in there, establishing angles, playing confidently, aggressively, and making sure that you're ready to manipulate those, or you're ready to finagle those setup spots so that you can manipulate the map and the timing against your opponents, especially when they come to dispatch the rat, right? And again, actually, when you're not playing like a frog, play like a rat, because you're not going to get value playing like Zen on Havana as Lucio, right? You get value playing as Zen, playing like a Zen as Lucio on, like, I don't know, Suravasa, right? But that's because you have to play Zen like a Lucio on that map, right? Depending on the context. So, Erson got coached by Spilo this week as well, so I'm always excited to get advice on how to improve. Yo, Spilo is, Spilo's my goat. Ethan versus Spilo. Ethan actually might have to go up against Spilo. Spilo tweeted out something the other day that Ethan has been saying for months now, and so very, very cool. It's really validating to have something that a conclusion that I've reached with my team, with my players, reiterated by someone that I consider to be the top of their class. On the world, did that tracer take no damage with disruptor shot following her? I think that was a visual bug. I actually did notice that too, but I was busy yamping. Ethan versus Spilo would be fun. I would actually really love to. I'd really love to like get in and talk with him. I have gotten to meet him. He is so very nice. Actually, such a grounded fellow. I told him, I was like, hey, like so much, for all the advice that you give. I coach a collegiate team. Do my best to tell them what you teach. Been really, really helpful. And he's like, well, like, look, I just give you the information. He's like, you guys are the ones who have to disseminate it. And I was like, no shot. That you, the GOAT, Spilo, is giving me credit for disseminating the knowledge that you, in the first place, decided to benevolently share with me. No, unacceptable. But I shook his hand and I smiled and I tacitly accepted his kind words, because what else are you gonna do when confronted by the honesty of a GOAT like Spilo? No, I fucking love that guy. Oh man, pardon moi français, but Spilo is man. Well, let's just say Goose, you're getting the sloppy seconds here. Wait, if you already got sloppy moved by Spilo this week, excellent stuff. And now we're gonna move on. We're gonna get going to some insane Freya gameplay. That's exactly right. I'm really excited to take a look at this digital. I feel like every time we've gotten to look at your Freya, we've gotten to learn a little bit something new. Hey, already we're seeing the primary fires. I love it. I like the angling that you're doing. Just a little bit more time with those shots. Make sure that you're really confident in those shots landing, because you let yourself be marked when you go for that shot on her, right? So understand that you went for that shot on her. She is absolutely going to look for that shot on you, and see how she takes actually even just a little extra second to go for that. So I want you emulating that as well. You have a really good setup. You have a really good spot here. Be careful about revealing yourself at 55 HP. I know you're trying to make sure that that you're within line of sight of your root beer, but if you're going to do that, then it also makes sense to maybe sacrifice your mobility cooldown, right? If you want to walk out and then jump up so that you're out of line of sight and within GA range of root beer, if you're double shifting out, whatever you got to do, right? Hey, if you're like a little bit higher HP, you want to shift out so that you can do the right clicking and get some damage in, that will alleviate your pressure, then you can do that too, right? You have options there. I just want to make sure that we're taking our risks really measuredly. Yep, A-okay. It doesn't seem as if anything else is happening right now, so I'm not gonna like force you to do something insane. And so I don't mind this. No worries, I made my comment on the post, so I'm excited. I hope you love some Genji gameplay. I love Genji gameplay. When I'm playing, I hate it. I'll die to Genji players, talented ones such as yourself, Goose, and I'll go, oh, they're playing on the free character. Oh, they're the entitled Genji players. And I know that I'm doing a dramatization. You guys are probably giggling and chortling a little bit behind your monitors. Some of you guys at the well, listen to this coach pretend he's getting mad. But there's actually a couple of you guys who are giggling and chortling because you guys have heard me authentically get mad about Genji and Tracer players, and how entitled I feel those characters are when I'm playing against them, and when those characters are being played well against me. So I do love Genji gameplay. I love watching it in particular. So Genji is such a free hero. Well... Oh, that's the Lord Thethan impression. Yeah. Shump thinks he's going to win the 2v1. Yeah, I think you're going to win the 2v1 too. So, look, you're taking after your coach, it seems. Oh, you win these. A little more primary fire. Yeah, that's okay. You're just not using... I'm not going to tell you to win this duel, by the way. But I would love to see you really leaning into... look, when they say that when you die, or when you're about to die, your life flashes before your eyes, right? And narratively, people have said it's like your brain is searching for ways to survive, right? And so for you, I just want that to kick in here, where you're like, oh, I have one more part of my kit. I have one more fragment of a memory that I could use. There was 3 of them there. Yeah. And I get to be the one who sits in the easy chair and deliver the unfair, commissions to you, Digital, which is, there's 3 there, you have to die, kill 1. That's wrong, it flashes so that you'll die happy. Yo, I ain't dying happy, so. My Freya through there. Yo, Rupert, you're on Mercy, okay? We love Mercy players, by the way. We love them in the shot. Oh, you want to be careful, Yeah, that's okay. Hey, that's alright. You just want to fingers on the pulse of the health pool. No, that's okay. Hey, Rupert's right there too, to revive you. So actually, you know what? No harm, no foul. In fact, I if we're watching Root Beer's gameplay here, right? I'm saying I love the fact that your Freya give you a reason to revive earlier in this fight, right? So that you might have it later. So no, actually, we can justify it however we wanted the death there, Digital. I want you, yeah. So actually, I was just about to say I want you in here, and then you started going in here, and now you're in here, but you're getting like a little bit caught out. I think I still want you moving because your diva's like looking to ebb and flow a little bit. So you being up here, that's actually a really nice ult. Never mind, I disagree with the assertion I was going to make. I think that you had a plan, and you stuck with your good plan. Really, really nice. That's excellent. Or the gasp. You took a cooldown for a free revive? Easy? Yeah, absolutely. Holy old Batman. I know! That was actually so good. Spoilers. Yeah, might be. I'm trying not to spoil it for those of us who were excited to watch this. There's a lot of us actually, digital, who are excited to take another look at your game. Playing your timing, your corner, very nice. Yep, you can start moving up, in, search for your angle, figure out what it looks like, read the soldier. That's tough. That's very impressive. Hey, really nice. Oh my goodness, I have to take a look at this. Whoa. Alright. Shift in. Reaper's gonna get cut off. That's fine. You hear the soldier. Mark him. Go for the 2 explosive bolts. I really like the shift in. This is, some really intuitive movement. Yeah, because you shift out, you E back, it seems, actually. Freya meets you. It almost looks like you're ready for her to meet you. And I don't mean to apply labels to anything, but this is like a timing map control thing, right? The soldier moved on you at a timing when you were able to mark and read him and turn around for him, right? The Freya moves on you on the timing after you've killed the soldier, after you've alleviated some of your pressure, dispatched one of your threats. You've built a little bit of confidence on that threat as well. So not only are you able to use that confidence to and the exhilaration of this duel to be ready for the Freya to engage you here, but you're also able to use it to you land some primary fire shots there. I love it. I love it. Don't need no mercy. No, you do not. I was actually surprised she was there. Yes. But it looked like you were ready. And I think that that's what's important to me. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I really like that. I really like that. I wish that I had more to say besides I really like that. I think that there's something to be said for, if you ult, or if you have it, use it with the ult, the target prioritization, the lead into the damage, the fact that, like, it's really just that ult and that cooldown, and you don't need to get something big with it. So there's a lot to talk about liking. It's worth it to talk about how much I like about that, but ultimately, I'm just going to say, like, do that every single time. Like, reliably every single time. Yo, nice primary fires. Yo, holy smokes. I think that you getting comfortable with the variable firing modes of your crossbow. I think that that's going to be one of the secrets to expert Freya gameplay. Yeah, be a little more patient. That's a really nice pick. Because you slow down. I want to say it's because you slow down a little bit. Yeah, I am going to say it's because you slow down a little bit here. And you sit there and you're like, okay, I'm just going to, like, wait and make sure I'm ready for her to turn the corner. Now Manyvids shows up as well here and is going to be like, surprise, and you go down there. But I really like the trait that you established. I don't know why Rootbeer doesn't Valk here. And overall, it seems like you contribute to this fight in a pretty meaningful way. I guess if we really want to get nitpicky, if there is a relationship between where the objective starts for these fights and where it ends up when these fights result favorably for us, then I think that it's possible you're peaking this angle a little bit too early, or that you're peaking it a little bit too long. Let's take a look. You get yeah. So Freya marks you. You're dueled with Freya, and so that gets communicated to her Reaper. She's gonna walk up. I was cheering Reaper on to win that duel. Let's see. Oh, you got so close to Reaper. I actually don't think that I think that was actually such a fair duel to you too. You almost could have done it. Yo, you should have Valked. Oh my god, why didn't you Valk? He was 13 HP. I cry. Yeah, I know. You should have. Don't cry, Valk. So the Reaper gets sicked on you. I actually want to watch this from Reaper's perspective because I don't think that this isn't. Look at the strain here. You see it? Now, it's not as if your support players shouldn't be, you know, reliably bouncing between their responsibilities, right? But it is fair to say that if there's a way that you contribute more meaningfully to this fight, it involves living a little bit longer, which involves playing this angle a little bit less or a little bit shorter. Got Valk as he died. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. I think got Valk literally off the damage. All right, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Old mushroom-headed coach is wrong. Post it up on the Twitter. Tweet the headlines, and let's all laugh at the old mushroom. Unneeded flame. I think you still need flame. Also wonder if you forgo healing me and just wipe out the Barbie Blaster and then res me after. Yeah, actually, I don't mind the idea of Root Beer helping you when you're right. I absolutely like that idea. I wish you had Valk earlier, Root Beer. I bet you wish you had too. Set up for these? Are you, like, really ready for this? I think using a cooldown or two to get up to the high ground, I don't think you overcommit anything, because you've got everything back by the time you want to start this fight. I like that angle. That's so cheeky. Play Sojourn, right? Or Ashe. I like the patience. Make sure that patience follows through the whole action here, right? So be patient lining up the shot, and then be patient executing the shot there. Up, shifts. Okay. Yep. If you have it, use it. So you're gonna go for it. I'm thinking about a way to get in on the Reaper because I don't want him marking. I don't want him fading, and I also already have had him marked. Okay. Hey, great stuff, Digital. Where are we? Okay, don't jump in. Continue play your corners, covers, right? Because we also want to be reading the kill feed, and it has eluded me as well. But we with the benefit of replay viewer in hindsight, we see that we're not winning this fight yet. I'm getting flamed in the ad break. No. No worries. No one's getting flamed, actually. You guys live for a really long time here. You're probably engaged at an inopportune time here. Honestly, actually, you're probably engaged at a really good time because your Ana's just died and your Diva's getting walked on. And so no one is there to heal your Diva, so she either has to play out or be all the way in. And the two of you guys are over here. Okay, gets ulted there. Rupert's going to go down. No, you guys get the trade. Your Diva gets some health. Your Soldier stays up here on the high ground. Okay, so you guys didn't need to die and reset. Root Beer leaves you. Yeah, you guys get chased around by this Reaper. It's interesting. It's interesting how, like, you guys just don't want to mark him. We don't hear him either, because he TP's in there. Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine. There's probably a couple of different things that I might be able to, like, abstractly say there. This whole thing is a mess. So I don't want to tackle it. Why is he flaming us? You guys are freaks. I'm gonna flame you guys for being freaks. I want a solo take point. Okay, but see, Digital, that's not fair. That's not fair to you. I wouldn't ask you to do that, so I don't want you feeling like you have to. I like the energy though. I like the gutsiness. You should be willing to want to solo take. Oh, it is Lord the Mad on cam. We should change that, shouldn't we? Because we've gone back to Lord the Calm. We've stopped watching. I'm gonna say it this way. I don't really mean it this way. I'm so sorry, but this is funny to say it as like fraudulent frog gameplay. Fraudulent gameplay. But now I'm not Lord the Mad. Someone send me a Lucio replay. I'll get mad. We can do that. Actually, we can't do flame reviews. Oh my goodness. I gotta do more writing. I get a little brushed up on my words. My vocabulary sucks. I spend too much time on the internet with the Gen Zers. On the TikTok. You really like this. You really like this position right here. I don't mind the way that you path to this. On the open. It's no big deal. You're not under a lot of pressure. You got the Mercy. You got the Root Beer Mercy. Yeah. And you have some really good shots as well. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. It was 2 of us. We could have done it. No. No. But again, I love the fact that you're willing to try and make that happen. It's very important to be willing to do so. But no. Did you crack me up? Like I said, I'm so glad that I had a read on it from day one. You are one of my favorite kinds of player. Yo, nice shot. Beautiful. Good. Sometimes I sit up here and I just sit there and stand completely still and go 3, 2, like just arbitrarily start a 3, 2, 1 count, and I'll let loose on 3, and sometimes you get value. So that's kind of like what you're doing exactly right there. So you're just like, all right, 3, 2, 1, shoot, where I think the Ana might be in 3 seconds. I like that. Look, it's not reliable, right? You're not always going to hit that shot, but at the very least, what you're doing is you're kind of like setting yourself up for something, right? You're thinking ahead, even if it's only 3 seconds. You're being intentional, deliberate. Those are good things. You're using your mobility to do a couple of different things. I just want you to be really careful about exposing yourself for too long to damage that that you wouldn't want to be taking at that time in this position. And if Overwatch is a cumulative game, we actually see that, like, you looking to be a little too active right here ends up not setting yourself up to be able to disengage very easily once you get engaged upon. We want to understand that Winston's going to be looking for opportunities to do that. It looks like that's what forces us out of this position in the first place. So it's interesting that Monkey forces us out. We jump back in as he leaps out. He's leaping back to his side of the map where he's going to be able to get healing and such. And so you just want to understand that he's going to jump right back up there. Getting active, no one likes a cart bot. I mean, I would hope that people like me still, even if I'm a cart bot, when I'm a cart bot, which is most of the time. I hit Tracers more than Junos. You guys are hitting shots? These guys are. Yo, Goose, there's a reason I coach. I don't mind you contesting the high ground. I just wonder how much else there is to be doing right now, as opposed to fighting the sim who is using the map control against you, right? And you know that she's using the map control against you. She's got the turrets up here, and you want no part of that. And you know that she's got the turrets up there because part of our matchup rule set is that sim will set up turrets where she is, and it will make it very hard for me to move on her if I'm not playing one of the characters that moves up on her in this position quite well, right? So, So it's interesting that, like, you know that that's not necessarily the fight you want to be taking, but it's still the fight that you end up taking. It might be a classic case of making sure that our intentions, decisions, actions all line up. And you just get chased. That's so funny. Do you guys start marking the Reaper after this round? That would probably... because that's one of the things I'm thinking about. I'm playing Freya here. And especially because I'm playing Freya, because he keeps sneaking up on me. And, he keeps sneaking up on me, and yeah, he was everywhere. Okay, yeah. And honestly, like, I'm playing Freya. I don't have the tools to deal with him super easily. So yeah, that's really interesting. I hope you guys start marking the Reaper, and I hope that you guys, like, get help from your team with the Reaper. I do think Digital, like, you do want to be on top of marking the Reaper. I used to think that it Zen's responsibility back in Overwatch 1 to, know where all 12 people are in the lobby at all times back in 6v6. But it come around to Overwatch 2, and I start really critically thinking for once in my life, and I realized that it's actually every single player has to know where every single other player is at all times, right? So so you do have to mark the Reaper, but I also understand that you don't have a lot of options for dispatching him. Hey, nice shot on the Ana. Yeah, you're not ready for him. You're not ready for him. And he was working so well against you. And you don't have to be ready to, like, win a fight against him. You just have to be ready for him to walk up on you and for him to look to win that fight. I like the primary firing. I think towards the middle of the round, that last round, I wanted to see a little more primary firing in general. And I think that that's also a really reliable way to get the Reaper Wraith out if you're not going to land that first burst shot on him. And it's okay if you do or don't. But if you have your entire kit to to use as tools to get that cooldown out, then you want to be willing to use, well, every single part of your kit that it takes. I would start with not even going for the burst shot. Yeah, I would just start with poking him out. Dropping here is tough. Good, you force out the Wraith. He keeps you forced out. Yeah, I'm looking to go wide. I'm looking to... Oh, man. Oh, wait. Our whole team has died. So, never mind. I'm actually looking to stay safe. Probably get out. Or die. See how he's engaging on your turn? See how he's engaging when he has his shift, right? And you're kind of meeting him there, right? So I think that... I'm not going to go back, but it's possible that he doesn't have his Wraith here until, like, when you burst him, right? So, I don't necessarily know about you dropping down to fight him, but I also don't know about you jumping up to fight him when it's very clear that that he's wanting to fight you, and we would want to assume that part of the reason he is absolutely happy to fight you is because he has all of his cooldowns to do so with. I learned more tech for the train. For Freya, you can stay up there indefinitely. Are you talking about like right? Is it right here or Oh my god, wait, you can probably... Oh, wait, yeah, you can, can't you? Oh my god. Okay, yeah. No, I think I already see the vision that you have. Both sides? Okay, yep. That's so funny. I can imagine it's, like, abundantly practical, but I wonder how many, like, one-off practical situations you end up with it. Yeah, I think you probably start with a little more space between you and your opponents here. They're playing the poke comp, so they really benefit from space, but they also like closing distance on you as they're poking and wearing you guys down. We also don't want the D.Va being able to play however she wants, and we want to be able to suppress the Freya. So that's why they're moving right up on you with the Sigma comp. That's why they're brawling you out, and I think that... I think that for that you can be respectful and give them space. That's not a matchup rule set. That's more like a you know, how is this game going kind of rule set thing. So I'm not too worried about it. But I do want to make my remark. I do want to make my observation. You'd be surprised at who you cannot hit. Oh, who cannot hit you up? Okay, interesting. Overwatch surprises me on a daily basis. So I think you're absolutely right, Digital. Yo, nice shots on the Reaper. I like this angle. Be careful about the amount of time that you're here, because obviously the longer here, the less time you'll have to play it against players who know, or who are more equipped to know how they want to dispatch you out of here. I wish that I'd seen you guys go for touch. I honestly wonder if I commission a touch out of you while your D.Va is remeching, because your D.Va is remeching. Ana and Pharah aren't respawned, and we weren't very clearly going for a touch, but your D.Va ends up touching afterwards. So, I mean, I don't know. In a game, in an actual, like, real game of Overwatch, you know, where people are talking, where it's, you know, teams going up against teams, you know, I think that you guys have better comms there to decide whether you're not, or touching or not. But I wonder what it looks like for you to touch. I like you opting for the space, the range, but you you disengage from a fight that's happening here that your team is playing. And not necessarily that, like, I would have you compromising for your teammates here, because we aren't big fans of that. We aren't big fans of saying, let me play differently, let me play the bad rule sets, because my teammates are also playing the bad rule sets. But there's not even a fight down there, I realize. It's just one Reaper blossoming. And your Ana's still in there. So never mind. I like what you're doing, Digital. I really like what you're doing. Favoring the range. Rupert has to play. Rupert has to bend his knee to how they're playing. Oh, man. And maybe because Rupert has to bend the knee, maybe that's now the trigger, right? Maybe you're no longer compromising for your solo queue ranked bot teammates who are still playing in this space and not using Nano on your D.Va as she dies here, right? I'm a little confounded. Maybe at this point you're compromising for Rupert. I don't know. Rupert asks me to compromise in our games, though, and you know what I do? I like, relentlessly flame him. So, I don't know. I do not know. What do you do to win there? I fight where my team is fighting. That's what gives me the best shot. I fight where my team is fighting. Yeah, you don't get the Juno. You don't stop the cart progress. You're not dying with your team, right? So, like, at the end of the day, you doing this thing that I actually kind of liked for a little bit, even despite not liking initially, and then oscillating back to not liking. Now looking at a picture that is even slightly bigger and a little bit different from the one that we framed before, I realized that your best shot is to fight this with your... I realize as well that there's a relationship which exists between where the objective ends in these fights that resolve favorably for us and where it starts. And so you guys really would have liked for that fight to be a favorable one for you. I think that you guys didn't set that up to be a favorable fight for you, but the thing which contributes favorability to that fight is your uptime, your participation, your activity in that fight. I like that, Bob. I love the fact that, look, you don't need to touch. So I really like this. I really like that you're not compromising. You're coming up on Bob. He's going to need to touch. I wish that he had, like, stayed on the point, but also he ends up in a spot that isn't too terrible as long as you've got one ally who can stay on the cart. Since Ripper is able to stay on the cart because he's kind of the GOAT, and he gets the revive, the Bob ends up being so incredibly valuable. I hate the dynamite. I actually wait a little bit longer on that dynamite, not gonna lie. I've already gotten my poke damage, and I want to build Bob. So, like, I don't kill the Sigma with dynamite tick damage. I know that his supports are still up because I know that they haven't died from the kill feed. And so the dynamite ends up being a really good tool for a later stage in the fight. And that later stage in the fight is going to happen earlier than you actually have the dynamite cooldown restored. Hold on. I lied about needing the dynamite in a stage of the fight that was going to happen by the time you wouldn't have the dynamite cooldown. So, I'm glad I lied, because I still think that you can do something different with the dynamite if you're going to use it early, but the early use ends up demonstrating a really good principle. I haven't actually covered this one in a while, but that maximized, maximized optimum... Hold on. Actual optimized value over maximum potential value. I prefer more dynamites being thrown than more dynamites being saved. So, excellent dynamite cast. I like that you have another one here, but now I would like you to use it since you're here. So, perfect. Okay, good. But you're hitting single targets. I would challenge you. Find bigger dynamites. Good. It's not bad that you're dynamiting single targets. But notice how me saying it's not bad that you're only dynamiting single targets, and the way that I say it, and the context that I frame it in, like, it now sounds like that's a bad thing. It sounds like I'm just placating you. Yeah, I guess it's not bad that you're not hitting multi-person dynamite. No, it's not bad. But, like, I want to see it. And I know that you can. Do I like that ult? Oh, man. Okay. I like the ult. Okay. Let's see. From when you use the ult, I want to watch the Sig's perspective. I want to know what he might be thinking. He takes damage. He marks you. Goes out a shield. He's keeping you marked, by the way. He still knows you're there. You just bobbed as well. If he's tracking, that'll be interesting to see that he's able to track it. He doesn't have you marked right now. He doesn't have you, like... He hasn't visually confirmed your presence. Okay, now he has. Got his flux. You pressure him out. Gonna back. Play his life. He's got his flux. But he's not using. It's interesting that he doesn't use his flux, which he's had, until after he... until the time where you have built and are ready to commit Bob. I would be saying to ult, but it's funny that he saves his ult. That might actually help him here. So he ends up dying before he has the opportunity to use his ult, because he's playing out in the middle open, like, just taking damage like a bot. But he's also had you up here. He's known that you're up here, and he's taking so much damage from you, too. Hold on, let's see. Taking a lot of damage from everyone. but your shots are felt quite prominently. See how he grasps up at you first? It's your damage that irritates him. It's your dynamite that pressures him. And ultimately, you're the one that gets the final blow. He's going to see your kill feed. If he doesn't skip kill cams, he will he'll see that you're close to Bob, and that will tell him, I need to flux before she gets Bob. Because that's the ult that got us cooked last time. I think that there's like 100 different things that like we could like go in and nitty gritty kind of over here, right? We could talk about you being marked. We could talk about how you're setting up the same way for the same kind of fight, even though it's a different style, even though it's a totally different fight, right? Totally different context. Talk about how you're monitoring the same angle as like virtually most of your team. Talk about how you're not making him, you're not forcing him to make any decisions, making any mistakes, stuff like that. Ultimately, I think actually I just want to conclude that like he knows exactly how he wants to play into you, and you didn't expect him to know exactly how he wanted to play into you. Because you've been rolling on him. I mean, you've just been punching him around up until this point, and you are. I don't want to say it this way, but I will to give you plenty of credit. We are in the business of elevation and recognition, which is, I mean, you are the sole proprietor of the victory of the previous fight, right? So he knows that you are a huge threat. I wonder if my gameplay will improve if I adjust for when people start dealing with me, because I think I'm not. So, so I roll when people don't know I'm a threat, then they start hard going for me, and things perhaps start to collapse from there. I don't necessarily want to instill in you an overinflated sense of ego that all I got to do is play like the alpha threat, right? Because I'm the GOAT, right? And they'll come after me. But it is really, 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 really important to consider our rule sets, right? And part of that is our matchup, right? So there's an expression that we had on Varsity. Again, it's so easy for me to launch into like any one of 100 tangents from any one of these 100 tangents. But one of the things that we said is the longer you take to commit to your good ideas, the more time you give them to refine their already good plans, right? So I want you changing things up from fight to fight. I love the fact that you're building ult, you're using it because you have it, and it's a really appropriate ult to use. But we see with the benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer that you are using this ult in the context of a playstyle that he really wants you playing. And that leads us to the most important conclusion. It is absolutely vital in Overwatch to not play the way that they want us to. Why didn't Root Beer sleep the Sigma? Now let's actually take a look. Hold on. I want to see it why. I want to see why as well. Oh my god, he just floats away from you instead of sleeping the Sigma. Root Beer? That's a sleep right there that you could. Oh my god. Yeah, Digital. I see why you're losing. I see why you're losing now. Oh, cheeky. I love it, Root Beer. That's really, really nice. Cover. I'm surprised that you don't tether onto the Pharah with that GA. You don't like flash look for her there? Don't matter to me. I'm also amazed that you guys don't lose that fight. I think you guys are going to lose the game off that. Yeah, compromising, taking damage because Root Beer hasn't quite hit the ledge, but that's okay. You know, I know that I said maybe you compromised for Root Beer there earlier, but I think that where's anti-suit? All right, what's Root Beer doing with the Valkyrie? I actually want to see. The Ash. Or what happens when Root Beer bonks the head, actually, when Root Beer tries to get to the Ash? Goes to her with the Glock. Oh, wait, I like that, Root Beer. I like that. Oops. Then you see the Genji going up as you go down. It's like a cartoon elevator kind of deal. Yeah, I can hear the slide whistle in my head and see Bugs Bunny's eyes. Like he's not moving, but his eyes are like going up or down to watch the elevator. Anyways. That's kind of fortuitous that the Genji ends up going up while you're falling. Nice. big. You actually have anything to do here? Damage boost the Diva. Oh yeah, where's the Pharah? Oh man. Yeah, honestly, if your Pharah was closer to Diva, I think that, man, I wish Overwatch players understood like how important it is to play proximate to each other when your Mercy's in Valk. Forgot the blue pill. Okay. Back to digital here. I think this one is wrapping up though. You know, Loki, super good fire counter. Yeah. Yeah, actually, kind of is. Digital, that's a fun one. That's a really fun one, and I actually know that one was off of a little bit of feedback from those first VOD reviews, and I think actually we've gotten a little bit more feedback outside of just that. So I know that you've got a ton that you're applying in. So big shout out to you as you for all that because really this stuff is easy to talk about for me, but it's actually really, really challenging stuff to apply. Update my. Trying to stay organized with our VOD reviews now. Okay. This is one that has actually been sitting on the back burner for a couple of days now. Welcome everyone. Thank you for still being here. If you guys are popping in for the first time this afternoon, or if you guys have been here the entire time, thank you guys. Hi, I am so sincerely grateful for you guys. Mentioned earlier, we didn't do any crying in the shower today at how cool my friends are to come out and support me, but But it is something that I woke up thinking about this morning. Gratitude. Okay. Take a look at some Ana gameplay. This is some really, 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 really cool stuff, guys. We are actually gonna get to. I'm gonna pull up the the Reddit post because I think that this is where they left their insight. They said, hey, I'm Itchmag in the clip, Master 2 on PC right now, mostly on a OTP. I've been trying to finish top 500 for the last 4 or so seasons. I think I may actually do it, though I have no idea how I could have played this match better. Okay, they sent me a code, and they said, I feel like I was never in a good or comfortable position, just couldn't find my place in the game. I'd appreciate some tips. And ultimately, they sent me a new code. And they said this one's a little bit better, so it's actually on my Discord. Where is it? Itchmag says, yeah, they said this one is actually a better loss than the one that they sent me before. So we're actually getting to take a look at the better game, and so that's awesome. This is someone who has actually just hit Masters 1 playing Ana. That's a feat, to be honest. Did somebody say toes? I jest. That's a real achievement. That's a seriously impressive accomplishment to hit Masters 1. Guys, we actually should know very well now how I feel about low GM players. Oh God. There's really no kind of player that lacks the skill set required to be competitive in that elo than low GM players. Bronze players can play competently in bronze, right? Silver players, they have what it takes to get through low silver, right? But low GM players, they start going up against really talented players, and you start to see some real flaws for them. So to still be a high Masters player and not hit that threshold, awesome stuff. And I absolutely think that top 500 is attainable for, I would say, pretty much most players. I wouldn't say any player, but I would say that most players can attain top 500. Like they on a spam down the angle. So yeah, we're going to be watching some high level on a gameplay. We'll be able to take a look at some moments that are like, okay, this is some really cool stuff. This is stuff that all of our Ana players want to emulate, and we'll be taking a look at some other ones as well. It's usually just being better at ability management thus far. Yeah, that makes sense. And also, thanks for the VOD. No, Digital, thank you so much. Look, if you guys aren't submitting your VODs, right? If you guys aren't letting yourselves be put up here on a stage, then what do? I sit here yapping at a black screen or sitting or gaming in silence, guys. You guys are the ones creating the show. That's where the credit should be going. So, thank y'all. All right, Ana on Circuit Royale in High Masters. Uh-oh. The replay viewer is going to start cracking and breaking. Did they shadow patch the replay viewer? After that first day of VOD reviewing, I have not actually had a client requested disconnect. So it's really interesting to me. I complained about it on stream. I tweeted about it like a madman. I think I might have actually even like pinged Aaron Keller. And like I have not had a single issue with the replay viewer. Now, we haven't been looking at any, I think we've been looking at very few modes that the replay viewer kind of airs towards client disconnecting from. We've mostly been looking at a lot of hybrid, a lot of escort. Some of these, honestly, some of the more complicated game modes for Overwatch, because you've got this stupid objective, which is related to all of these fights. But it is interesting. I have not had a client request to disconnect, and let me tell you, I mean, I've never felt more comfortable sitting in the lap of luxury. We aren't talking about anything that we're seeing because we aren't seeing anything worth talking about. Now, that's not to say that we aren't playing excellently here. I love the way that we're playing our covers. I love how narrow you're playing to your corners as well. So there's some really good principle stuff. You stop, slow down, see what there is to heal, spam. You're not losing anybody either as well, right? You see that you're, I think that's a Freya back there behind you. You're aware of her. You know that your queen is walking up. This is an excellent nade cast. So overall, there's a lot of really, really good stuff happening right now. You never shut up? Oh, that's true. You're right, I would have yapped at a black screen, Rupert. Okay, I like the reposition here on Ana, moving from point A to point B pretty quickly. Guys, Ana players, absolutely take notes. Hey, nice nade cast. There's just nothing you can do with it right now. So you want to make sure that by the time the next phase of the fight breaks out, or the next fight phase comes out, that you have that nade if you want it as a starter. And you are. Perfect. And your queen's also isn't going to go under enough pressure to necessitate your use of the Bionade. And honestly, if she does, then that's a little bit scary. She shouldn't be taking pressure that you need to mitigate with Bionade while we know you don't have Bionade, right? Which we would, if in the context of like a, an authentic Overwatch competitive, team-based match, we would, we'd be coming. Okay, I don't have my nade right now. Nade in 3. Really good stuff. I understand looking to sleep the diva, but like you have Mei. So like even if there are teammates who aren't going to be able to damage her because she's eating some of the damage, like as long as you have like one person who can give one tick of unmitigable damage to this diva, then I think that's just your consideration. So compositional rule set here is my sleeps in proximity to my Mei may be a little less reliable, especially when it comes to targets like the diva that she is especially motivated to contest. So I do not mind you saving that sleep and having it here for this Genji. Let's see what's happening here. Ooh, okay. Very teeny tiny little things here. Diva comes in. You go for sleep. I think it's actually your movement that kind of throws off your aim a little bit here. I like your movement corresponding to this Genji. See how you move like towards where he came from as he moves towards where he thought you would be backing off into. Kind of stymies him a little bit, forces him to turn around. He's got a challenging angle here to work with, and you've got your ER, and you need this to win this fight. So stand completely still. I was actually amazed that this shot didn't land, but I now realize that this shot doesn't land because you're jumping. Oh gosh, I hate the jumping. Hold on, let's get Lord Thiethan mad up. There we go. I hate the jumping. It raises your center of mass. It makes you heckin' easy to hit. Your movement becomes really predictable. And honestly, people aren't going to believe me unless they actually go in and kind of investigate for themselves. But it really is like Halo 3, Halo Reach levels of movement predictability when you jump. So I want us to be really, really careful about jumping because for those of us who are old enough to have played Halo back in the day, holy smokes, it is punishing. And the last thing that it does is it messes up your crosshair discipline. Imagine how easy the shot is to hit if you just got both feet flat on the ground. I have trouble, if I flying, if I'm going somewhere on a trip and I'm flying a plane, I have a trouble like feeling a true sense of balance, of anchorage, right? Which is why I mentioned, you know, these characters that, you know, play up in the air, like the Freya, like the Echo. You know, sometimes it's important to just anchor your crosshair somewhere. So I really don't care for the jump here, which makes your shot a little bit harder to land. I like looking around, making sure that you're helping your team at the same time as dueling this Genji. It's very important to do multiple things at once. And you do have to eliminate him. Yeah, you do have to dispatch him. So I also appreciate your dedication to making sure that he's out. Because as long as he's in, you're going to have a harder time. Yo, I love that sleep. I really, really like that sleep. Whether it's eaten by the D.Va or if it hits a blading Genji, I like that sleep. And I think that you know why. I want to elucidate it for stream right now. Because invariably we'll get to see more instances of why a sleep like that or an ability cast in general like that ends up being so good. Do you have your nade? Yeah, you've got your nade and your sleep, and your queen is where? Your queen is shouting and moving up, so, like, just don't be scared, right? You were so confident, not only dueling the Genji, but jumping and moving to him, even though this is, like, this was still definitively a good position to be playing. I would actually love to go back and so that I could categorically state that, but we'll actually just take my word for it now. And so the same way that you have that confidence to fight that Genji there, I also would see you have the confidence to maintain your width here on this map. You definitely don't want to put yourself in a position where you're walkable on, and definitely into this matchup where you're playing against the D.Va and the Genji and the Tracer, you are. So I do like width here, but I realize I like that in the context of having the of that Sig mirror. That's usually what we're thinking about in the context of this. So to that end, I think your movement is actually really considerate. I think that you are moving the right way. I just don't want you to sacrifice the power that you would have to disrupt their dives by playing in a position where they know they are going to be able to dive you anyway, right? So if they see an Ana here, could be a flash decision. If they see an Ana here, it's because that's where they know the Ana is looking to play, right? So you have an opportunity to like make them play a little bit differently, make them have to identify that you're playing a little bit differently, force them to make a flash decision. You end up wide anyways, just so that you can do this damage. And so I especially liked the idea of you being wide because you had your sleep, because you had your nade. But I also understand you kind of limit testing that space that you've got a little bit. But you end up out in the open here. Look at this. Yeah, they go for the rain. We all start backing up, but that's not going to help us. They have a... they have a ray. Like, the ray's moving towards where we are. Like, do we really want to be moving towards where the ray is going to end up? So, I like the idea of... Yeah, I really like the idea of staying wide, being wide, dying when the cart is here because we took a fight here. And this is macro stuff. This is like, you know, stuff I would have your entire team change. But your team has to play according to the way that you're playing, and you're playing in High Masters. So your team is going to be able to identify certain things. And especially if you're able, especially if this is a team that's willing to coordinate, I don't think it hurts for you to be here because they go for the satellite, they go for the orbital ray. You guys don't want to move into its trajectory anyways. It is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in, is a very important and very true principle in Overwatch. You want to be in more than you are out. And so being in is facilitated by being wide. You have a better setup to be in if you start a little more confidently, aggressively. We had just talked about that in a Lucio OTP VOD from earlier. So you just end up moving into the damage, into the spot that he really wants you in to damage you. And the interesting thing is Cart's getting progress this whole time. Like, it's a little bit tough that we don't just all die here so that we absolutely, well, maybe not absolutely, but have the best guarantee of having a fight before Cart captures. Where are you? There we go. Hey, nice nano. I love that. Setups. Making decisions early so that the decisions that we have to make later on are easier for us. Nano. And then what? And then what? And then what? Because we know that he's drawing the blade. So we have to be ready to sleep him. Are we giving ourselves the best angle to sleep? No. I don't think so. We hear Nano. We hear Blade. We're lightning fast, too. We go for the Nano, because we know that we have to Nano the Blade target. Oh my goodness. Ayo, Godspeed. Does this sound familiar? We know that we have to Nano the Blade target. So we go for the Nano the Blade target, and then we're going for Ana spam onto a Nano target and a Nano target. Let your intentions and your decisions and your actions line up. You don't need to make the sleep hard by going for spam, for easy spam damage, for easy angle spam damage shots onto targets that neither of those shots affect, when you actually have the easiest sleep in your entire life and the easiest shots to land afterward. Yeah. Ah, jeez, that's just so hard. But you know what even the gold player lands? I mean, the gold player probably doesn't nano the blade target, to be fair, but the gold player does land this sleep. Make things easier for yourself. If you really want to get to Masters, if you really want to peak top 500, the top 500 players, yo, I've actually said it for years. Guys, pros, lazy, undisciplined. Okay, they aren't undisciplined. The pros actually have to be very disciplined, but they're lazy. All the professionals are lazy. It's all about making the game easier to play. Why do you guys think we have metas, right? Why do you think Goat's comp was so strong, right? Why do you think Bumper was so enabled by his team all the way back in the day? And oh my goodness, why do you think Proper is able to do whatever he wants? It's because these players regularly make things easy for themselves, right? So make things easier for yourself. If you really want to hit top 500, if you really want to push past GM into champ, it is by doing the things that even a gold player does that, right? If even a gold player does that, then the odds of a Masters player messing that up, the odds of a GM player messing that up, right? The odds of a champ player messing that up or a professional player messing that up, low, insanely low. Set things up so that they can be so reliably landed that there is simply no excuse for even a player far below where we may say your caliber is, right? Make it to where even they land those shots. That way you just never have any excuse. And that's a really good position to be in. Guys, I don't like chalking games down to, oh, I should have landed a shot, right? But isn't it nice to win games because you land those shots? And isn't it nice to be in a position where the only thing that you have left to improve is to just make the shot that should have been easy? God, I would love to be in that position, guys. I would be playing professionally if the only improvement I needed to make, that I needed to worry about, was making the shot easy for me to land. Making the decision easy for me to make. And again, it's all predicated off of scouting info, setup, stuff like that. That's just like, you know where the fight is happening. It's happening on your queen. You even hear your queen. You see her shout. If she's shouting, there's something to shout in with. So, like, this is one of the most absolute solo queue nades I think we could possibly see from you in this moment. I see the vision. I want you to know that. I do see exactly what the vision is, right? Where Queen is forcing them back, right? And so you want to nade where they'll be forced back, or if they're that far forward, then it's possible that there are squishies or supports that you would like to have naded there, right? So it's worth it to go for the anti-nade onto those squishies, right? Make those targets easy for your Queen to walk on. But really, you just want to be setting up your Queen to play the brawl space that she's looking to do. She's doing the right thing here. So your Queen is playing a brawl playstyle in a brawl position of the map against DPS, who would have to brawl their way through this position to close the distance onto you guys, which is what they want to do, right? So she's actually forcing them to make some very difficult decisions, right? Which is duel the Queen, force the fight with the Queen, and I am not opposed to you guys helping that fight be forced. See how she gets totally routed there, and your nade does nothing? I think that there's a level of connection that you can afford to have here in this moment with your tank, where you're saying, okay, my Queen is moving into this weird little left nook over here, but like, if she thinks she's good in that, well, okay, Queen is good in this little cranny, and Queen isn't good in a Sigma position. And I am willing to recognize that. If I'm playing on in this matchup, I understand that the Queen isn't going to follow up on my nades from this angle by shouting in. She has to play her corner. She has to work the brawl spaces, and I would love to see you support that. I would love to see what your support of that looks like as well, right? Maybe it looks like a nade here instead of here, right? And maybe it looks like actually you just walking forward into that fight, right? I've mentioned to a couple of Ana players at this point, like, stop moving forward to land your abilities. I've mentioned to everyone, actually, stop moving forward to land your shots, right? But here, you're not moving forward to land your shots. You're moving forward to stay connected to the agenda of your team. And possibly walk into Blizzard. Wait, no, that's our Blizzard. Oh my gosh. And possibly follow up on Blizzard. Yo, I actually just want to see this rail. I wonder how good it was. Oh, it's so mid. It's so mid. It's so mid. Look at our team. This is so frustrating. From like a macro perspective, this is actually such an egregious division. Look at our queen, like, actually not doing the wrong thing here, but it's kind of wrong because of where all the rest of us are. Now, she's running into this fight. We aren't quite, like, ready to engage, but we don't have to be as unreadied as we are. Like, we're running a queen on Circuit Royale, guys. Like, where do you think she's going to want to play? So, yeah, that's really frustrating to see that not only, it's not frustrating to see that you're disconnected. It's frustrating to see that your Freya is also disconnected from the needs and ambitions of your queen. But like, it's made especially frustrating by the fact that, like, your Freya wasn't helping your queen, and so since your Freya isn't quite helping your queen, like, I think that you especially want to be meeting you guys' fight conditions over there. We lose our queen, and we aren't going to move forward and die on the point. We have Blizzard too, but they have D.Va. We don't want to get it eaten, so I understand why we're not doing the things that we're not doing. So I'm not opposed to doing something over nothing. Fight for an angle here, get a little bit punished. Hey, that's a really nice sleep. I actually really like the way that you're like, okay, I can play this corner. But see how just, like, backing up just does fuck all for us, right? See how backing up from a fight that we lost, that we really honestly didn't need to lose at the time when we lost it, see how that just, like, completely cooks us? Like, I would have actually just had us die on the cart while the cart was right here, so that by the time cart rolls around to right here, we can push out a spawn and have one more fight. Staggering is so bad, guys. It's amazing how many of you guys' games actually get winnable just if, like, one of us decides to go die on the cart, right? To stop it from moving and to catch our wave. Because when you start the cart from moving, or when you stop the cart from moving and you catch your wave, you are padding time in both bookmarks. Oh my goodness. Just die. We died. We died already. Sorry, I'm so harsh. I'm actually being so harsh on you, Itchmag, and you do not deserve it, because it's, you know, my brain is a little bit warmed up, and this is also some high-level gameplay, so I'm holding some high standards here as well, and I'm really looking for principled decision-making. And not just principled like it is a, oh, always play on the high ground. That's not a principle, right? Always play on the high ground is it's a guideline, right? It's something that you can do. A principle is, what is the framework of my decision making, right? What convictions do I hold, and what is the system that I decide which convictions to break, which compromises to go for, right? And so that's why I'm being hard on you. But I apologize. We are not here to rip and tear into people's gameplay. We are in the business of elevation and recognition. So I really liked your sleep that you had on D.Va when she jumped you. That was really, really nicely timed, nicely placed. And I think that if she doesn't have the Tracer to help her out there, that she's a lot scary. I'm sorry, that she's a lot less scary. But isn't it also sensible that if the D.Va and the Tracer are going to come after you, you also don't want to self-isolate over here, right? And if they've been running the D.Va and the Tracer and the Genji this entire time, then you absolutely know that one of the safest possible positions is actually in your core, which is why the rotation here for a little bit of greedy damage and possibly a sleep angle was a little bit silly, proven to us by the fact that the Bionade lands on us there, and that's A-okay. I'm equal parts amazed and appalled that you guys end up managing to push them back. I don't really know how you guys managed to do it. I wasn't paying too much attention, and honestly, I don't really care. I don't think that that's a fight that we should have, we really deserve to win, but I'm glad that we did, because it means that you can show off a little more of what you got here on second point. You deserve a chance to do that. You have your nade, your sleep. This is not an Ana player moment, so any of my prolific Ana players in the chat might be able to tell me, oh, you're just wrong. But like, you have the nade, you've already used the nade. It's regenerating at the moment, and you have the opportunity to just like sleep them, right? But you know, imagine if like you're sitting here and you're like waiting for your team to respawn. Your Santa is finally respawned, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go up 3, 2, and then you get slept on your 3 count. right? Because the Ana has sleep, is in position to land a sleep, sees a target that she can sleep, that she honestly should be highly motivated to like slow down now before we have a chance to give them a fight phase that they can be ready, they can be prepared to slow down for, right? How many divas run at you with defense matrix up when you're playing Ana, right? How many divas are going to defense matrix the random sleep dart from here because you had it, could use it, and was motivated to slow them down, right? It buys you precious seconds, and yes, it is a risk because it's possible that you don't have that sleep for the Nanoblade, which you do want, right? So I'm actually going to say it's good that you don't sleep here, but I want us to understand the advantages of being willing to use a sleep here. Honestly, you want the sleep for the Nanoblade. Do they go for Nanoblade as early if the diva is slept here? Do you force them to Nanoblade on a timeline that is a lot less comfortable for them, right? Let's say the cart isn't there. Let's say the cart is closer here. Don't you want them Nanoblading if the cart is right here? So so you can force the Nanoblade maybe by getting a sleep here. All of this is different contexts, different scenarios, and I think Knackman even highlights a little bit of it for us. Even if a sleep nade doesn't do too much to hinder the fight speed, you'll still get the cooldown back before the fight requires it, and you'll get the ult charge needed to nano. Yeah. I mean, ult charge off of the 5 damage that, like, the sleep does, maybe not, but you're talking, like, the spam, the bio nades, just, like, general pressure slowing down. I think you're totally right, Knackman. Thank you. And Knackman is one of our Ana aficionados, an exceptionally talented and mindful player as well. And so, wow. See how she just eats your nade? Okay, this whole thing looks like it's on their timeline to me. You go for an aid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This whole thing is actually their timeline. Look at this. So you're even doing, like, I think what I was, like, advising, right? Where you're using your cooldowns to slow them down. So this is really interesting. But you're also all the way back here now. But they're running Ana Genji Tracer. And I guess now's my chance for my for my particularly my notably intelligent viewers, which actually I think is all 15 of you guys, especially compared to me, to say that I'm wrong. But like, I just don't know about backing all the way up as Ana when you're playing into the Genji Diva Tracer comp, if you're playing with Mei Queen Iari. So there's a little bit of the matchup rule set, a little bit of the compositional rule set, a little bit of the hero rule set where we're saying that you can use your abilities to slow them down. Oh, Goose. Okay, Goose said we're wrong. So you are A-okay, Itch. You are A. Oh wait, Goose wasn't listening. No. So yeah, I think that you can play in the middle of your core. I think that the position in the middle of your core gives you an option for your abilities. Ana is one of those characters that we've said here on stream a couple of times. Like, Ana is, I challenge you, give me any map. Knackman's blushing right now. I also like putting pressure first to try and force them to play in ways that they don't. Yeah. And oh my gosh, Knack, I mean, how long have you been playing Ana? Like close to 7-8 years now. And so like, you know how important it is as Ana to be making them do things that they don't necessarily want to do, because you know what they want to be doing. They want to be forcing the cooldowns out of you. 7-8 years. Yeah, no, Knackman's experience is it has a great depth to it. He's an excellent support player to get perspective from. Where was I? What was I saying? Shoot. Rose as old as Ana. Yeah, Knackman is actually as old as Ana. Still, I think a younger man than myself, but shoot, the dementia addles my mind, guys. I am not entirely sure where I was, but I think I've made... Oh, Ana! Oh, give me literally any map from any video game ever, and you will not be able to point out a single position on any of those maps where Ana isn't good. Now, I mean, that's not to say that we should be playing out in the open, right? I mean, Ana is definitively not good in Overwatch in the context of 5 people shooting her, right? And in the middle of the open, but she can shoot, she can nade, she can heal. All of her abilities do the same damage, have the same impact from all distances, all ranges, all proximities, right? And they all are reliable as well. No variability. It's not Hanzo scatter arrow. It's not miss input on the Zen orb because there's 3 teammates in front of the one that I actually want to harmony, right? you can be as precise as you want, as controlled as you want, as timing as you want, as map control as you want on this character anywhere, anytime you want to be. And if we're thinking about the context in which we are playing Ana, we are thinking that, like, it is safer in my core. I have wall, I have pylon, I have the beam, I have my Freya, I have my queen, right, who has shout, who has knife, who has bleed, who I want to have ult anyways, right? The D.Va is going to be concerned with eating my abilities and my teammates spam. So, like, if is there a way that I can use my knowledge of how the D.Va wants to play in my position in the core to just absolutely make sure that I'm avoiding the D.Va matrix? Because that's actually a skill. Your Mei hasn't demonstrated it here, right? Is it possible that by forcing the D.Va to eat your sleep or your nade, that you make a scenario where the okay, well, that's not fair, Goose. You can't. Okay, well, I think we should make Goose Mr. Streamer Man, to be honest, because they're absolutely right. Ana is not good inside the well on Ilios. Okay, all right, you got me. You got me good, Goose. The wrongness, it wounds me. Well played, Goose. If I knew how to, if I gotta learn Twitch. If I knew how to Twitch prime, I'd prime you just for being right there. So anyways, is it possible that you can force D.Va to look at you instead of your Mei, right? You have options here, but I think the options are only revealed by playing in the context of your rule sets that you have to abide by. And they're not arbitrary rule sets either. They're very deliberate, very logical. This game is a very well-designed one, as evidenced by the fact that it's gaining traction, guys. Overwatch 2 has really grown into itself. I'm glad that... Yeah, I'm glad that we lose this fight. It's not a fight that we were really set up to win. It's really... some really unfortunate things happen here, too, right? You almost had Nano. We had our Blizzard eaten. We fell back from space that we might have been able to control, and it's not even necessarily that you have to play right up here on this corner, but you don't also have to play all the way back. If there's a relationship between the objective and where it starts for some of these fights and where it ends when the fights resolve favorably for us, then I want us to operate these hybrid and escort game modes with that in mind. I like your narrowness here. I love that you give me an opportunity to really praise the fact that that you're really knowledgeable about how far you can be away from walls, corners, and covers at most times. There's still a couple of instances where you're kind of out in the middle of the open, but those are I think those are notably instances where, like, you are aware you're in the middle of the open, and it is a deliberate, measured. I want to say risk, but and in some of these instances, it's not even a risk. It's actually an advantage that you are manipulating to get away with your ones or do something else. So. Now let's see, hold on, I want to see. Nackman says, from my experience, Ana is as good in a position as the player is as comfortable using her cooldowns. Her cooldowns can straight swing fights, so the correct Ana position for me is wherever I am comfortable landing cooldowns. Yeah, well said. It takes me like a couple thousand words to get there, so I'm actually really glad that we have Nackman in the chat to keep things concise for us. Love that, Nano. Excellent. I love your positioning as well. It's it's variable to, like, kind of where the fight is happening. I just obviously, like, you nanoed your Brig, so, like, she's down here. I don't know if she has biscuits for you. And the only way for you to know is by, well, jumping down and finding out. Give her the chance to biscuit you, because I want to see what happens. I want to see this from her POV. Let me back you. Oh, yeah, come peek me. You get forced by the D.Va, but here's the thing, right? You nano the D.Va and Genji. Genji climbs up. You have him marked. You go for the shot. You're looking right. You waste time. You waste precious seconds looking at that tracer. I'm not entirely sure if you should be compelled to look at her there. Since you've got a job to do, 2 jobs, which is keep your Brig up as best you can. Actually, you have more jobs. Apply pressure to the D.Va and the Genji and live in the process. So I really appreciate the idea or the foreknowledge here that that you'll be maintaining in higher level lobbies that really necessitate you to maintain that knowledge that, like, oh, the D.Va wants me. Oh, the D.Va wants me, especially because I've nanoed my Brig. I've made my Brig harder to kill, so she's going to go after the easier to kill target, right? And I don't even have my second perk, right? So the D.Va, when she's diving you, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to give her the credit here, because this isn't her VOD review, although we are in the business of elevation and recognition. But odds are is that she understands you don't have your nano perk, your self nano perk, so she sees you up there, sees you're not glowing blue, and is like, oh, Well, that's a lot easier. Even though it's conventional to play the high ground as Ana, remember, it's the rule sets that we're abiding by. It's the principles that we're abiding by, not just those conventions. And you, honestly, I'm giving you so much flack for being up here at this time, when really, like, I just praised your position up here. I really like the fact that you were variable, the fact that you could be over here, spam the Geno, the Ray goes out, you fold back over here, and are in position to help your Brig, right? Now I just want you dropping down, right? I want you making, perpetually making the decisions that will help to enable more options and even better decisions, or easier decisions, or more structured decisions in later and later fights. I like the nade. I've really liked most of your nades. I think that I don't care as much for the timing of your nades. I think that some of your nades are kind of hard to for your team to follow up on, and I think that some of them are a little bit hard for you to follow up on. I guess I would want you to know: are you going for a nade that, like, you can reliably make meaningful? Is it a nade that by itself is reliably meaningful? Is it a nade that your team will be able to reliably make meaningful? At least so far, I don't have any, we haven't looked at any nades, and I haven't looked close enough at your nades to know what the difference in the timing I would be casting them is. But I do know that there's been a couple of nades that you go for, and it doesn't get anything, but doesn't slow them down either, like we were talking about earlier with your cooldowns. Yeah, that's all right. I think it's just like a little bit of a whiff there. But you want to hit the Mei, although I understand why you're hitting yourself. Also, that you actually want to TP if you think he's going to go for you first. And I don't often like the TP Suzu, but you're also at 225 health, so he has to dash and slash you. He doesn't actually go for your Mei. Who's he going for? What? Yo, wait, who is he going for? Oh, he just dashes forward. Oh my goodness, okay. This is like a really, really mid-blade. Okay, alright. I'm not necessarily doing anything other than trying to do anything that I possibly can to give me a better position to get a better read on this fight. Dropping off the high ground here, you hear, I think, the Tracer clomping and stomping. So, like, I want to move to the next spot. I want to get to the next good position, and not be in the straightaway where and when he happens to get the Nano Blade. Timing just kind of works against us here, and because the timing is working against us and we don't have the map control, we just don't have any options. See how there's just nothing to talk about because the two principles of Overwatch are just, well, entirely in their favor. They have the timing, they have the map control. You can see it. I mean, we saw it with the D.Va earlier. We've seen it with both of the Nano Blades so far. I think there's been two. And with some of these fight phases that I haven't mentioned, where things are just going according to them. You can disrupt that. You have a very small part of the disruption in that. The rest is up to your team. But if the rest is up to your team, then the rest being up to your team is something that you have to be up for supporting. So pushing in with the Queen, not yielding space. If you have to sacrifice someone there to the Nano Blade in that last fight just to get a better angle, or sacrifice someone so that you have more time to get to a better starting position, or the next setup spot for the next phase of the fight. Because remember, it's like you're setting up for fights, guys, but you're also setting up for the next fight phase, right? So you're setting up, and then you start the poke phase. Okay, well now I'm in the poke phase, and while I'm in the poke phase, I have to set up for the engage phase. Okay, well now I'm in the engage phase, but we played the match long enough that there are going to be ults, right? So now I have to be ready for an ultimate exchange, right? And so on and so forth. It just builds on itself from there. So we see that Overwatch is a cumulative game. He went for Sojourn, but lost her on the 180. Yeah, I wasn't having a good day on... I mean, yeah, their Genji doesn't seem to... Anyways. It's so hard as a support to know when to risk sacrificing a teammate for move. Okay, I want to ask though, Knackman, and I'm actually really, really curious. I'm not just doing this to like be contentious, because that is in my nature to be contentious, as evidenced by my hard like trolling and rage baiting the other night. Is it really so hard to know when to risk sacrificing a teammate? Because like I know that if I need to move somewhere as then, I had so much. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And this isn't. I picked up Zen last season, and I just literally did my own thing as Zenyatta, and managed to rank up doing him. And so like for Zen, when I was playing Zen, for me, I was like, I won games, I feel, by being willing to sacrifice my teammates for the things that I knew I should be doing, right? And maybe there's something to be said for, in some of those lobbies, I'm playing with players who are ready for me, who are okay with me sacrificing them because they're taking risks and I'm taking risks, and so we all understand that we're all taking risks here. But also, like, I don't play Ana, and Ana is... I don't want to say it, but she's probably a little more beholden to her team. She's probably a little more formative to her team. So yeah, maybe it's an individual question. Maybe like for you and players like you, maybe it is supposed to be really hard. Maybe for Itchmag, I'm supposed to say make it easy and just always choose you. But I was saying choose the queen earlier. The reason it's tough is generally because you have to make the recognition of whether you need to move because you start in a poor position, because my team is in a poor position. Oh, interesting. Okay. Wow, Knackman, I really like that. That's very team considerate, though. Oh, well, no. And sometimes you feel we're in a rough spot, but I can keep them up. Okay. We've seen that this map. We saw that on third point, in fact. The frontlining Ana. I actually really like it. Yep. It's like, being up here gives you a reason to use your abilities, gives you a potential pick on the D.Va, and gives you the spot to, like, immediately go to cover once you take a little bit of damage. Awesome stuff. Knackman, I was kind of waiting. I didn't know if you had finished your thought or not, so I was kind of waiting on another chirp or two, because it seemed like that was a thought that might have continued. I want to go back just a little bit. I was yapping a little too hard, and I wasn't even watching my Ana. I like the rotation here. Play close to the statue. Nice. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh well. How do you look in formation? Yeah, you're a little isolated. Your queen is out. Your team is in. It's not entirely your fault. Yeah, it's not your fault, but you do contribute to the division. I also tend to be much more okay letting a DPS die for positioning, because I'm Eagle Lord who thinks I can do the DPS job from my good spot. Actually, I actually think that's probably one of the more base things you've said. I think that you're probably right. I mean, that's the very reason that I tend to. I got the standing ovation again. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. That's why I tend to have our supports. I'm sorry, our deeps on the right. So. I do get it. Okay. Yeah. That fight's just so cooked anyways. I want to go back and see if there were any, like, little teeny tiny things that we could talk about, but I'm just not sure that there is. And I'm not going to force something. This is Masters 1. Look, like, if we're losing this game, it's for some pretty obvious reasons. We don't have to dig too deep into stuff. The obvious reason is we're not on the same page as our team. That's actually all that Overwatch ends up boiling down to. Wins and losses is which team is playing more like a team. And the ways to access that are timing and map control. You're wide. They have you marked. We're going to swing wide. Okay. You're already out here. You're already going to die, right? I don't necessarily know that you've mispositioned, but you also haven't set yourself up early in the fight to generate nano confidently, aggressively, safely. That's a big win con that you want. So I don't necessarily know what I would want to chalk this one up to. I don't necessarily know what you would be telling me what your mindset was here. But you've done such an incredible job of really establishing the angles that you're comfortable working, right? And I think that you've taken some challenging angles and made them really comfortable for you. Now here, when the only thing that you really have to think about is making sure that you're living, generating nano, and setting up so that you will be able to survive and regulate the next phase of the fight. I like playing wide here, right? That's the compromise that I think I'm making. Is that I really like playing wide here. But is there a reason to play wide? I mean, yeah, I want to sleep. I want an anti-nade. And you're already here, right? So when you get moved on, should you just keep moving, right? And are you in a position that is... I mean, you've isolated yourself with this cover here. It's interesting, too, because this isn't really even a flank. This is barely an off angle, right? But you are totally unhelpable. Okay, good. Your Brig comes in. The Genji. Oh my gosh, so much pressure. So much pressure. And they're playing the D.Va. I get it. Okay, never mind. I've been rambling and yamping. Trying to figure this one out, thinking out loud, and I finally came to my conclusion. But I want to read this. Me when I play Kiri or Ana, LMAO. You see my VOD, same as the Ana GOAT Godspeed. In general consensus is that my Ana goes from bronze to GM or vice versa, just on the fact of controlling my space versus not controlling. Yeah, that's fair enough. When I'm comfortable in the spot that I'm in, and I'm ready to control it, like I look good. And when you make me uncomfortable in the spot that I'm in, yeah, I love how simple that is. I love how simple that is. I like making Overwatch easy to understand. And Overwatch is easy to understand. Very easily understood here. You're still going up against that D.Va Tracer Genji matchup. They like you isolated here. It's good that you live as long as you do. It's awesome that your Brig bashes out the way that you do. But see how your formation gets forced out? Your Genji was looking to go in. Your Genji wants to set up for Nanoblade. And any Nanoblade that we go for in a fight that stays as scuffed as this one is one that's really uncomfortable to go for. I think there's some really nice things that happen here. But I think that the nice things happen as a compensation for a nicer setup that we might have had. Which is, you could probably just play in your core. It's probably faster to generate nano in your core. Forces your formation back. You guys end up winning the fight over here, which is really fortuitous. But I wouldn't mind you guys winning the fight on the objective so that you keep it moving. Yeah. Really interesting stuff. And it's so funny. Oh, man. I love high-level gameplay. Because you really can just be wrong or right on a whim with very little or very great justification. And ultimately what you have to kind of define these fights is... it's really just down to the individual players, the details, the individual rule sets, and the exceptions that they're making. I hate that you're relegated to the objective here, by the way. I am a big hater of supports being on the objective. I just think that they're too good to not be up there. But if your team is making it work, and they're doing fine, I guess who cares? Gold players land that sleep. I figured out why Root Beer and I are losing. Why are you guys losing digital? Games winning sleep, the nefarious Lord Thief. Gold players land that sleep. It's because I'm playing Freya. No. Oh, digital. It's not because you're playing Freya. Your Freya's honestly so good. It's so fun to watch you take some of those duels that you go up against. Freya got banned and we won instantly. Oh. Well, how about you guys generate a sample size of larger than one game, okay? How about you guys come at the coached Ethan stream with with an actual data set. The enemy team made the mistake of banning her and then go to Tracer to win. I think you guys are diminishing the other variables in favor of pushing a narrative that involves digital being bad at Freya. I won't stand for it. I won't fly. It's not gonna fly. And it's ironic that it's digital pushing that narrative. We'll ban you. The variable I'm good at Tracer. Oh, well, yeah, we knew that, though. We knew that. All right, we're going to get back to the VOD. Sorry, I want to... Yo, nice sleep. Nice sleep. Oh, my goodness. It feels so perfectly set up. I don't even hate that you're, like, you know, technically out in the middle of the open. I also like that you hop over the shurikens. That's kind of nice. I think that that's kind of lucky. I feel like you're just ambiently jumping and you happen to hop over the shurikens. But I like jumping to dodge projectiles. And you're so ready. I really think that that is a shot that even a gold player lands. So that was really, really nice. Really, really good stuff. As good as I am at Freya, I'm better at Tracer. I wish I felt that way about characters in Overwatch. I tend to maintain like the similar like trademarked level or like trademarked type of, I like that bounce. Is that fortuitous? Should I give you credit or should I say it's lucky? I'll give you credit. I tend to maintain the same level like trademarked shittiness across all of my heroes and roles. But fair. Fair enough, Digital. I will accept that that you are better at a character who has been out since the very beginning of the game than a character who got launched last weekend. When they in the Itchmag spot? I know, actually, I'm going to start telling Ana players to do that, because I've actually really liked Itchmag's positioning for, like, most of this game. And so I got to start telling my Ana players to be like, go play in the Itchmag spot. Go play in the Itchmag spot. Get yourself, you know, go find a position that Itchmag would play in, and then stay there. Which is honestly why I think that's weird that that you end up backing out to where your team is, instead of, like, you know, if you need to die, you just need to die. It's unfortunate if you stagger, but, like, are you letting yourself stagger if you die? Is your team letting you stagger if you die? You're staying in instead of getting all the way out. You guys force rally, but you're, like, not quite ready to engage. You guys haven't even, like, started an actual phase of the fight, of a new fight, at least. It's a new phase of the previous fight, but you're even starting a new fight, and we were already, like, exchanging ultimates. So, obviously, scuff has to happen in these lobbies. As far up as, you know, Champ 1. Once we get there, you know, stuff happens. You know, stuff has to happen in these lobbies. But I think that whatever whatever clean adherence to the rules you're able to maintain is going to be helpful for keeping the scuff more on their side, less on your side. That gives you more options, a framework for more structured decisions later in the match when you find you will be desperately in need of that structure. Overwatch is a cumulative game. I really like how you take a fight over here and it puts you in the spot to path right up to the spot where you want to be next. Ana players, you guys got to get to the Itchmag positions using the Itchmag pathing. TM, good stuff, dude. Oh man, I've been a real dickling to you today, Itchmag. But your Ana's so spectacular. Love the drop here. Ah, man, you don't have that nade? Would you? Nade after the shot that alerts you to, or that alerts her to your presence, that effectively marks you, is a bold creative choice. Ultimately, the only reason it ends up being able to be qualified as a mistake is the fact that you don't have it here, or when the Tracer finally moves on, and that's a-okay. Hottie, I haven't actually gotten to say this yet. I've gotten to say this like once or twice, but like Hottie told us, he was like, yo, life happens, shit happens, right? I mean, you miss a cooldown, you miss time and ability, like whatever. There are like 80,000 other things 80,000 other variables that that you or your team or your teammates could look at that like compensate for any one of these mistakes. Honestly, some of them aren't even mistakes. Some of them are like good choices that get used against us. Timing, map control, reversed, momentum, swings, and we have to say that life happens, shit happens, right? Oh my god, I got headshot by a random Hanzo's arrow, right? Who's going to flame you for that? So when life happens, when shit happens, what do we do? Yo, I love it. That's so slick. That is actually so slick. Get the damage in, she pushes you. Use the corner. Use the corner. Yes, it's such a good friend, and the Tracer has to come out to meet you. And she just pulls and recalled, so she's not gonna do that. You're free to and you realize that, so you're free to come back out here. Peek, do your damage. Good. Really, really close. Tracer players are all going to do the... Ooh, now I'm over here. Ooh, now I'm over here. And, so I just have you rotating, right, to this corner. Make her come back out. And then when she comes back out, rotate to this corner. Tracer has the advantage in the open with her blinks. I'm going to say this, and all of my math heads are going to be like, whoa, that is not geometrically sound of an assertion. But, like, with Tracer, her blinks, every single blink gives her, like, a corner to work around, right? And so, like, you want blinks of your own. The same way Tracer wants corners of her own, right? But for you, your blinks are actually this corner, and for her, the corners are her blinks. Yo, someone get this guy off the air. He is a schizophrenic person and should not be anywhere near coaching Overwatch. Holy smokes. This guy just talked about corners like they were blinks and blinks like they were walls. Excuse me? Who is this guy? Oh my lord, he's crazy. And he's talking to himself. Oh. I'm kind of surprised to not see the nade. Yeah, I think I am kind of surprised to not see the nade. You've got some really prominent nades that you could go for there. End up with a really nicely timed one. Oh, that would have been such a sick sleep. See how, like, you're not... See how... Okay, it's not as if we're, like, ready for the Tracer to jump us, but we're ready for the Tracer to jump us, right? Guys, when I'm talking about, like, being set up for these kinds of engagements, this Ana player, Itchmag, is demonstrating that very principle. It's a little bit unlucky that we missed the sleep. We only miss it by so much. Oh! Where was it? Did it actually... Hold on. I have to see this. Oh, okay. All right. Timing works against us there. I think you actually land the sleep if your timing's just a little bit better. But or if it's like it's not even better. It's just like you're aiming over here, but you press your shift on the timing that goes over here. Yeah. This is where so this is where the sleep ends up going. So like life happens, shit happens. Ana players do the itch mag thing here. Play the itch mag position. Play the itch mag preparedness, right? They have a Tracer, so if they have a Tracer, she may want to move on me. If Tracer may want to move on me, I may want to have sleep in reserve. If I want to have sleep in reserve, then I want to make the sleep easy for me to land, which means playing closer to walls, covers, corners, anchorage for my crosshair, right? Where I have corners, and Tracer only has the option to blink here or here, right? You can also blink in here, but that's hard. She has to get over here first, and the idea is to sleep her when she gets over here. Itchmag, I'm sorry you don't land that sleep. You should have landed that sleep so that you could look as good as you deserve to. And I think that next VOD that you do land a sleep like that, absolutely send it over just so that we can watch that from your POV, that sleep, because I think that like 10 out of 11 times you do land that. I don't mind getting the 11th code though, because it means that I've got to get one of the 10 others. And holy smokes, that's a show. That's such a fun show. If the 11th code is already a fun watch, and there's as much to glean as there is, imagine how good those codes 1 through 10 are. Holy smokes. Tracer does get the kill, but Ishmael ensured the Tracer had to use her cooldowns, and she has to jog back to the fight. That's a lot of time she bought her team after the ROM kill, too. Ana can make space. Yeah. Oh. So right. So absolutely correct. I've actually got nothing to say, Knackman, in response to that, because anything that I would want to say has already been concisely encapsulated by you. Holy smokes, did that pulse bomb move with you? Oh my god, no, she just like yeeted that thing. Nice movement. Oh my goodness, yo, nice trade. I'll take it. How long have you had Nano? Oh, you just got it. That's so sad. Yeah, when you're that close to Nano, you know, you played here already, and so the Tracer knows, right? So just like how we were like, okay, if I'm Ana and they have Tracer, Tracer may want to move on me. I may want to have sleep for Tracer, right? I may want to play in the position that is easy to land sleep, right? because they have Tracer and you're Ana, and she already got you once here, it is fair to say that, like, you can get her here too, right? So like, you can play the same way to goad her into playing the same way, so that this way you know how to play differently enough that you win, and you do manage to take the duel, but you don't play it differently enough that you're able to live at the same time. Let's see. Oh, wait, hold on. Where are we? Holy smokes. Is this after you came out of spawn? Did I lose my mind? Yes, okay, alright. I like these angles. Not taking too much damage. Generating the ult charge. On targets that we can get visual confirmation for. Going wider, a little wider, because our Genji's here. The Ana has us marked. If we're pinging the Ana, I promise she's pinging us. And you know who she's pinging her for. Probably looking to move up. We're playing against a different comp, but we're still up against Tracer, Pharah. It's possible that I'm not only, like, a little bit safer in my core, but also I'm playing a little bit differently in my core compared to the way that their Tracer perhaps expects us to play. Of course I want to play my ranged as Ana, but everyone expects you to want to play your ranged as Ana. I want to, wow, craziest gameplay ever. Okay, gotcha. I'll be excited to look. We'll probably have to wait until tomorrow to take a look. But yeah, I'm so excited. Digital, I'm so thankful for you. I'm so thankful for you. So yeah, I really don't mind you in your core, and I really don't mind the options that being in your core gives you as far as off-angling. Not necessarily that I'm telling you to go do your own thing as Ana. You have some very important responsibilities, but, like, if you're doing those other responsibilities from different positions, doesn't make it easier for you to do your responsibilities here, which includes building your nano blade. Or, I'm sorry, not blade. You don't have a blade. Wait, you do have a blade. Building your nano for this fight. Dude, this game still goes? Oh my lord. Holy smokes, man. I like the fact that you're playing your corner here. This is new. This is a little bit different. Grab that health pack to restore your health. I don't like supports on the objective, but if no one else is going to move it, and you can safely move it, and you can still do the things that you need to do while moving it, then I can't complain. You know, would I prefer your Mei who doesn't have fall off on her icicles, or your Genji who doesn't have projectile fall off damage? Like, yeah, probably. And your Genji, you know, honestly, you know, Genji players need to get good with those long distance shurikens anyway. So yeah, I'm especially enticed to put our Genji play on the objective, but I understand. I understand being on the point. Just wonder how many antis, how many sleeves, how many shots, how many options do you have elsewhere? My heart hurts when I see supports on the point, but I also like having some breathing spaces to move the cart and think about how I'm going to set up for the next fight. Honestly, sometimes the cart is an excellent place to set up, so. I like that you're in your core, especially. You're so close to walls and corners. You back off a little bit. Don't make too much space between you and your team. You get sucked in here and then slowed. So you're playing your angle. Play narrow here so that you can heal the queen. Start swinging wide to open things up. Yeah. Interesting how actually a little bit wider gives you a little bit better anti-nade on the centralized angle. It's almost like you... I just... There's a balance to strike. Going for abilities because you know that they're going to be where you want them to be when the ability gets cast or when the ability lands is really good, right? So understanding that, like, your team is pushing them back, I can go for a nade where they're going to end up walking backwards too is great. Honestly think that for some of these instances you do want the visual confirmation, right? Ebb and flows, these games change so quickly, and so it makes sense that your team is pushing, and you're like, oh, I can nade, but, like, when you decide to throw the nade, like, your team's actually backing up. I wonder what you read. I wonder what postures, what details you discern to actually lead you to that conclusion, and I don't know what those are. And I think it's a lost exercise for us on stream to point those out because all of us are going to have a different game view on this lobby. Another option is to keep moving right and use the walls to then take the stairs. Yeah, I thought about that. I thought about swinging wide, but I'm also trying to balance the fact that I'm kind of wanting Itchmag in the core or closer to the core. Interesting that we actually just get, like, totally wiped by, all as a core. If this were a Team 5 review, we'd break that one down and be like, yo, there's a different way for us to take that as a team. But, like, I don't know. Knack, what do you see? I see losing. I see losing no matter what. I see enough decisions that we made early on in this game that we kind of knew was going to lead us to a fight where you just don't even have the option of doing something that wins you that. That's what I'm feeling. I would love if someone else saw something, because I really prefer for... I don't think that my game view is complete. I often need other people's perspectives in order to feel pretty confident that that we are making precise assertions. So just a tough spot. Yeah, I get that. That's gonna be... I think that's the conclusion that we reach. That's a really tough spot. You don't have options there. Not really supposed to have options. You haven't bought yourself enough of them early enough in the match. Talking minute 1. Godspeed Kilo said it best. The way to rank up. How do you win that game? Well, you make decisions that help give you options from the very start of the map. Yeah. I'm playing a little closer. I know this on you want to play your range, but you know, if you're playing Brawl on Circuit Royale, do you really want to play Poke Ana? Is that really how you want to play? Is that really how you fit into the context of your composition? Is that the rule sets that you, as Ana, are abiding by in your comp? Careful, if you want to do damage, I'm walking up and doing damage. I'm trying to die, because my Yari's probably going to die. She is dying, and now I'm staggering, and my Mei is staggering, and while we're staggering, oh god, cart is moving. Oh no, you guys don't even get a chance to fight this. I promise. Yep, and we staggered. Yeah, oh my lord. I love it. I love it. Because I like giving people credit for, like, good lives, right? I like giving people credit when they escape really, you know, when they finesse a really good escape. And I'm like, oh, whoa, wait, that's actually cool. You dodged that damage. You got to a nice corner. You're being considerate. You're being intelligent, deliberate, smart, intentional, right? And you're setting up for the next phase of this fight, right? And honestly, we have ended up with so very few of those instances. And we realize by watching VOD after VOD after VOD here that staggering just is bad. If you lose a fight where you are going to die, then just move forward, die on the cart. Otherwise, like playing KDA just hooks you, shoots you in the foot there, prevents you from taking fights, and honestly, like, staggering is the... I'll say it confidently, and when Spilo wants to tweet and prove me wrong, he can. Staggering is the number one leading cause of lost options in later phases of the match. Stop staggering. If you lose a fight, just be okay with dying, guys. The scoreboard isn't what wins you games. Having, you know, being 46-2, that's great if you win. But oftentimes, I'm actually losing because I'm staggering, or I'm saying, oh, it's not a death on my stat list. I'll continue shooting the tank to generate 22,000 damage and hit every squishy with at least one bullet, right? So that I can pad my elims. But, like, at the same time, I'm not dying when I should be to justify my team getting fight resets, phase setups, right? Like, oh man, staggering sucks. And if you stagger and your name isn't Itchmag, you suck. That's actually a lie. And the reason Itchmag doesn't suck for staggering here, or for not dying on the point here, is because everyone so far in every VOD review gets one pass. We all get one stagger pass. So honestly, after you guys all use that stagger pass, you suck, okay? But you do get one pass. So Itchmag doesn't suck. We just needed to make better decisions early on in the match to give us more options later on in the match. But Itchmag, I think for you, I want to see what it looks like when you're adopting, when you're operating a little less according to the Ana rule sets and operating a little more according to the compositional and matchup rule sets, right? What does it look like when you're really being proactive in fitting into the context of your team's ambitions and your team's needs, and doing something like that? Okay. Oh, man. All right, what'd you say, Knack? Yeah, I would have just liked to see Ana be allowed to take a more comfortable spot, even if it leaves Brig on cart. Okay, yeah, I understand that, because Ana can sustain Brig at range, even if the Tracer dies. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes I want my Ana and my Brig playing in different positions so that they can see each other. Again, same kind of thing as earlier. It's like, if I I have both of my if I'm playing deeps and I'm looking at Emma look at something and my support's looking at something else from the same position, they're not seeing me because like we're standing right on top of each other. So. I didn't acknowledge Bananakin. I saw him pop in chat earlier. I don't know if he's still around. Bananakin, if you are, I appreciate you. I acknowledge you at long last. And thanks for the DM. You are so funny. Holy smokes. It is awesome to be surrounded by as many people who are as funny as you guys. That said, we are still going to have to call for a short hiatus. We're going to send to a very, actually to not a very brief break. It's going to be a little bit of a longer one. So, oh, hey, Bananakin, thanks for being here. So don't get shoot off by the ads, guys. Because on the other side of an ad, I'll still be AFK. So now's a good chance to, go make a little bit of lunch. Because I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. Stick with me. I'm not going anywhere. Neither should you guys. When we are back, we'll take another look at a code or two, and see about going from there. Possibly some Divinity Original Sin 2 gameplay that we'll get to look at here shortly. I'll see you guys in a bit. BRB. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with me. I appreciate it. And oh my goodness, I appreciate you guys keeping the chat alive while I'm gone. Looks like I'll see you guys on the other side of an ad. It would seem. And for those of us that I don't have trapped in an ad, we do have a treat ahead of us. This one is one of the codes that I got submitted for me today. We're gonna take a look at actually Goose World has been in the chat with us. So Goose, since you're here with us, I actually want to take a look at your code. There's a couple of more that we could definitely take a look at before, and there's a couple of that you know, I would have loved to cover today that we'll have to end up saving for tomorrow. If you guys know people who need Overwatch coaching, or honestly, who, you know, what they really need, it's some elevation, some recognition for their hard work. There are a lot of really talented Platinum players who go unrecognized. There are a lot of exceptionally skilled Diamond players who will never be known. And there are entire scores of underrepresented Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Masters players. So, if you guys know anyone who deserves to be recognized, then send them my way. Share the stream and send VODs that include them, and that way we can make sure that we are understanding what makes these Overwatch players so special. With that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into one of the last VOD reviews that we'll be doing this afternoon. I've been pretty excited for this one, is because I was excited for the feedback that that my advertisement was going to generate when it came to plugging and searching for VODs and enticing people to join me here today as we take a look and celebrate some game. So we are taking a look at Goose World. Like I said, they've been with us in chat. Hopefully they haven't left at some point, but honestly, even if they did, they sent 2 codes, and we're taking a look at the second of the 2. So Goose, hope you're around. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we're taking a look. So feel free to drop any questions, commentary, insight, feedback. I may periodically look over and read what you sent and say, you're wrong. But for the most part, I'm going to be very interested to see kind of what we're thinking about for this game. So, I do want to mention, Goose says that they are a D5 DPS player, and they eventually want to hit Masters. That's really respectable, and that's kind of hard as a hard-stuck Diamond DPS player myself, who would really love playing in Masters. It's a tough job, actually. So you have your work cut out for you. You recently got coached by Speedlo, and you found biggest issues were you failed to follow up on your shurikens. Okay. Tanks that you have no business chasing. Don't utilize your double jump to as much as you should to get over people's heads. Your setup phase for Blade needs some work. Okay, gotcha. Those are some good starting points. It appears as if you're the Genji player. Prepare to have your feelings hurt, Goose. Oh, I know, right? Oh my lord, we are nothing on this channel if not needlessly cruel. Okay, the only thing about your positioning here is like your whole team is here. There's this new character to the game, Freya, and what I've learned is that when I'm playing Freya, I love it when they're all stacked up on here and I can hit one of them with my charge shot. And as someone who's playing against Freya often, I really hate being next to teammates when they get stuck with exploding darts. So ordinarily, I think that this is a perfectly fine defaulting starting position as Genji. There's a lot of mindfulness that you want to tether to your first position that you're playing in these maps, which is like, am I starting somewhere that like my other DPS is going to be? And if my DPS is here, right, bodying these shots that I might get damage from or doing damage from this position, am I really going to do more damage from this position than my cast is here with the Mercy Pocket? And if my cast is going to be over there, can I be off angling? You know, could I have actually just started here and then just dashed out, right? Is there a way for me to You have options, but the options would be based on like what you actually want to get done here. I would know what you want to be doing generally before the match begins. That way you're not getting forced out of this angle before you even have the chance to do anything by targets that actually aren't super threatening to you while they're out there and you're up here, right? You definitely want to watch out for the Freya, and taking that damage is really tough. Having your deflect forced out of you is a little bit challenging here. But really, I think that you don't end up having to make any of these difficult compromises. You don't have to sacrifice health or cooldowns. If you're just willing to, well, if you want to start the space, that's a-okay. You don't have to stay here, and you don't have to constantly anchor here. And the more you anchor here, and the longer you play here, the more they're going to know how to take you out, right? That's why the Freya doesn't hit shots until just that moment, right? So, I think you can get banned for a joke like that. Oh yeah, 100%. You're banned. Good. You're going for the hard shots there, I think, on the Freya. I think going for the easy ones. You deserve, you owe it to yourself to make yourself look good. Hey, nice connections on the Genji. I've already said this on previous streams. Just in general, you know, I'm not going to talk much about the aim because aim isn't really what wins your games. But like if you do think that your aim, if you want to work on your aim, if you're unsatisfied with it, just make sure that you're doing that. Make sure that you're spending, 10, 15 minutes in Vax or Sita or whatever, wherever you got to be to feel really comfortable with the shuriken spread, the shuriken projectile, distance, timing, stuff like that. You're anchored to the same spot, but like again, I think that opening up this side of the map would be really cool. I have casted and coached Overwatch for many years, and it is so funny to see one of the differences. When we were first trying to push into GM as a team, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, we were trying to make this push, and we're watching these replays of us just getting absolutely rolled. And we're sitting here and like, what is the difference, dude? Like, I don't understand. They're just always ready for us. They just always, right? And we want to chalk it up to that you don't have any options, right, in some of these fights. But really what it is that some of these teams open up the map. Some of these teams that lose only play this corner because they think that this is where you play for this type of fight on this type of objective on this type of map. But the professional players will walk over here, see they can't play here, so they'll go over here. They can't play here. They'll come up here, play here for a little bit, and then they'll have to come back over here, play here for a little bit, and hey, maybe fight ebbs and flows so that they can be over here. Maybe they can, at one point, work their way over here. Hey, playing up here is an option. If it is a map, if it is a section of the map in Overwatch, then, like, by not using it, you're... Use the map. Use the map. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Aaron Keller is so... He's a benevolent god. And so, like, if he gives you so much space to play in, like, use it. Use it. Don't just limit yourself to this one corner. In fact, it almost seems as if this one corner isn't really the spot that you land these shurikens reliably from, right? So as we're talking about how Hottie once taught us, like, even gold players land those shots, right? Is this really the position that you are reliably landing shots from, right? Well, I mean, benefit of the replay viewer, we can see that it's a little bit harder, right? So what's the better position, right, for an engage, right? You want to be out here because you don't necessarily want to be up here because you don't want to be engaged on them in the middle of the open in their formation in their backline, right? But this is where you end up anyways, right? So could you have actually justified coming over here and taking the exact same style engagement, but where you've got this cover, right? You're also separated from your team, so like definitely be really careful. But you can also you can be separated from your team for a very short period of time. Okay, so Overwatch is cumulative. Everything kind of like leads up to an instance where you kind of Overwatch works against you. Closer walls, covers, and corners. As you are always doing a lot of things all at the same time in Overwatch. So as you're engaging, right, you're looking to deal damage, you're looking to secure this pick, but you're also looking to go from point A to point B, right? Immediately find the next good Genji spot. Don't over encumber yourself with the responsibility of getting a pick that you actually, according to the macro here, you don't actually need to secure this pick, right? So if you die trying to secure this pick, that you don't actually need to secure this pick, and this is an imposed disadvantage on your team. And it's okay to have that disadvantage, but the reason that for you in your case here, it's not really okay is because it's a risk that you don't necessarily need to take, but it's a risk that while taking, you're not making sure that the risk has those payoffs that you want, right? That you're able to live while taking the risk, while getting the value that you want, right? And it's really down to not like just deciding not to take the risk. It's just down to taking the risk and making sure that you're doing things while taking the risk that make the risk less risky. So. I like this dive. I actually really like this dive on the Juno. You just end up spending too much time away from map control. If Overwatch 2 boils down to two principles, those being timing and map control, I think that there's actually a huge advantage that your team gets from forcing half of them to turn around for you. But that's also kind of the aim, right? You're diving into the Juno. Half of your team, half of their team should be turned around, forcing a fight onto you, who is now on their side of the map that they want to control, on a target that they want to protect. And so there's a lot of benefits that you get from forcing their team to turn around to look at you while your Ryan is looking to engage on them. If your Ryan is looking to engage, I hope he is, because he sees you in. So you can just live. You've already gotten them to turn around, right? You've already gotten a little bit of damage. You've already elicited some attention, or forced a cooldown, and now you just want to set up for the next phase, right? So you had your poke phase, right? You had your engage phase, but after the engage phase, you didn't plan for anything past that. And I would prefer that even if you're going to throw your life into these fights, which is A-okay. I'm all about dying. Oh my goodness. Dow, my DPS player, has to work on his dying because his coach is like, yeah, just go die. Just go die. It's fine. So I'm okay with you dying. But if you're going to die, at least make sure that when you're dying, it's because they actually got you, as opposed to you didn't know where you wanted to be 7 seconds from when you died. I was going to say something nitpicky. I was just going to say do variable spam, you know? So like when you're coming back out and you know there's an angle that they may operate, you know, you can fire down those angles. If you don't get hit markers, or they're not moved into the position where you can shoot them, kind of like that Freya was, right? I think that Freya just kind of like is able to float over your shurikens. So you can probably double jump and find a different angle as opposed to just spamming the same one, especially since you've already thrown 3 shurikens over there. So the next 3 are going to be easier to dodge, and the next 3 after that are going to be even easier to dodge. So I think you can be variable. Oh, you're back in the same position, and we know that Overwatch players love patterns. I love, as Freya, when the Genji maintains the same position for basically the same fight, because if I've been losing those fights up until now, I at least have an impression to play them differently, and if I've been winning those fights up until now, then I'm letting the confidence that I've generated from those previous fights win me this next fight. So be really, really careful. I want you starting in new positions. Force them to turn around. Make them look at you. You have map. You have so much map to use. It is actually insane to consider how much map you use. Like, guys, does anyone live in this kind of a square footage of a home, right? I mean, imagine if you had this much space to do anything in your real fucking lives, right? So, like, if Aaron Keller is giving you all of this digital space to use, and we're using these games to escape from the mendacity of reality, right? Use the space. Oh my gosh. You know, I can't walk 8 square feet without moving into a wall where I'm at, right? But here in Overwatch, I can be free. I can be untethered. I can go fight for the health pack. I can attain map control. Now, if you do anything other than what you did in here in this moment, you don't get that baller-ass pick on the Ashe, so really, really love that. I like that even if you're back in the same position, you're doing something with this, right? And so I guess it ends up being kind of a cosmic coincidence. We like to, in solo queue rank, chalk it up to that. I'm going to say it's skill. I'm going to say you timed your engage well here, right? You timed it in a way that you were up on this high ground, as Ashe jumped up to this high ground, as Ashe committed to jumping up to this high ground, and then committed to moving through here. That, oh my goodness, that pearlescent or iridescent mythic skin looks so cool. And so you timed this very well, right? But we want the timings for something like this to be very intentional, not cosmical. Cosmical isn't even a real word, by the way. More like cosmic. Yeah, I wasn't tracking Queen ult either. That's okay. Those are the hard shurikens to land. I mean, you've already been on this Queen. You're proximate to Omega. You see her killing your teammates. Like, yeah, she's queen, she's scary, she rampaged you, you got antied, but like now anti's gone, she's not in rampage, she's not even like over healing anymore. Your Rhine is engaged, so you should probably be with your Rhine. I think that you make the right call here. Now you'll just want to eventually turn around, keep her marked, and you did. So this is perfect. This is excellent. And she's got her shout back. I like the spam. Chip down her armor. Be responsive to the other threats in your backlines. More patience. More. So much more patience with your shots. Like an extra 15 minutes in Vaxta a day. I like to set bots to 75 to hard or very hard, and then 75%. For me, that simulates as close to I'm used to as a real player movement. So, 15 minutes extra in Vaxta with the Genji Shurikens. It really will make a difference. And then just, holy smokes, take your time. If you got coached by Spilo, then you know what he says about confidence, right? Where take your time to make sure that the shots you land are shots that are going to land. That way you build confidence, which helps you more reliably land those shots and even try experimenting with harder shots, which helps you build more confidence, which helps you be okay with taking more time. It's actually amazing. I don't know how many people will understand this experience, but I have experienced what feels like a time dilation in my mind when I'm really thinking about the extra picosecond that I can hold on to that trigger and then fire when I know I'm going to land. So like, holy smokes, don't hold the mouse button down. Untape all of the buttons here and only make inputs that are worth making. I like that. I like that blade. I was thinking about the Spilo feedback and how he's like, you need better setups for blade. So I was ready to launch into what Spilo has already talked about. I'm glad that I don't have to. That's an excellent blade. You don't want to miss there, but like, shit happens. Life happens. No big deal. And you kill the Juno anyways. So Spilo said you need better setups on your blades. I'm not going to disagree with Spilo. But I'm a big fan of, if you have it, use it. If you missed as many shurikens onto that Freya as you did, and you have the blade, absolutely let her rip. Perfect. And you don't need a setup for that. You just need a reason to do it, and you had a very, very good reason. Excellent blade. Excellent nano blade. And you got two with it. It wasn't even just about killing the Freya. It was about the value that you were able to get with that. Yeah. You're still in the same spot, making the same shurikens without any variability. You're not reading their movement. And how much are you moving while throwing these shurikens? Yeah, mechanics is two major components for me. There's I'm sure plenty of people who are going to feel like mechanics is a lot more than just those two major things, but mechanics are two major components. Those are aim and movement. So you want to make sure that how you're moving isn't affecting how you're aiming. But also how you place yourself, where you place yourself, how you time yourself, where are you, when are you, that also affects how easy your shots and how hard they are to land. How easy and hard your shots are to land. Good. Nice. Oh, that's a marvelous little engagement. There's absolutely, ways to clean that up a little bit. You can probably cross distance a little bit. Let's see. Probably cross distance to the Juno a little bit. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. One step in the wrong direction is one of my favorite principles in the game. Alright, watch this. Alright. I am playing Genji. I have a read on the Juno. That's the target that I've been able to pick up until this point. If we're tracking ults, we know that she's coming up on her ultimate, and we are going to mark her, and we're going to look to assassinate her. So we get up onto the high ground here. We go for right clicks, but instead of moving towards the Juno, we have actually moved from a position where we are out of line of sight of two of our major threats, and now moved into position. It's amazing. It's literally one step. Technically, I think you've taken two. But it's literally one step that puts you now in danger of three people, right? Damage in Overwatch. Oh, hello, Lego. Damage in Overwatch occurs in three types of instances. They are insignificant damage instances, the damage that doesn't kill you and doesn't really pressure you. And then you have significant instances of damage. Those are damages which are threatening. They do pressure, and they force decisions from you, or responses. And then you've got lethal instances. I don't need to define lethal instance of damage. Overwatch damage in Overwatch ramps up very quickly from insignificant to lethal. I'm sorry, from insignificant to significant lethal. And so if Overwatch does ramp up very quickly like that, which it does, then understand how quickly the damage against you should be ramping up here. This is your timer. This is the very beginning of your timer. This is at this moment, you should be slowly and steadily dying up until a certain point. Or not slowly, you should be dying until you're dead, right? You take a step to the left as you're continuing to move forward. So again, not only moving forward there onto the Juno. Are you making your shurikens harder to hit, right? Actually, I think you are. I think your shurikens are leaning left. Do you hit these? Yeah, you hit one. Okay. Looks like your shurikens are leaning left. You're moving left. You just wanted to aim at her and walk at her. And you're moving even left more as if you're closer to this wall, as if you're closer to cover, while standing in the middle of her thing. Do you think that you could just move towards the Juno? Is one jump, right? Not a double jump. Maybe not even one jump, right? Depending on what is or isn't predictable for these players. Is one jump not a bad thing, not a bad way to kind of deal with the fact that she's going to be shooting you? Is that a bad way to dodge? There's a lot of extra movements here. I don't think that there needs to be. I think that you could just walk at the Juno. One step in the wrong direction. That really is all it takes. I want you to be able to move and position in a way that makes it easy for you to hit her head. More patience. Yeah, just be slower. Actually, like, only push your fire button, your shuriken button, whenever you, like, are really comfortable. Because it's just like, if you just give yourself, like, the extra second to, after acquiring your target, to track your target, I think that you end up reliably landing a lot more. So, that was excellent. This is an excellent engagement. Those are the things that I clean up about it. One step in the wrong direction. Make your shots. Continue to make your shots easy to land. Going for Hodge. You're going for really hard stuff right now. Oh my gosh. There is an Ana right beneath you. And you are going for, like, the absolute, probably hardest target out of everything that you've got left to do. It's probably, honestly, not even an important target to go for here. It is probably just hit D4, 4 consolations. Oh god. Oh no. Freya probably isn't the most important target to be going for here. It's probably going to be the Nano Queen, or that you want to pressure, or the Ana that you want to kill because you know that she's going to be able to sustain the Nano Queen. Nice escape. I like you being willing to get out. I like how in you were. I like who you were in on. Outside of the Freya. And honestly, it's good for you to be in on the Freya too. You know, if you force the Ana to turn around, if you force cooldowns, if you force Freya back so that she doesn't have to, so that she can't pressure your Reinhardt while you are looking to, pressure the Ana, or while your Reinhardt's looking to fight the Junker Queen. All right, those are all good things. Okay. Stop it. Stop starting and staying in the same position. You will climb. You are going to climb. I actually promise you, Goose. And holy smokes, I'm so sorry. I've become so candid recently, guys, in the last, like, hour and a half or so. I think it's because I'm tired. It's been such a long week. If I say anything like a little too needlessly cruel, then I don't have an excuse for it, but I am going to tell you the reason. You will climb. It's not going to be hard for you to climb either, Goose. But you won't be able to maintain the rank that you want if you don't exercise the willingness to literally play each phase of each fight, and each fight after that fight, and all of the same fights a little bit differently from all of each other. Stop setting up in the same way, because every time you set up that way, they see you set up that way. They see you set up... Oh my god, another win for Digital. That's amazing. And all it takes is not playing the Freya. I jest. So every time you set up the same way, they mark you. And every time they mark you, they're going to be able to have one idea of how to fight you. That's a really nice fight. That's a really nice pick. But be careful. I want to see what happens when you're setting up differently, thinking a little more creatively about how you want to approach these encounters. Yeah. I don't know what we would do with our dash. We had a really nice dash kill on the Freya. Yeah, and we dash out. Look, it is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. If I'm playing Genji and I'm losing people, the number one people that I want to be next to is my Blossoming Reaper and my Hovering Juno. I do not want to be dashing out. I do want to be dashing to safety. dash through the queen, dash up into the air, dash back towards visual confirmations of my allies, right? Or audio confirmations of my allies, where I hear the Reaper is, while not encouraging the Freya. I know I should be egging you on, being like, wasting time on Tracer. Go play the new one. But I don't have you dashing out because, well, we could go on at length. And we're about to hit another ad. Just take it as law for now. It is almost always safer in than out. It is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. Try to be more in when things go south in some of these fights. And then come at me and tell me I'm wrong when your master is won, right? So, but dashing out before fights have concluded, leaving before fights have concluded, and especially if we're leaving fights before they've concluded when we think we're losing, go to the cart, get to your teammates, go wave respawn. I'll see you guys on the other side of an ad. Dashing out is what, well, dashing out, I pick on that because I wanted you to have your dash for an earlier engage onto this Ana. So honestly, you get the dash kill on the Soj. Yeah, and you already took the Carnage from the Queen. So you can't deflect that. I mean, you have like a split second to deflect it, so I'm not going to tell you that you had to. It all happens so fast. I'm going to be the guy in the easy chair who gives you the unfair commission of try to see it all happen as it happens. Try to hear it. Oh god, walking into the Carnage there is really, really tough. It's like you're not super aware of the Queen and how she wants to play into you. I'd be really careful about that. I would be on a hero like Genji. The reason that I mentioned damage earlier here is because not only does damage ramp up super quickly in Overwatch, Genji is also one of the characters, Tracer is also this way, and a lot of the characters are like this, but Genji is one of those characters that, like, the lower health he has, the correspondent, the exponentially worse he is. Genji at 80% health is infinitely more superior than a Genji at 40% health, right? And so, and you're not looking at just like double potential value there. I really do mean it's exponential. So is Genji. You want to be really sensitive to those damage instances. And in general, it's a very important principle to only take the damage that we can actually justify taking. If we're taking damage and we can't justify taking that damage, then we should not be taking it at all. And sometimes we'll take damage that we can't justify. So we have to figure out, okay, well, how do I play differently now that I've taken that damage? Right? What am I thinking about differently? How am I setting up differently? And the other reason that you want to be careful about taking damage that you can, only taking damage that you can justify is, well, I thought there was something I wanted to add, but I'm losing my mind, so we're gonna keep moving. Okay, yeah, I see where Spiel's like, yeah, slightly better on the blade setups is nice. I think you get the blade setups you want if you just like slow it down. Slow it. You are only playing in a, and I'm whoa, holy dismissive, Batman. I mean, I play in your elo and I struggle. So look, but you're only playing in Diamond 5. Slow down. You do not need to play at the speed of some of the professional teams that you've looked up to, right? Or to the streamers that you enjoy most watching, right? Honestly, they often don't need to play as fast as they are, right? Oftentimes, their teammates are forcing shit way too early, way too imprecisely, way too unknowingly, or not forethinkingly enough. Slow it down. Slow it down. Oh my goodness. I would never, and I'm pretty sure Spielo is the exact same way. I would never ask you to do something which isn't actually possible. It's not fair for me to ask you to do things that are unfair. And so if I wouldn't ask you to do something that's unfair to yourself, Goose, don't try to do it yourself. Holy smokes, that's so blatantly arrogant, right? Do what is within the rule sets of your character, your composition, and your matchup here, right? And so figure out how Genji wants to blade into this, and be kind to yourself. Take the extra second, make sure that you look fantastic going for this blade, because although I want replays where there's stuff to correct, you absolutely deserve to have a brilliant 5K blade showed off on stream here today, right? So hey, next time you give us a code, slow it down. You know, have it be a code where you slowed it down and where you have that 5K blade. And maybe you still lose. We talk about, you know, we talk for like 2 hours about a ton of other stuff that doesn't matter at all. I like the timing of the blade. I do like the timing of the blade. I'm gonna go back to Lord the Calm. Ooh, 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 wow. Wow. That's a lot of damage. We hear them, by the way. Yeah, and they're set up for us. So if Overwatch 2 boils down to 2 principles, being timing and map control. If I'm the queen, if I'm the Freya, I want to have the map control of this angle at the time you walk out so that I can go 3, 2, 1, and then boom, you are insta-critical, and we force Suzu out of you. What a huge boom. And in order to rank up 2 Masters, you need to expect players to be looking to exploit this. They're not going to stand still on the objective as 5. They're going to move up, take space, and be ready to secure a pick before the fight even begins. Before the poke phase even begins. Right, and so you want to be really wary of that, right? Same kind of deal as here on First Point when I'm saying you want to start these fights with plans, right? You also want to enter these portions of the map which you do not control with the trepidation that is required to eventually control them. That is with the caution exercised that you aren't taking the damage here that you're taking and aren't forcing the cooldowns from you and your team that you're forcing. Look at the compromise. I'm not going to say it's your fault, because that's really myopic. The fact is that your carry and your Juno should be letting you die. That is their fault. But the compromise that you force from your team there. And it's not, I mean, look, like you walked into essentially what is Hanzo spam, right? What are you going to do about that, right? In this game, absolutely nothing. Next time you play Route 66, you're walking out with deflect rays. You're walking out with the knowledge that you have to, as you walk out, do those extra movements that I was yapping at you earlier. Because it's not actually moving on your target that you need to do here. It is actually moving through the hard choke in as fast a time as possible so that you absorb as little damage as possible, knowing that passing through a hard choke is where you will always take the greatest amount of pressure. That's a term that Hadi gave us. So hard chokes are when you are choke points that when you move through, you cannot go back on. You have to stay on the side of the hard choke that you move through. Soft chokes are a little bit different. You can ebb and flow around soft chokes. You rarely see fights ebb and flow around hard chokes. You usually see a team pass through a hard choke and either and one team wins and one team loses. Those fights don't typically last too long unless they end up taken elsewhere as well. So it's why you don't want to take the fights in the hard chokes, is because it's very easy to get maps to be lost there. Or fights to be lost there. My apologies. So you pass through the hard choke so that you can bring the fight elsewhere. Holy smokes. I'm losing my mind. Careful, you take... Oh, man. You take that, and then you deflect, and then you drop it, and then you take another shot. Like... Getting a little too creative with the license there. Definitely say I rush myself. Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay, because I also want to play quickly. I also want to play fast, because I think that if I play fast, I diminish the chances of them being able to respond to me in a way that is, you know, that they had the time to develop, right? I want to cut through that time. But it's not necessarily about playing quickly at all times. It is about the capacity to go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in a second, right? It's not necessarily playing fast at all times. It's more about an acceleration than it is a velocity. You want to be able to set up at a corner, unmarked, unscouted, unrevealed, pop out, kill 3, and then go back into your corner. Go back into a new corner, in fact. Not the same one, but a new corner. Oh my god, if that isn't 0 to 100, and holy smokes, if that isn't like the thorn in my side of low masters, it's just getting jumped by Genji players that were more than happy to sit there, wait for me to walk, to like hover past, and then just kill me right then and there. Like, are you kidding me? I didn't even have a chance to fight. And that's the kind of denial that you should be looking to accomplish on this character during those instances where you're looking to go aggressive. Make things easy on yourself. I think that you've picked the hard target. I think that you feel like you have to pick the hard target here. Okay, think about what decisions we commit early on that force us to commit to harder and no, like consecutively harder and harder decisions, right? Looking at the Juno, we're dashing into their section of the map on the low ground in the middle of them away from our team, right? So I'm not saying that this is the wrong thing to do. I really do like this engage on the Juno, but I want, if you're engaging on the Juno, again, are these risks that you are measuring? Or are these risks that you are not considering? And if you are not considering these risks, then I think that you have to reconsider this dive. I like the wall that you play here, the cover, the mega, good. You're just thinking about living. So fighting here with the dash is a bold choice. You probably die here. I like that deflect. Oh my goodness, absolutely clutch. I think there are ways to make that easy on yourself. But you can worry about that for when you have to go up against opponents who, if you don't make that easy on yourself, you lose every single time. Yeah, okay. Overwatch players crack me up. I like the poke, the spam. Can you play differently? Can you set up elsewhere? Can you use some of this downtime to like get an off angle set up? You know, I know that you don't want to be playing alone, but you definitely, okay, here's the thing, right? You need scouting to set up for fights, right? You as an individual, but also you as your team. And if you're playing Genji, you're on a really good hero to get scouting done. So like, it's not just about like being set up for this fight and being set up on an off angle to like meet up with your queen when she moves on the Ana or to like get a pick in the back lines. It's actually as simple as like, are you starting in a position that gives you the scouting info that you need to understand how you want to take this fight? You have marked the queen, and then you turn away from her, right? To jump up there. Yo, Hugo lover, hey, what's up? Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you swinging in. We're just doing some VOD reviews. You can feel free to respond to an advertisement on Reddit or DM me at Lord Thethan on Discord. We do VOD reviews on here on stream. We can also schedule them like one-on-one sessions, but those end up taking those are hard because there's so much review to do on stream, and I only have so much time off stream. But you know, honestly, at the end of the day, stopping by for 30 seconds, dropping a hi in the chat. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for swinging by. And oh my goodness, thank you for the follow. There's supposed to be a little animation that plays when we get follows, and they haven't been playing. I'm gonna get that fixed, but we'll go ahead and do the follower event here, emulation. And it's not Hugo Lover that it shows there on stream, but it is Hugo Lover that we got to thank for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Hugo. Like VOD review of the Genji. Oh my goodness, we aren't even on Genji. Oh yeah, so as I was saying, you look at you mark the queen, and then you turn away. You see the cast, you see the Juno, right? Is that as much info as you want to take this fight the way that you want to, right? And so like, I want to say, like, start high ground. Just go high ground. It's easy to start and go high ground. First scouting info, right? And it's easy as a coach to be like, hey, you should just be on high ground here. And all of the coaches are going to tell you, yeah, you can just play on high ground here. And that might be as much as some of them say. Go high ground so that you can get scouting info and so that you have angles to do something with that scouting info. Overwatch builds on itself. It's self-elucidating. It's self-interpreting. It is self-contained, right? And so everything that you're doing in Overwatch is ultimately meeting multiple different ends. It's all various means to various ends, right? And all of those means connect to all of those different ends, right? So for you want to be thinking holistically. I need to get my scouting information. If I'm in a position that I can scout, I'm probably in a position that I can poke. If I'm in a position that I can poke, I'm probably close to a spot that I can engage from. If I'm close to a spot that I can engage from, then I'm probably around a timing that most of the rest of my team is close to their engaged spots, which means I can do a 3, 2, 1, and then look to engage on my target with my team's timing based on our map control, which is predicated off of our scouting info. You see how it all just builds on itself? It's beautiful. It's beautiful, and it's so hard. It's so much to keep track of, and I'm not envious of the positions that you guys find yourselves in as players when it comes to the impossible task of climbing through the ladder, especially when you're bundled with teammates like these. But it's especially games like these that we look at where we're like, Wow, there even is a little more that we could do different. It seems like so much to think about all at once in those few seconds. How do I not get totally overwhelmed by that? That is such an excellent question. I'm a big believer in making things simple, making things really easy, and that did not make things easy, right? You want to do one thing at a time, have one plan. Is coaching free here? Yes, coaching is free. There's probably a point at one point where individual sessions, we have to, negotiate pricing. I cannot do team stuff without negotiating pricing. So any teams that wanted to do VOD reviews, we would definitely have to talk about budgets and stuff like that. But especially here on stream, if you send replay codes to me, you can get. I'm not. I'm not going to charge you. I'm not going to refuse to VOD unless you follow our Twitch stuff. We're just having fun here, celebrating gameplay and seeing what we learn. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, no worries. I'll let people know when they start paying. Back to Goose World's question. Do one thing at a time. It is actually just starting there. Boil Overwatch down to two principles: timing and map control. Think about the game in those contexts, and really very little else. If you're just thinking about like what section of the map do I want to control as Genji here, right? And there's a lot of variables that you can think about that, but just ask yourself, where do I want to be, right? And start with there. So as far as not getting overwhelmed by all of the different variables, I apologize. You can't keep that from happening because you will be in lobbies that challenge you. You will, as you climb up to Masters, you are going to get into lobbies that you have to be overwhelmed. They overwhelm you. We are in the business of making things simple. The reason that I'm talking about the scouting information and the setup times and the setup phases, right, is because I want to give you all of the different steps, all of the different frameworks, so that you have an idea of how to identify all of this stuff, so that you don't have to get overwhelmed by it. Oh my god, the queen is pushing and the Freya is using her cooldowns and there's ultimates going back and forth and my queen is antied and holy smokes, right? Instead, we can actually just understand, wow, they had some really good timing. We were not set up in the position that we needed to be, and that's like maybe one of the big things to fix, and that's it, right? So I'm sorry, Goose, I don't have a true answer to your question. I have some really good means by which you can investigate a little bit and limit test and find out. And there's a lot of reasons that we could talk about any decision that we would make, right? So again, I mentioned, coaches will just say, go to high ground, right? Off angle is Genji. Look to set up a flank here, right? But I want you to know the reasons for all of it, not to bog yourself down with the overcomplications of Overwatch, but to understand how many reasons there are to do, or how many different reasons there are to do different things simply. Make that really simple. Hi, Daisy. Stop barking. No, Richard Bormkin. Juice, I hope, I'm sorry, Goose, I hope that answers your world, oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind. Yo, Daisy, you're making my dementia. Stop it, pupper. I hope that, that helps to answer your question a little bit. And I'm sorry that that's a non-answer. What's the rank? I am... personally, I'm rated Diamond DPS and Diamond Tank. I'm a mid to high master support player. My pick rank in Overwatch 1 is 4098, just below Modern GM4. And but the team that I coach is a GM3, GM2. So, and I've had several consistent top 100 players on my roster over the 5 years that. So I'm not ranked too well, but there's definitely a depth of experience there. I'm very strongly opinionated, so at least I got some base for my opinion. What should I work on to not die a lot with Genji? I'd say that's a little ambiguous question that I could answer pretty ambiguously. What should I work on to not die a lot with Genji? I can chalk it down pretty simply. Say timing, map control. I would say figure out what you're doing with your cooldowns, right? With your deflect, you're often getting in or getting out. With your dash, you're often getting in or getting out. With your deflect, you're buying time to get out or looking to stabilize by securing an elimination from a threat. And so oh wow, okay, yeah, Goose is actually already on top of it. Listen to Goose, because they said it much more simply, much more concisely than I did. Use your cooldown cycle properly. Yeah, I would first start by looking at your cooldown. Coach with esports players. Yeah. I'm actually very, very blessed. I'm very lucky to be able to have been able to spend time in the spheres that I was. Like one big Spilo thing, Spilo compliment is your cooldown cycle. Okay, I really like that. That's awesome. Compliments from Spilo are so nice. He's a very excellent compliment giver as well. Thanks for the compliment, Godspeed. Although, you guys want to talk great coaches. Whew, Godspeed is also up there. It's the tank principle. If you put yourself in a position where all 5 of them can shoot you, all 5 of them are probably going to shoot you. That's all that happens here. You're just revealing yourself like a little bit too early. I think that you even have like, yeah, you even have your deflect. But the thing is like Freya has you marked, so she has you pinged, so they know where you are. And your team isn't quite ready to engage as you look to engage here. So I would just be really careful about what you are looking to accomplish individually. If you're looking for scouting information there, which I think is the only acceptable reason to peek where you do and to only peek with your deflect, because you can you do have variables that you can use to evaluate how dangerous this position is at this time, which is just the visual indicators, which is like, you know, Freya bounced back to her team, my team is out. Previous fight indications that you know that we were losing. I think you end up dying, so you're coming out of spawn anyways, right? So you kind of want to when we I don't know if trepidatious is a word, but you want to be cautious and probably go on the queen. Okay, Freya's an easier pick. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So Freya gets back, she gets down, dials it back on the acceleration, slows down. I think you can mirror that, especially since she's slowing down in the context of your team. You're being forced to slow down beyond the context of yours. No big deal. Life happens. Shit happens. Variable poke, variable poke, variable poke. There is no reason that if I throw a bullet that I should ever be mad when someone throws a bullet back because they knew I was there because I shot one bullet from that position and then stayed there to fire more bullets. Variable poke, I think, is absolutely fine to be maintaining, especially on a character as mobile as Genji. Nice blade. I don't care. Get that one pick. That's all you need. Excellent. I absolutely love it. Hey, nice crit taps. Oh, and oh my goodness, absolutely beautiful. Wow. I want to watch that back. I dashed earlier. I dashed because I have it when I've connected those shots. But honestly, I'm glad that you didn't dash because, oh my god, I've got to get the choir out of my ears. I didn't realize this one had a vocal component. Okay, perfect. What was I saying? The tenors were making me lose my train of thought. Oh, I'm glad that you missed that dash. I'm glad that you didn't dash, though, because it opens you up for this incredible deflect. Very, very nicely timed. If Overwatch 2 boils down to 2 principles, timing and map control, not only do you time that deflect well, but you also, I mean, look at how easy this is. Look at how easy it is for you to deflect that. You're in the right spot. You're not jumping around. Your crosshair isn't flailing around. You're not, like, panicking because you're 80 health. You just understand I have deflect, so that makes me safe here, so I can stand completely still, put my crosshair over the Freya, and 3, 2, 1, boom. Boom. At least the puppers aren't borking still. I'll make the puppers bork. You want me to, you want the puppers borking? Are you gonna antagonize me today, Godspeed? You're lucky you're not my player anymore. I don't mind how in you are here. Is there a reason you want the Freya? I don't know, say I have you challenging the cast. I might have you drop the Freya here, though, and, like, look for if there's something else for you to do, because she's got so much mobility, and it's not as if you can't meet her own mobility. In fact, I would sooner sick you on that Freya than, like, a lot of your other teammates because of how you can, not match, but kind of not fall out of pace with her mobility. Ultimately, it's not bad that you chase her. So yeah, I mean, maybe you do have to chase her since she's the mobile one. But maybe as soon as she moves in here, you can just be like, all right, well, I'm just gonna dash on the Juno or have dash to escape the Cassidy because I can disrupt him and he no longer has, well, benefit of hindsight in the replay viewer, he no longer has a mega to play around. I knew she had a little, saw what she was trying to. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that is totally understandable. So hey, maybe the dash instead of chasing her can actually just be used to dash across, meet her, deflect in her face, right? That is a potential option there. So, not to say that your intentions and your actions, decisions don't line up there, but there's a easier way to go through with your really good plan. Amazing. As a DPS player, you are tracking ultimates. Okay. All right. Well, now I know you're gonna hit masters. Excellent. I wasn't too doubtful before, but it's nice to know for certain that that there's no shot that you don't manage to make it there at some point. If you're a DPS player tracking ultimates, that's you. I mean, everyone should be tracking ults, but a lot of people are just so comfortable not thinking about what ultimates they generate, because oh, my supports do it. My support's always like yapping. Support players, they're always in voice chat saying, "Are you having fun?" I'm actually kind of having fun. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster. It's like those machines in the arcade where you're not on, like, you're not actually in an abandoned mine shaft rolling around in mine carts, but you're in a little bed that's like shaking as if you are, and you're so close to a screen, it's so loud that you might as well be in the caves, in the mines again. Oh my god, those were fun. They're kind of expensive though. Too many quarters. Dude, I love it. I love how wide you are. I love how like, they really have to, they have to mark you. They have to like be conscious of your presence here. And I really like that. I really like making it to where we can make the enemy aware of us and kind of affect their decision making with that. But let me see. Hold on. I think okay, yeah. But you want to be up here and like, force them to make decisions. This isn't quite engaged timing quite yet. So, if you're scouting, right, you see no one's up here, there's no one to dash, no one to right click, you can drop down. You can also look to just duel the Freya. Like, there's no harm in, like, you popped up here a little bit too early for your team. I like where you are on the map, because I think that there's a lot of control that this position gives you. There's also a lot of cover. There's a lot of options for disengaging in particular, especially because you are a little bit early. So since you are a little bit early, I think it's totally fair to, like, just as soon as you see that two people are looking at you, press E. Like, what are you trying to dodge? You can't dodge anything here, right? So understand what you're doing is good. When you're doing this is less good, and because when you're doing this is less good, you not doing this, with this being the deflect, is less good as well. If you make a decision, make sure that decision makes your consecutive decisions a little bit easier, or at the very least that it's not making it harder. And if you're making your consecutive decisions harder, just be ready to compromise on the outcome, or based on the outcome of those decisions. I have to use my deflect early because, oops, I jumped in a little early. And that's okay to be a little bit early. I just have to be ready to use my deflect, or be ready to dash out. Perfect. Good dash out. Alrighty. I like it. I like it a lot. Nice. I actually really like that that timing there. They put I the Mega, dash across. Yeah, really intuitive. Really thoughtful stuff. Very mindful, I think, is what they were saying the meme was. Okay, all right. Then you stop being mindful because you see this objective and you're like, oh, all right, to get on the cart. In fact, I can stand still on the objective. No, you can't. Use it as cover. If you like, it doesn't even make sense to be out here in the open, even though cart is here, because there's still a fight happening, and no part of the fight is happening on cart. So I don't mind dashing across into the cave. You actually know, because you have to grab the Mega, that your supports aren't readily available. If your supports aren't readily available, is it really an angle for you or a timing for you to be fighting? If your supports aren't readily available, are they elsewhere? And does that mean that they are, does it mean that they are with your tank? Okay, well, maybe. Where's your tank, right? So there's a lot more that I want you being aware of before you just blindly take this one with the cast. And it's because it is a little bit... it's because it's a little less attentive that you just end up getting hindered. You're hindered. Hold on. Oh my goodness, we got some typings. Snow, seeing your post on Reddit, thanks for offering free VOD reviews. Yeah, absolutely. It is my absolute pleasure, and get you guys some recognition. Puts me in the light a little bit as well, and it's nice and warm here. So I appreciate you guys for the warmth. Something for free in the big 25 is wild. Yeah, actually a little bit. How much did he pay you to say nice things? A lot. I lose money here. Hey, Snow, thanks so much for stopping by. I think that let me double check, but I think that I do have you on my spreadsheet. No, I don't have you on my spreadsheet, and that's because I think that I may instead have you in my correspondence on Discord. In any case, just make sure, bump your messages every once in a while wherever you've left them, if you leave them somewhere, and that way I don't let you slip through the cracks if ever you want to do any VOD reviewing. Thank you so much for swinging by. I'm so thankful for just stopping in for 30 seconds and leaving a message. That is so awesome from you. Thank you so much. Good. Oh, it's marvelous. Oh my goodness. Genji players, take notes. Did you define how to play this hero? Fantastic. Marvelous, Goose. Love it. Yeah, and if that's as much you can do that fight, that's as much as you can do. Careful. You had a really good fight that you took, like, really principled, right? Where you didn't take damage when you didn't need to. You went on to target that you needed to. Use the cooldowns that you needed to at the right times that you needed to. Just make sure you're not now doing things that you don't need to be doing, right? Keep the good decisions coming. They make the hard decisions easier to make later. No, I never submitted. I consider though. But guessing you're probably busy. Yeah, we are staying a little bit busy. I appreciate your respect for that. But also, honestly, we're in the VOD reviewing is fun era, and so don't underestimate the fun that can be had out of getting to celebrate some of your gameplay and experience the way that you perceive your unique game view that you perceive. Yeah, you die here. Did you make your peace with your gods? It doesn't look like it. It looks like you were still, like, searching your memory and praying for ways out. No, you just gotta close your eyes, don a smile, and be ready to be welcomed into those pearly gates. That's okay. Hey, there's probably a better setup spot, right? In making keep the good decisions flowing. Dash across there. Your monkey's already in. There's a bubble. You don't need to be down here. You get distracted with the queen, you get pulled into her, knifed in. Yeah. Just be on with your tank. My Way by Frank Sinatra started playing. Oh, was it? What is a man? Yeah. No, I understand. I also would be making the exact same mistakes as you if if My Way started playing in my ears at that moment. That is so funny. Please give him more codes. I know, Zam. It's crazy how long we let me spend on one code at a time, when really we just got to keep moving. And if I had more codes, I'd be more motivated to keep moving. Also helps us keep from, a lot of people who are submitting their codes are starting to establish themselves as, like, regulars, and honestly, some of those regulars are already, like, my players, and so we definitely don't want to be exposed to my players' gameplay. Guys, like, please, for the love of God, or whatever divinity, whatever authority is out there to plead and beg to, I beg and plead not to be forced to show you guys my players. There's a reason I'm doing this for y'all. Oh, my eyes, how they burn. Oh my goodness, what a fortuitous pin. You're walking around without dash and deflect, so, like, I don't think you're really ready for this. So many new people too. Yeah. There's a lot of new people. It's been a lot of fun. You don't want to watch my Freya or Genji. Hey, your Tracer's fun though. And to be fair to like some of my players, JCV Stealth, you can watch most of his. Pretty fun. Anchoring back to your team to the point, you get some nice poke onto the queen. Good poke. Okay. Yeah, just make sure you're really hyper aware of where everyone is. I don't know that you need the dash for disengage. I think you can play in a way that disengaging is easy, right? So if you're playing close to a corner so that you can just drop off height, if you're playing close to a wall so that you can just dip into cover, I think that there are ways that you can set this up so that you won't be forced to use your dash and deflect one after the other before. I mean, this is not even, this is like just before the engage phase, right? This is a poke phase that you got both of those cooldowns, which are generally stronger in the engage phase. I think you want to set yourself up a little bit better for that. That way, as soon as you take damage, you're close to a healer. As soon as you take damage, you're next to a wall. As soon as the cast walks out, you're back on the ground, so that it can't even shoot you, right? Because how long have you had Blade? Do you really need to do poking here? Who are you slowing down? Yourself. Don't answer that question. I already did. Got you. You have your Blade. I'm looking to, as soon as we kill the Freya, I'm looking to move up here. Maybe I'm dashing in the hopes that I'm dashing early enough that they can't hear me and that I dashed up to this position. I'm crouch walking and I'm moving right under here and I'm waiting for a Blade. Too active, too fast. Slow down. Nice deflect. Oh, that's a really wonderfully timed deflect. That's a really well-timed deflect. You didn't aim to hit the shot, but I don't really care. That was a really nicely timed deflect. Overwatch 2 Battle is down to 2 principles. Those are one of them. Or the timing is one of them. Good. Nice. Okay, excellent. I want you looking a lot more comfortable with shurikens. So again, I'm not qualified to talk about aim very much. I'm not an aim coach. Okay, I say I'm not qualified. That's a lie. I'm actually incredibly well qualified to coach games. But I'm not an aim coach. That's not my specialty. But I would love to see what it looks like for you to be more comfortable with the shurikens. Because we see some really big flashes of brilliance. So if it's your sensitivity that's off, if you're going to these games cold, if honestly, I would be dialing in even a little bit more on nice deflect on what it looks like for you to have an aim, a sensitivity, mouse pad space, comfort level with the various types of Genji bursts and pokes, right? Because also, by the way, both of his firing modes can be bursts or pokes. So when I talk about the variable spam on Genji, oh god, oh boy, do I mean variable. And we could dig into that, but I don't think that that's really what you want to be thinking about right now. I would just have you start your sessions with 10 minutes in Baxter, and then just go into your next couple of diamond games, understanding how slowly you can actually afford to play them. Oh my goodness. Yo, I'm a diamond player, and I'm coaching, right? So, like, we're bad. You don't have to worry about us. You don't be intimidated by us. Don't feel like you have to play faster because we're on the field. I know that you want to play fast, right? Because you're in diamond, right? So in the matchup where I'm playing against you, the only reason I'm winning is because I have the mindfulness to exploit your haste, right? And so don't give me that chance. Be willing to play slow enough that my mindfulness is outwitted. And you know how to play according to the pace of the lobby. I've seen you abide by some really appropriate timings. People started me on doing 5 minutes of focus facts, like on getting used to certain motions and then going into deathmatch. Yep. Very, very strong regimen. Listen to Spilo. And look, I say listen to Spilo. And you know what I did when I was in high school band and my band directors told me to warm up? You know what I didn't do? I didn't listen to them. I hit the scales. I did the hard stuff. I hit my solos. I warmed up with my solos that I needed to perform with, guys. Are you kidding me? That's egregious. That's actually, for a musician, that's unacceptable, right? So, and that's unacceptable because I want it to be great, right? You're already great, Goose. You have already made it there, right? You're D5. Holy smokes. Congrats. But you can be better. So, be fair to yourself. Don't warm up on the solos, man. That doesn't help you. Ugh. Cleaning my room and brushing my teeth every day and wiping my butt and doing all the mundane things, right? That's what gives me an edge as a person, right? That's what keeps me healthy and clean and happy and not wealthy at the moment, but at least I'm happy enough and energized enough to pop up here on stream and scream and recognize you guys, right? So warm up, log on, brush your teeth, wipe your ass, and warm up. Don't warm up on the solos. Oh, God. Oh, my lord. You know they handed my solos off to second chair, by the way? They gave my solos to Abby. Ooh! Careful. Careful. Point A to point B. Careful about the dawdling. You're marked, right? So you double jump here. I hate the jumping. I hate the jumping. It raises your center of mass, makes you easy to hit, very predictable, and it also messes up your crosshair discipline. Now, obviously, with Genji, you kind of have to jump, but, like, you have to jump, right? So if you have to jump, make sure you have a reason to jump, and if you have a reason to jump here, then make sure that you're ready to deflect the damage that they're going to throw at you because you jumped. And if you are going to take damage, point A to point B, get to the Mega. Get to the good spot. Get to the spot that you're unmarked, unchallenged, that you're able to land your shots from, etc., etc. Good engages. I like the off angling. I like where you're coming from in this position. Let's see, get you. Don't push past this corner. Play this corner. Play this corner. He is a hit scan. He is a hit scan, and he wants you to move around this, right, while he's moving here, right? Not to mention, you've gotten him down to critical HP, which means he's not going to want to readily challenge you, but he's also gotten you to critical HP, which means he might want to challenge you. So I would, don't push that. You already have advantages that you can play. You forced him out of a comfortable spot. You've isolated him from the potential of linking up with his team, and you forced him into crit HP. Not to mention the fact that you are... Oh, wait. I don't think... Wait, are you in the context of your team? Are you blue team? Yes, you're blue team. So, like, you're also close to... Your Juno's name is criminal, by the way. Like, I'm pretty sure there are like, credits that you can spend time on, as opposed to, like, my Overwatch lobby. But, whatever. Oh, it's so gross. Oh, my lord. You know what I was saying. I'm not going to try and recover my train of thought. My tummy hurts. I can mentally flashbang by it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you load in, it's like now entering, and yeah. My heart would sink just right then and there. I just know. Had you already known that I was coaching? Had you, like, seen my ad, like, when you queued in, by the time you queued in this game, and you queued into this game, saw that duo and was like, oh yeah, I'm sending this code. Because if you did, that's based. You knew as soon as you queued into this game it was a loss. And you know, for all the things that we told you to fix, we'll blame the duo. We'll blame the duo. And their horrible names. God damn. Can't even be interesting, man. Like, you can be interesting and a freak. But you could also be interesting and, like, not a freak. And that's a nice combo as well. I don't mind where you are. I think that you could be possibly, like, a little more proactive with your queen. If you're gonna off angle, like, you know, be setting up for it. You're just, like, doing a whole lot of nothing here. It was a motivator. Okay, yeah, I understand. Nice. Perfect. Good stuff. Yeah. So see what the difference is, like, where you don't do much from and where you can do a lot from, or where you end up being able to do a lot from. Funny thing, I got consolations until I D-rank from D4 to P1, then magically start getting expected wins. That's not even me doing the hee that you drop, Nackman. That's actually just me finding that really funny as well. Thank you, Aaron. What kind of freak am I? I don't know. I'm not an interesting one, unfortunately. Does that make you guys the chumps? The ones that are sitting in the audience? Good poke. Be really comfortable with it. Be really comfortable with it. And if you're not comfortable with it, then don't force yourself to dash onto it past the point of comfort where she is now accessible for healing, right? So you don't have to force it. If you've been uncomfortable at this point, I promise it's going to be even worse now. You want to take the time that it has been uncomfortable for you and find a way to start making things a little more comfy. Make those shots easier to land. Good blade. This has to have been out there, Spilo VOD review. I see it. I see the deliberation when it comes to how you are blading. Not just in those flash blades, which I really want you to continue doing those. The flash blades, which is like, I just have to kill this person now, like, whip it out. But in those setup blades, I see you being a little more intentional. This is the day after? Okay, gotcha, yeah. Man, I want you to be more ready for those Freya shots. She's a new hero, so you know that's going to be like a matchup rule set here, thing that you can just think about going forward. But you know, honestly, like if you're playing against Ashe, if you're playing against Freya, if you're playing against Widow, if you're playing against Hanzo, like you should always be prepared for this, right? If it's an Ashe or any other character, this could be a Soldier Helix Rocket or a Juno right click. I want you to be ready for this. So it's not just like be ready for the Freya, actually. It's actually just like you're on their side of the map, looking down their angle or an angle that you have onto one of them. So like just understand they're gonna look right back at you and they're gonna fire their gun because you're not playing in Platinum anymore. Congrats, by the way. Yeah, dog shit duo. GG's. Slow down. Big time. It'll really help you understand what decisions you can and can't afford to make. And I think that I am not able to give you a satisfactory answer to your question about, all the duel's fault. I'm not able to give you a satisfactory answer to that question about, like, you know, how do I not get overwhelmed by all of the things that there are to think about? Because you do have to think about all of those things, right? But I think that thinking about all of those things, and understanding that all of those things fall under the umbrella and into the matrix of timing and map control, you can make things really simple for yourself. And to start, slow down. Oh man, slow down. Make the game easy on yourself. Don't be unfair. Don't be cruel to you, because I think that I think that we can confidently say that we haven't been cruel to you here on stream, right? We haven't been cruel to you. We haven't been unfair to you, and I haven't asked you to do things that are unfair. So stop asking yourself to do those things. Be fair. Hey, great VOD. Oh my gosh, Goose, thank you so much for sharing that one. I would love to take a look at least one more before calling it. We are. I was thinking about playing some Divinity, and I was really excited for that. But I think I want to set up my stream just a little bit better to be ready for that. Because right now I can be really hands-on because we're just VOD reviewing. I can pause, whatever, yap all I want. But if I'm playing a little game, if I'm playing a game, I'm going to be a little less engaged, or at least a little more focused on another game. So I would love for some of the Twitch to be automated. How do I slow down? In the sense that I feel as if I do slow down, I might lose more duels or matchups due to it. Yeah, that's a great question. And honestly, the easiest way for you to find an answer is by hitting the ladder and start limit testing. Get into the highest rated diamond lobby you've ever played in and say, I am going to play as slowly as possible. I'm going to play second to their team every single fight, and I'm going to make sure that if I am making a move, it is because I have seen all 4 of my teammates move in front of me, right? Or if I take an angle, it is after all of my teammates have taken that angle. If I use an ultimate, it is the last ultimate to emerge, right? Because we saw you doing a lot of first things there, right, in that game. So really, how do you slow down? You start by limit testing. You start by getting into the ladder and deliberately slowing down. In general, how do I slow down? It's the realization. It's the realization, or really just the mindfulness that you have a lot more time than you always think you do. Especially when you are playing in positions that give you time. I'm thinking about how much time you have when you're playing around a corner, and how you can just sit there and wait for the Cassidy to walk around, right, and try to fight you because both of you are crit HP, and he knows that he wants to fight you and that you're going to push him, right? But as it turns out, you haven't pushed him. You've slowed down because you know that you can. Dude, it's just a Diamond Cassidy. I play a Diamond Cassidy, and you roll me in every 1v1. I promise, right? So part of it is don't overestimate the skill sets of your enemy. Up until you hit mid GM, you generally won't have to treat your opponents like gods. So you don't have to play super fast against them. You don't have to muster up a great power against them. There's definitely going to be some really talented ones that you go up. But in general, understand that you have a lot more time, and understand that you have a lot more time when you're playing in a way that gives you more time. So closer walls, covers, corners. If you make a compromise, then be ready to make others, and make sure that the decisions you make give you structure for the decisions that you're going to have to make. Right, that's some really ambiguous stuff. And as far as how to do it all, start by playing closer to corners. Start by playing closer to corners, and start by changing where you start each fight in each phase of the fight. Closer to corners, change up where you are. That will help you slow down, because the reason you're going fast is because you're not observing as much as you would be allowed to observe if you slowed down, and it leads you to plans that are less complete and that are greater risk, with a lower payout. By playing a corner in a different position, you can get a more complete scouting info. You can be under less pressure, and ultimately be a little more efficient with plays. Yeah, I could like. I was trying to figure out how I want to say what I want to say, but I don't think I've actually got a good way to say it. Sorry, Goose. I only have abstracts to answer your abstract questions. Well, beyond the actual gameplay feedback, which is play closer to corners and change up where you're starting. Holy voice sore. All right. One last spot, guys. And then we'll have to call it a night. This one's probably going to be pretty good length. So, no worries. Yeah, absolutely, Goose. I would love to see some more gameplay from you, if at any point you get the chance. Very cool that you saw insight from Spilo, and hopefully I didn't. Well, generally I'm not going to say anything that counteracts the good insight that he gave you. But I think especially if you couple the biggest things that he said, one or two little things that I said, you end up looking like a very scary player. Thank you so much for the replay code, for swinging by, for engaging with me and the chat, and for asking some really genuinely good questions that really challenged me with both of those. So I appreciate you being around for that, and I would love to be challenged again here sometime soon. Definitely, as you challenge me more and more, you'll also get more and more satisfactory responses. So it's going to be an excellent exercise to get to sharpen my skills against yours. Thank you for putting those on display, Goose, and hope to take another look again soon. You guys may recognize the name. We have once again our Ana hero Castrature, going to be featured here on stream, and this should be a blast. We've already familiarized ourselves with a little bit with Castrature and their gameplay. As we can see, it's kind of a highly aggressive Ana playstyle. I believe that Castrature is I believe that they are a Masters ranked Ana. So already the boldness is not only kind of justified but explained there. So starting in that starting position, getting Cap of the Widow, like, what are you gonna do? You're playing Ana. You have an opportunity to do a little bit of poking. Limit test, and she hit that shot, and now we know, right? We see how we haven't like peeked out too dramatically, because we know like the Widow's gonna take her head off. I like the breaking the bubble. I also don't mind, honestly, I really don't mind you moving all the way up here. Because it's kind of funny if Winston has to, like, leap at you here. And he's got ways to get out with his leap if he just walks up to you. But he doesn't have his bubble. So you can actually kind of force him out of his bubble if he's going to be enticed to move on you here, Castrature. But you can also just play this cover here, and you just if he's hitting his right clicks onto you, you would be a little bit safer. It looks like he really wants your Juno, so it's cool. But the thing that I like about this position is it also gives you like a good place to set up for the next part of the fight that you take. See, I just end up kind of like wandering, listening back and forth on the bridge towards the Widow spam, towards the Zen spam, when really starting here or moving here a lot faster might give you the agency to take this time to move around. It doesn't look like you're doing really much for your team here, right? So as far as like healing goes, you're breaking the bubble, doing some poke onto the Winston. You do have to heal your Juno a little bit, you have to heal your Roadhog a little bit, but like you're not really doing anything So you can absolutely be looking to use this time to, go up here to the high ground. You would coincidentally be able to possibly shut this soldier down out of the angle that he's looking to maintain. And the soldier being over there is going to force you further back on this bridge. So so really, starting here doesn't buy you any space the longer this goes on, right? So I don't mind a more forward position. I think it gives you options, and I also think that, if there's a relationship between where we are, where the cart is when the fight starts, and where the cart finishes when these fights resolve favorably for us, this is not necessarily the starting position that gives us a fight that ends favorably for us, so that cart doesn't stop right here. Or rather, maybe so that cart doesn't just stop right here. Of course, I will be here more often. It was really enjoyable interacting with you. I really want to reach Master, so I'm thankful for you guys and confidence in my ability to reach it. Yes! Oh my goodness! Yeah. Actually, I don't want to put put any players that I've reviewed up until this point under the. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. But I don't think that this week I had a player that I'm more confident in being able to reach their competitive goals than you, Goose. And now that's a marginal increase, by the way. I am confident in all of our heroes. But Juice, I keep calling you Juice. I think it's like I think Juice World is I don't know. Is that a band or something? Anyways, Goose. Yeah, I'm absolutely confident that you can meet your competitive goals. I'm really excited to see it happen too. So you have to understand, I have a personal stock in your stocks now. Yeah, Caster Josh, just want you moving up. Moving on up. Gives you options, lets you be aggro, you'll be able to do spam. You can't help your Juno from that position. It's kind of like what I was talking about earlier. If you're able to watch any of the old VOD reviews, we were talking about how, like, if you have two people both in the same position, they're not looking at each other. They're both looking down the one angle. So generally, it's not bad to have us on different angles so that I hear my Juno taking damage and I could just like really quick look at her while doing my spam, or I can look at her while crossing this distance, or even I crossed up here and I hear taking spam and I'm like, yo, Juno, get up here, and she sees me up here, so she's like, oh, I can come up here, and now I've got an anti-nade and she has a speed ring on the Zen, or a right clicker, or whatever, right? There are all kinds of, infinite scenarios that we could go over. I don't necessarily know that we have to. You know that you have options if you set up to play more confidently aggressive. We actually got to talk a little bit about that today. I think it was some Lucio gameplay that we watched earlier. I love how whimsical classical music is. Holy. I understand it probably put some of us to sleep, and I'm sorry, guys. Are you doing everything right here? I think you are. Yeah, thinking your Reaper, not walking in the bubble, watch out for the Widow. You've seen her shot, right? So you just wouldn't have an excuse for dying here. At this point, Caster. It's actually a really nice anti. That's like a really well-timed anti. I like how well-timed that anti is. Like, it'd be nice to have follow-up on it, right? So it's possible that, like, you understand you can save the anti there, Caster, for a target that jumps on you, for a monkey, for a cart that you absolutely need to stop moving, for a nano that you want disrupted. Yo, sleep. Nice. Good. Wow. I like it. And then you move away. Good stuff, Caster. Okay, good. Yo, very nice. Oh my goodness, I love this. I love this rotation. Love the way you're playing this. The monkey's still back there, so you can actually play a little bit forward, right? Understanding that the monkey is behind us, we have to let that change how we are understanding we have to set up for this fight. And we are. Let's go, Caster. I don't mind fighting him. I don't care for your Zen making your life hard there. And honestly, how long have you had Nano? I probably just Nano him right here. Yeah, I just don't have to mess around with the bubble. I don't have to mess around with dancing. I don't have to, look for a clutch nade or anything like that. And also, if I Nano my Zen, you know what Sammy's doing? Sammy's getting spooked. So Sammy's popping Primal a lot earlier. You still get the exact same outcome. All right, I like it, but you waste the Nano. Yep. And instead, you can just, like, use the Nano so you don't have to worry about this fight so you can heal your Hog, right? As opposed to worrying about this fight, not using your Nano to dispatch the monkey very quickly while still forcing primal. I mean, look at this. You trade the ults the same in both scenarios, but one of them is much more efficient than the other. One of them just isn't a waste in the other. And I hate to call a nano boost a waste. Rufus actually did just get a pick with that. Has some damage mitt. Didn't die in the face of a Zenyatta when he should have. He's lumbering around on Roadhog and Rialto. All right, so I'm definitely not giving you nearly as much credit as you deserve for your castrature. But I do want to. I do think that you can continue to play even less by the book. I mean, look, if my Roadhog dies on Rialto, guys, I'm not banking on my Roadhog to win me Rialto, right? If I have a Zen who's playing Zen on Rialto against a Winston composition, like a Winston-based composition, I understand that he's playing Zen on Rialto against a Winston-based composition, so the odds of him swapping off a Zen are quite low, right? So I might as well just enable Zen against the Winston-based composition as opposed to healing my Roadhog, who I absolutely promise you, after... Hold on, we'll get there. Hold on. After this point, Roadhog isn't your win condition. Roadhog isn't what wins you Rialto, right? So I don't hate the nano onto your half HP Roadhog, right? I don't hate that because you kind of think you need it. They can still be pushing your Hog. Hog gets 2 picks with it, mitigates some damage, forces them away from where they wanted to take that fight, considering that they might have wanted to compensate for their Winston dying or try to get some ult charge in the process. So you shut all of that down with that nano. I don't hate that. But castrature, I also don't. I don't loathe the idea of doing the things that will really quite simply win you the map. Right, nanoing my Roadhog on Rialto in a low masters lobby, mid masters lobby. Sorry, I think this is mid high masters. I think you said that this was like that you were one of the lowest rated players, and this was a mid masters. So I just don't think that that's what wins you. I don't think that that's what you have to be. Hey guys, if you're swinging by, thanks for swinging by. And if you guys want to be VOD review here on stream, then you just have to message me at Lord Thethan on Discord with a VOD review and a little bit of background knowledge. Give me your rank, what your competitive goals are, what your experience has been on ladder lately, and we would love to elevate and recognize you guys' talents here on stream. Taking a look at casters on a gameplay right now, we have a couple of thoughts that essentially boil down to do your own thing. Don't play by the book. The Ana players are constantly rewriting the rules. And so, so being forced back all the way here is really, really challenging. Honestly, I'll probably int this fight. I'll probably just int, try to build as much nano as I possibly can. My team is going to die this fight. I would rather us die on the objective to stop it right here, and then lose the fight very quickly, respawn very quickly, and have one last chance to stop it there. We've gotten to talk a little bit about staggers, the objective today. I've been glad for the opportunities that we've had to talk about, but we haven't actually had the opportunity to really go super deep into it. Mainly because I don't have the energy. I don't think my Twitch has the energy, and it gets pretty nitty gritty. But wow. I really wish teams were a little more focused on the objective in relation to these fights and where we want to be staging and setting up these fights based on how far the objective has to travel to the next. Probably no easy answer, but any advice on scoping, unscoping shots? I'm kind of just a bot sniper turret unless dueling up close. I'm gonna presume that you're talking about with Ana. If you're not being specific, you're talking about like Ashe, Ana, Freya. I don't know who else scopes. And that is actually. But if you're talking about a different character, then that might give us a little bit more of a rule set to abide by. Ultimately, probably no easy answer. Any advice on scoping / unscoped shots? Let's think critically for a moment. We're Overwatch players. We can muster up the energy to think critically. Oh no, they just discovered Ashe combos. Okay, yeah, Ashe combos are actually really fun. I play a ton of Ashe, and I don't even do combos on Ashe. So if you're able to use those combos on Ashe, then that'll take you really far. On Ana, man, this is actually where I wish I had my JCV stealth in the chat, because I know that he actually has some pretty strong. I've got some Ana players in the chat who also have opinions. I think that my opinion on Ana is okay, when you are unscoped, you have a wide field of view, but your projectile is a little bit different. And you won't be able to be as precise. When you're scoped in, you have a limited field of view, but you will be able to be more precise, and your projectiles have the hit scan quality applied. Okay. So when we're talking about like how do I know when to yada yada yada, I like to fall back on the very ambiguous. Well, what does your cooldown say you should use it like, right? So for example, Roadhog's, it's just Tracer Pulse, right? Or Tracer Blink, right? If I'm trying to kill someone, I'm pulsing them, right? If I'm trying to push someone away from a mini pack, right, I'm pulsing the ground at their feet so that they can't touch it, right? If I want to cross distance as Tracer, I'm blinking. If I want to dodge bullets, I'm blinking, right? If I want to get to cover, I'm blinking, right? So we understand that all of our different abilities can do so many different things, and all of these different things can be done so many different ways by these different abilities. When it comes to figuring out like how you should be, which ability, which firing mode you should be using, I think that understanding the task that you're trying to accomplish is a lot easier than understanding which tool to use for that task. Maybe that's just me, but when it comes to Ana unscoping versus scoping, if you need the precision, scope. But man, Ana players really need to understand how powerful their projectile darts are. Be comfortable scoping as long as you can remain precise with it. And I would say I would focus on reliably landing unscoped shots on allies and enemies. There's something powerful about just never having to use your scope as Ana. That's not an answer to your question, and I kind of ranted and yambles about a couple of other distantly related concepts. Ultimately, you need to use whichever firing mode most effectively, most efficiently meets all of the different needs that cooldown can help you meet. But that's not a question, or that's not an answer. So my answer instead ends up becoming just do unscoped shots. Just do unscoped shots. Because I promise, the unscoped shots that you're not comfortable with hitting, you're going to instinctively scope in. And the scoped shots that you are really comfortable with hitting, I'm going to motivate you to learn how to be comfortable hitting that same comfortable shot, but unscoped. It's an underrated skill. Hey, Treelon, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for swinging by, man. I'm sorry that I didn't respond to your message. I am going to get around to it. It's been on my to-do list. There's been a lot that we've been thinking about. I so appreciate you swinging by, though, Treeline. Oh, my goodness. Rarest OW. Hey, make sure that you have me low so that you can study for those finals, man. I know that you're so insanely busy. And so that's why it's even more special that you swung by. Thanks so much, dude. Big old beamy smile on my countenance. Nice sleep, nice nade. Points already capped, so yeah, you can. I love it. I love that nade. That's so valuable too. That actually gives you a little more ultimate charge than you would get off the Sigma. Not necessarily that you needed that to get the Nano. You were gonna get that no matter what, but that was really nice. I like the deliberation. I've slept the Sigma, but point is cap. I can nade the supports. That's so funny. That is so funny. All right, good. Are you going to continue? Oh, I actually really like it if you continue swinging wide here. You're with your Ashe, and it's okay for you guys to both be on the same angle. In fact, your Ashe probably appreciates you being on a similar angle to her. So for you to turn back over here is really good. I just didn't really care for the steps forward that you're doing. That's, just like ever so marginally wasted. Unscope doesn't compromise positioning as Ana outranges most heroes. Yes, exactly, right, and that's been one of our big bits that we've talked about pretty consistently the last couple of days. Is like Ana is one of those characters that she is just, I mean, give me any map of any video game ever made, and she's just good pretty much everywhere. Her sleep, her nade, her shots, all of them, whether you're scoped, unscoped, on the high ground, on the low ground, like her bullets all have, all of her abilities have the same, have the travel reliably, right? You're not working with like Hanzo Scatter Arrow or Goose is here, ready to prove me wrong again. So yeah, I absolutely love what you've said here, Snowball. Is unscope doesn't compromise positioning. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh, meant that as a question. Well, no, that's perfect because you actually by not including the question mark, you stated something quite true. Went to the gym, passed out without even realizing it, and now it's 2 a.m. Oh my goodness, you can spend a bit of time. I appreciate you stopping by, Treelon, because this was actually the last VOD we were covering before I called it a night. Oh my goodness, so luxurious to have you swing by at the just in the nick of time. No, yeah. So, Snowball, I think that you have you actually ended up making a very accurate assertion. Hopefully, my Ana players in the chat disagree. I'm sorry, agree. That generally, like, yeah, you can stay wherever you want and stay unscoped. You can be however far you want. You want to be able to land those shots reliably, right? So if you need to scope in for those shots, you're going to, right? And that's why I'm saying practice the unscope. Do the unscope 50-meter darts, right? Because when you really need to land that, you're going to scope in. But when you really need to land your unscoped shots, that 50-meter dart is going to be really nice to have in your experience matrix, right? To fall back on. I understand the 50-meter on a dart projectile, because I've done it. I forced myself to do it, as opposed to doing the easy thing during the matches that I didn't need to do. I like it, Castrature. I like the nano there too. I liked that. Make sure that you're like constantly navigating from spot to spot, that it like not only is Ana good, but that they kind of have to strain themselves. They kind of have to reach to get you there. They have to invest or use resources in order to push you out or kill you or force resources from you. I don't think you have to stop cart here, so careful about like listing forward there. I like the nade. Yeah. It's just close to the walls, covers corners. That's all it is. Yeah, that's not a bad defending phase. I feel like you got actually like a couple of really nice moments to shine yourself personally there, Castrature. And then we just covered like there's just some more independence, some individual agency that you could be exercising here, where you're like, I'm Ana, I can, so I will, right? So there's a little bit of that, a little bit of the closer to walls covers corners, which you're actually being really sensitive of, kind of in general. Still always minimizing the amount of time that we're out in the open. So we're looking to move from point A, point B, get to the next good spot that either Ana is notably good or that Ana is very difficult to move on. That Ana can make them, their team, bad. Oh boy, I was unconfident scoping in, so sat too close, worked a bunch on scope shots and maintaining far range. Now told to go back. Yeah. That's how it goes. As you get higher and higher up the ladder, you're going to need to be able to do it all. You're going to be able to need to do it both. And that's the story of the Overwatch player, is constantly striking that balance. Right now, you're on an awesome journey, Snowball, where you have an opportunity to kind of bounce back and forth between practicing your proficiency on these different firing modes, and that journey, when you wouldn't have been able to do that in a different era, maybe like Overwatch 1 double shield era, right? So it's cool to have opportunities, with the balance of Overwatch or the way that players experience or perceive the game, the metas that form, stuff like that. It's fun to have these different techniques that you do, that you're capable of, the different tools in your toolbox and eras to learn these particular sets. Loki, my advice here is just to win. Okay, well, Raris, that advice works for you. You can just win. Some of us have to work. Okay, it might actually just be me. It might just be me. Everyone that I've VOD reviewed, I think you can just say, just go win. And then they do it. Just shoot and kill. Got it. Yeah, no, that's exactly. Yo, listen to Raris. This guy's qualified. He is such a talented player. I'm sorry, Treelon. Treelon is an incredibly talented player. Good, 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 good. I don't mind, you know, I honestly don't mind the cart movement here, but I also don't mind it, like, you know, just, like, saying, yeah, I'm just gonna go, you know, do some spam over here, get up on the high ground so that, I can, you know, it honestly, it's not too bad to cross the high ground so that you can scout out if she's looking at you. You have an angle on her, but honestly, if she's not looking at you, you might just be able to cross all the way or drop down here, and now, boom, you've opened up this entire section of the map. Now, do you want this section of the map open? Is this really an advantageous section of the map for Ana? I wouldn't really think so, but you do want to open up your options here. So staying consigned to the objective here, you have to understand, as a former support player myself, it makes me a little bit nervous, especially since the objective and your relation to it and the corner and its stopping point here for first point kind of puts you in the crosshairs of your enemies here. I really like the fact that they just give you guys the point for free, and I would advise you to make sure that the next time you play this scenario on Rialto, that you're actually setting up in a position that's confidently aggressive, that you can regulate some of the phases and some of the different parts of the phases of these fights early on. That's going to help your Hog have the most amount of options and buy him the most amount of time to possibly build up his ult to force them off, or your DPS to build and deploy their ultimate. Why play where you can die when you can play where you can live forever? Okay, you guys are asking the good questions, but the dangerous questions in chat. Okay, right now we are trying to think critically. I think that is critical thinking, but it's critical thinking like in the wrong criticality, guys. Oh God, we're devolving. I don't mind you dying there. It's a little bit unlucky. Whoa! Whoa. Yo, I didn't even know this was a spot. That's kind of cool. I bet you that's been a spot since the map came out in like 2017. Actually, playing walls covered in corners there. You don't want to get your head taken out by the Widow again. Nice adaptation. Me, I don't even think about the Widow taking my head off a second time. So just the fact that you're thinking, you know, like, oh, I don't want history to repeat itself. I don't want to make the same. It's not always a mistake, but you know, I don't want to die the same way twice. Oh my God, nice shot. Nice timing. I want to take a closer look at that. Okay, fine. Yeah. Wow. The timing is just all aligned. The duck into the unduck, into the peek, into the shot. It's just like really nicely timed. Well executed, Castrature. Wow. Your Ana's just as fun as it was to watch on day one. Getting up to the high ground. Perfect. We're thinking about how we want to use the nade. We're even... Okay, gotcha. We're dropping, so we're considering the possibility of moving coast, especially since the Sigma is up here. We want to be out of his line of sight. Might have been nice to be in a position early enough to possibly apply the nano boost onto our Tracer. Although being in a spot that we can heal our carry isn't bad here. But we're only in spots to be able to heal, right? As opposed to being able to heal, damage, set up fights with Bionade, make sure that we are ready, or the intentions with our nano are really clear. Interesting. Okay, gotcha. I still maintain that like Hog on Rialto isn't your win condition, unless this is like rarest OW that you're playing with. I just wonder, again, you know, setting up, you know, so that you could nano your Tracer before she died there, is that helpful? You know, were you guys hoping to, you know, possibly... is there an ult combo that you guys are looking to do? Yeah, so I guess, you know, I don't have to be confused. I do not want you... Okay, all right. I actually believe you. Castrature styling on them. Castrature is actually so talented, Snowball. I don't mean to diminish any talents you have, but regardless of where any of us play on the ranked ladder, there's always actually a lot to learn from Castrature. Yeah, I don't have to be so confused by the nano, but I'm letting myself be confused by the nano a little bit. I wish that you guys had Bionade or Suzu for that, by the way. It's really nice movement, nice compensation that you guys make to kind of get out of the sphere of danger from the or the circle of the impact there. But man, I wish that you guys had a support cooldown. That's okay though. I understand this kind of happen in these masters lobbies where it's just like both supports are industrious and they're like, oh my God, my cooldown is necessary. So I'm going to throw it here. This is like mid-masters. Castrature, their comment in fact was I was probably the lowest ranked player in this lobby. I like the poke. Keep in mind that their sights are up, so you actually want to get to a wall, get to cover. Oh my goodness, you're okay. No need to worry about it anymore. Yeah, don't worry about the sights. It's threat's been dispatched. Yeah, Treelon, it's kind of funny. We're watching this Masters on a gameplay, and it's very interesting to see like where the Masters is emerging, right? Where it's like you've got this industrialism to take positions and rotate according to the way that they're rotating, and start fights with certain cooldowns and stuff like that. But then you also have like some of these kind of thoughtless habits that emerge in these high rated lobbies, where we're being challenged on other fronts. So we kind of think a little bit less about, well, how do I position to set up for my team, or can I be doing something a little bit more here? I think that's really easy to be the lowest rated player in a Masters lobby in lock Ana and just be like, okay, I'm just going to heal the people that I think know what they're doing. But hey, guess what? Like, nobody knows what they're doing. Oh my lord, nobody knows what they're doing. And everyone who thinks that they know what they're doing are actually just doing what they think they know what they're doing based off of what they see their teammates are doing. And they see what their teammates are doing and think to themselves, oh wait, okay, do they know what they're doing? Okay, I'm just going to follow that lead, right? And the teams that are best at that are teams. They play like teams, and they win like teams. And that's the only way that you win. And so it's actually been a lot of fun, Treelon, to see. Yeah, I'm glad that you agree. It's been fun. It's been so fun to see, like, again, the Masters industrialism. And then I'll say it because I do it. I'm not saying gold because the gold is what you're the mistakes you're making, Caster. I say gold because that's how I feel when I stop thinking. But the Masters industrialism and the gold thoughtlessness. Oh, how it strikes me when I play ranked. It's not striking you here. You're real smart with this angle. You get your nano in. I would have loved to see sleep dart at one point. So I think you're just sitting on this, but like nobody's gonna walk on you, and you have it, right? So Sigma's throwing rock, Zen is in Trank, like you've got the Bionade, which is awesome. What more can you do? What more can you do? Again, we want to be industrious throughout every phase of the fight. Looks like a Roadhog lost the ante there in like just the nick of time, so it's possible that yeah, that's okay. Yep, and then the Widow's out, so you just haven't gotten to be close enough to your corner. Ain't nobody know what they're doing, even GM, no. I believe you. I believe you. Widow moment. Yeah. There's a lot of those in Overwatch, only. Let's see. Hey, there's still 2 minutes left of this? That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Whoa. All right, we still got quite a ways. That's awesome. Let's see. Okay, I don't mind the sleep there. Actually really like that. It might be nice to have with the Sigma here, but like you wouldn't have been able to sleep him anyways, and we get the stun. So that is excellent. That is perfect. And I think that you had the Bionade in case you were the one that got dropped there. He goes for Deadeye. We've got our Nano. See, I'm just looking to... Oh, wait. I'm not looking to get in here. In fact, I'm looking to scout this first. See that the Widow Zed are over there. Realize that, and then make sure that I'm, like, not walking blindly into the space. I say that, but actually, I promise you, I'm walking blindly into the space, and I'm getting headshot by Widow. Maybe I'm being too critical, but I really feel like GM isn't as competitive as it could be. Like, it's genuinely giving me a bit of imposter syndrome. I also feel that way sometimes. I have to remember that I peaked low GM in Overwatch 1. It's 4098 was my magic number. I actually really like those numbers, 4098. And my peak in Overwatch 2, at least currently, is Masters 1 on support. I had top 60, like 160 something last season, and that was just because I like just kind of got on, didn't care as Zen, and just did my own thing for a little while. And so like I agree, it doesn't feel as competitive as like it used to be. And I've got these characters like Tracer and Genji that I feel today in game. I'm like, wow, entitled characters that are so much easier to play now than they used to be. Even though that's not necessarily true holistically. Like, yeah, there's a lot of ways that Tracer and Genji are easier to play. Like, you can't dispute that. But there are a lot of ways that they are a lot harder to play. I mean, holy smokes, think about the characters that have been added to this game that are not good for those guys, right? So, yeah, I also feel like GM used to be a rank that had some kind of mystical respectability to it. And I don't know why it's lacking. I don't know why I feel like it's lacking that. Did I get too close to the sun that I just know it's a big ball of radiation? Instead of a god orb. Did I catch a glimpse of the magic trick on stage, and now it's lost? Its spectacle. Maybe. Have players genuinely just gotten worse? Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're Overwatch players. Like, we're not going to get better. But players have also changed a lot too. So no, you know, Treeline, I think we could lose ourselves in a conversation about like um about how different Overwatch feels, especially in as far as like the level of competitiveness. Oh my goodness, holy voice, Batman! I'm gonna need to get some of that traditional medicinals throat coat tea. I am not sponsored, but I'm gonna try and be. Get a traditional medicinal sponsorship. Just sit here drinking tea on camera. In fact, we'll see Lord the Mushroom for real. Nice approach. It might be due to the rank inflation of Season 3 to Season 8, but they made it ungodly hard from, like, Season 9 to 14. IDK, if it really got all of its respect back. No, 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 it didn't. I don't think that it did. I think that, that's a really interesting thing to say. Because man, we really want to, you know, we don't want to say things that are like categorically untrue, right? But there's also a lot of Overwatch that like is really, you know, not black and white. You know, like kind of true, not entirely true, mostly true in most contexts, right? So yeah. But I actually resonate with that. I also feel like, you know, at one point the ranks were made easier to attain, and then at one point they drew back on the ease of access to certain ranks, and now it feels less special, even if it has felt less special that whole time, right? During the boosted seasons of Overwatch. That's the comment that I was afraid of making on stream earlier. But you know, the boosted seasons of Overwatch is what we all called it, right? And it felt like that way at the time for us then. But at the end of the day, right now, it feels like there is something that is less special about those ranks. So yeah, really, really interesting comment. And again, I don't want to outright agree with it because I don't think that you're right, right? But I also have to concede that I personally think that you're right. I resonate with that. That's been not very alienated from my experience. So really, really interesting. Oh, I would have loved to have sleep there. Are you just eating out cooldowns there? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're not moving from point A to point B either, right? You're just like thinking about healing your hog, spamming shots down, as opposed to like as I'm moving as well. So it's thinking about more than one thing here helps open you up. Having your mind open might keep your ears open. You're not having your abilities thrown down. I think that you even mentioned to me in the message that you kind of like turned your brain off at one point, and it becomes really clear. So I'll say that, like, I guess this is the point that I'll identify as you turned your brain off, and I'm not gonna flame you for it. Oh my lord, have you seen me play Overwatch Ranked? You guys will soon. Oh my god, the brain is off for those games. Holy smokes, the brain is like so actually off. When I tell you guys that like literally any of you guys could reach whatever ranks you guys wanted, I'm not gonna pretend that's gonna be easy for y'all. But like you really can, I promise. I mean, I managed to make it like like Diamond 3, guys. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. But you guys can definitely make it. I don't mind the way that you're playing. You're playing the same way that you walked out, and they're still in the Widow. So just, you know, understand that, you know, they didn't land those shots on you the first time. They might be looking to land those shots on you the second time. You know, maybe looking to get them now. Yeah, oh man, that's okay. Moving from point A to point B. Like, I know that you're under pressure. I know that you have things that you think you need to be doing, but you end up spending more time out in the open wondering if you should move to point B instead of just moving straight to point B. Point B gives you options. Point B gives you a new angle on your Roadhog, an angle on one of your DPS players who might be in by that point anyways, so point A doesn't really serve the needs of that DPS player who's already in. It's point B that you want to be at anyways. And then obviously protection from damage. Close to walls, covers corners. I'm gonna have to get new bits. Like I said, you know, recycled material here. Because, I mean, all of the principles in Overwatch, not all of them, but like a lot of principles in Overwatch are a lot the same. I'm covering... From VOD to VOD, we end up covering a lot of the same. I'm going up there. Yeah, I'm not sure why you fall back. Notice how I started my question with why, to imply blame. Because I think you should actually go up there. I think you should go up to high ground, look for an aid, look for a sleep. And I think that, like, we could even, like, have a really interesting dynamic conversation about, like, what the best sleep and nade looks like, but we can only have that once you put yourself up there to actually be industrious with those cooldowns. So it's the goal thoughtlessness, and that's how it goes in my lobbies as well. So it is you are not supposed to be the exception to that. Do not worry. Oh my gosh, you guys cap. Okay. Up to height. Because you're hogs on the cart, he's your point presence, and okay. See, same thing, right? So, like, crossing distance out in the open is really scary here, but really, it is that you want to minimize the amount of time that you're crossing out in the open. It's not necessarily where you are playing, it is where you're playing, but it's not just where you're playing. It's also how long you are playing, how angular you are playing, how angular you are playing, right? So it all stacks onto itself, and really you just want to be looking to minimize all of these risks that you're taking. You still have to take the risk. And the only way that you ever end up in a position to get to the objective after you've disconnected from it, trusting that your team will stay on in a fight that they are about to lose, is by just getting to point B. Get to point B. Get to point B. Because it is the spot that you will be good, that you can make your team good, that you can swing fights, compensate for disadvantages. We had Knackman in here earlier talking about how like playing on Ana is really fun because you can swing fights from virtually any position. Is what Knackman said his experience has been. And so yeah, I would love to see what it looks like for you to be swinging these fights from those positions, using these angles, monopolizing them against your opponents, and manipulating the map against your enemies. It's honestly not even manipulating the map against your enemies, it's also using the map in ways that make your cooldowns even better than they are. There's a reason we tell the DPS players to get on high ground. You make your shots easy to land. Even a gold player lands that shot. Even a gold player lands that ability. And also, I like having reasons, motivation to play confidently aggressive. Set up forward, because you can always walk back. And, usually, honestly, for most of the VODs that we've taken a look at today, we have not wanted teams moving back. In fact, for most of these fights, we've been saying, team, die forward. Go in, die forward. Your team is already dead. The fight is already going to get lost, and you're only going to lose it moving backwards later after the cart has captured the objective that you eventually staggered on. Knackman is great at swinging my fights in the favor of the other team. Okay. But you also play with me, Root Beer. Yeah. you can only put Knack in that sentence. Also, walls covers corners, but it's also interesting how, like, I think Zen actually has this angle on you because you are playing categorical Ana. Very by the book. Don't play the book. I think that you can actually be out here. I think that you guys have to be motivated to, like, stop and slow cart at every opportunity. And so, like, backing all the way out here takes a really ideal fight. But do you really want to be taking ideal fights in an overtime round on first point Rialto? That's really the kind of mindset, the framework of thinking that you want to maintain? No, it's not. Because that's the kind of mindset that, like, actually does bring you towards the position that it's a markable, attainable volley for him, right? He's marked you, he hits the volley, he reliably lands the volley. Even a gold player lands those shots, right? And so making it to where that shot is a little harder to hit, changing up your plans by not playing according to the book that all the Ana players have already written, read, and adapted at this point. Change things up, change the game. Because I promise, by changing the game, you'll be able to hit GM3, GM2, GM1, Champ 5, right? And by that point, you changing the way that you're playing, right, does help you rank up, but it also changes the game. You are rewriting the rule set for Ana. It's powerful stuff. Do it, Castrature. You've got the skills to actually pull it off. I just need to see what it looks like so that we can talk about the execution. But you have to get there first. And I love that you win this game. I know that you said that you didn't feel like you deserved to win, that you were the lowest rated player in your lobby. And although I want you to do a lot more than just supporting your teammates that you think they know what they're doing, what I really want you to do, well, I'm not going to say it. Trelon Musk already said it. Limit test. Speed. Get in there. Take an off angle. Be confidently aggressive. Set up in. Because it is almost never nearly as safe out as it is in. And not only is it almost never nearly as safe out as it is in, that is to say, it is almost always safer in than it is out. But it's also, you can limit test in and not limit test out, right? We're talking about how I want to see you moving up on this position once we get cart around this corner while they're resetting, while the Widow is going just before the Widow is going to grapple up here and get slept nated and 3-shot by us, right? The only way that we see that happen, right? The only reason that we'll ever be able to talk about how to get that right is if you start doing it in the first place. Be industrious. The thoughts, the moments that you stopped thinking, the gold thoughtlessness, as we've named it, was really funny. And it was fun to juxtapose that with your master's industrialism. So I'm excited for what kinds of replay codes the next session produces for you. Thank you once again, Castor, for sharing your game view with us and for letting us pick and poke at your gameplay. Guys, I was so much harsher today than I actually normally am with these VOD reviews. And I mean, we had such excellent sports in the channel the entire time. Not only that, you guys are flocking here when we get started. You guys are keeping things going strong. Whenever I see viewership start to dip, it just goes right back up. You guys are such a reliable group. And holy smokes, I may end up bawling in the shower tomorrow thinking about how cool you guys are. So I want to give a huge shout out to you guys who have gathered here in support of me and in celebration of this rare and timeless opportunity to play and experience Overwatch with each other. I appreciate that you guys are convening here because it gives a little bit of meaning to what we're doing here, which is elevating and recognizing players. Right? We're definitely doing a lot of coaching, but we're also understanding what it is that makes these players so capable, makes them have so much potential. So big shout outs to all of you guys. For those of you who have enjoyed what we've done this week, be sure to follow, and I'll make sure that my Twitch assets are all set up so that we have all of our little animations and such playing. I'm really excited to get stuff going with the streaming assets, but I've had to learn photo editing, and it's been. Guys, I'm not going to go on much longer. There's not much else to say besides thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys very soon. Enjoy the rest of you guys' evenings, or for all of our EU folks out there, Trilon, yourself. It's gonna be your days. When's the next time we go live? We want to go live tomorrow. It depends on the health of my voice. I already feel myself starting to give out a little bit, so we may end up having to take a rest day tomorrow and hit it right back up this weekend. But at least for now, we'll plan on having a little bit of a show tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you guys then. But if I don't, I'll see you guys this weekend. Have a wonderful rest of the evening, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Be good to each other, and I'll see you guys next time. Have a wonderful rest of the night, guys.
Those primals classify as white primals.